1. Keely's Laws of Being, on the Nature and Dynamics of Vibration, Oscillation and Toroids, version 2.1.5 by Dale Pond. Dale Pond, 2013, 2014. If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6 and 9, then you would have a key to the universe. Nikola Tesla. What did Tesla consider as magnificent about these 3 numbers? These 3 numbers represent unseen dynamics and are the very essence of the nature, structure and dynamics of complex periodic motions. This work describes these 3 unseen, scalar, aliquot components of vibration, oscillation, vortices and toroids, or any periodic motion, as also their relationships and dynamical functions. Published by Delta Spectrum Research, 921 Santa Fe Avenue, La Junta, Colorado 81050. 720-249-2731. zvpwiki.com, zvvrl.com, zvbookstore.com. 2. Dedication. This work is dedicated to those rare and courageous individuals who have boundless curiosity in their hearts and minds, intensely pursuing a greater truth about themselves and the universe in which they live and have their being. They are critical thinking rebels recognizing the status quo does not satisfy their constant and persistent questioning of everything or idea, whether trivial or held as sacred dogma. Here's to the crazy ones. The misfits. The rebels. The troublemakers. The round pegs in the square holes. The ones who see things differently. They're not fond of rules. And they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them. About the only thing you can't do is ignore them. Because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. Apple Computers 3 Forward. There are times in life when all the stars seem to align for us. This work, for Dale Pond, is one of those moments. Dale has worked to recapture John Keely's fragmented work for over 3 decades and collate this collection of fragmented footnotes back into John Keely's coherent science called sympathetic vibratory physics, SVP. I have known Dale personally for 12 years and studied alongside him the works of John Keely. It took me many years to understand in a coherent manner what John Keely was saying. A lot of this confusion was due to his works being so fragmented. Dale has completed and is still working on his svpwiki.com, which integrates so many others' works that support the threads of John Keely. Still, one must be deeply committed to the study to pick up the basic corollary concepts to develop a clear image of this new science discipline. Well, no longer. This new publication of Dale Pond's is surely his greatest work and most fundamental. Here he has laid out basic building blocks of sympathetic vibratory physics in a sequential coherent pattern that helps the reader circumvent years of study to reveal an understanding of this science. John Keely was 1,000 years ahead of today's quantum physicist understanding of the basic building blocks of the universe. John Keely saw it as a 3-dimensional construct of radially vibrating energy systems from centers in proportional progressive values filling all the plenum of the universe. He understood through repeatable experimentation the character of this primal energy construct and how to manipulate its present stable resonate fundamental states, known matter, into new ones, yet undiscovered by modern man. Also, along the way he discovered many wonderful, what would seem magical, characteristics of these new states of matter and force. The possible progression from here as I see it, for Dale Pond, is forward into applied application of this now defined science for humanity's new age. Jerry Williams for Preface 0.1 What this book is a culmination of a 2-year epiphany. In early 2011 I began sensing there is more to the concept and state of polarity than previously thought by anyone save Keely. In July of that year one attempted to speak of this new insight at the Extraordinary Science Conference in Albuquerque. That attempt failed. Then in October of 2013 the idea gelled, I got it. This book then is an expression of that 2-year epiphany and over a year of writing. This work attempts to explain the unrecognized nature, construction and dynamics of vibration, oscillation and toroids with their polar dynamics, as also to clarify Professor Daniel Brinton '(S1) description of Keely's ideas within his article Laws of Being 2, revealing Keely's technique for understanding and manipulating the periodic nature of matter and energy 3. This Brinton article, Chapter 7, Laws of Being, is central to this document. 2 prior versions of this book have been issued. This version, 2.2th or 4th edit, is a rewrite of the previous versions and has been expanded, reorganized and retitled. The chapters coming before Chapter 7 are foundational materials to understanding Chapter 7. The chapters coming after Chapter 7 are consequential to it. Keely developed what seems to be entire fields of research mostly akin to our non-classical quantum physics and quantum mechanics decades before these fields existed. Keely was splitting the atom in the 1880s 5 working on his own and with few resources 50 years before mainstream science had a clue. Conventional science at that time period considered the atom to be indivisible. Yet here was Keely splitting the atom and releasing its awesome one Daniel Brinton 2 Appendix I and 2.3c Appendix 3, Ultimate Constitution of Matter 4 Sympathetic Vibratory Physics 5 Keely's accomplishments 0.2. Hindsight is mostly 20/25 powers. Because the scientists and engineers knew this was impossible, most could not believe what Keely was demonstrating to them. Political correctness, dogma and doctrine, didn't work well then either. It should further be noted Keely worked with the forces and laws that govern matter and energy, non-classical physics. Conventional science and engineering works with things and their motions. Classical physics. The distinction between these two very different fields is all important. Most people who have witnessed or read Keely and Russell look at their work from the classical viewpoint and miss everything that was intended. Their first reaction is to condemn Keely and Russell for no other reason than they did not understand, not because Keely and Russell were wrong, which they weren't. They were simply too far ahead of their time and everyone else's comprehension. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Keely's research lab notes, books 6 and publications have not been available wherewith all his work could be studied. Therefore this book is limited to exploring Brinton's paper as also the supporting definitions and explanations required to grasp the subject matter. 0.2 Hindsight is mostly 20/20 Within Keely's philosophy and science are several fundamental concepts substantially different from conventional understandings. It must be remembered Keely developed these ideas years and sometimes decades before similar concepts were imagined or considered by orthodox science. After years of study it has been found these points to be not only essential to understanding Keely's work but they are also more accurate conceptualizations. His work has a consistency, continuity, completeness and homogeneity not seen in other earlier models. Essentially, Keely discovered quantum mechanics and quantum physics decades before these fields were suspected to exist. He further devised means to power and operate mechanical devices 7 with these quantum energy level forces, a feat that has yet to be fully achieved by modern science and engineer. 6 Keely's Lost Books 7 Keely's Mechanical Inventions and Instruments 6 Keely's focus was primarily on 1. Power development and production, 8. Whether by pressure from dissociated matter or rotation 2. Discovering and harnessing the ultimate source 9. Of all energy 3. Demonstrating mind is that ultimate source and 4. Developing and proving out his theories through his many devices. 10 0.3 Original concepts. A few of Keely's original concepts that are somewhat different than conventional concepts would be but are not limited to, what vibration and oscillation, periodic motion, are. Causative, scalar, constituent components of vibratory motion. Dynamical and structural nature of matter and its association with force and energy. Mind force as primordial source of matter and energy. Fundamental definitions of basic manifestations of forces and energies such as electricity, magnetism, gravity, mind, consciousness, vibration and oscillation. While many correspondences have been identified between Keely's work and conventional science, some like the ones above have no clear correspondence or translation. These are new, for us, concepts and constitutes a new paradigm. It has been found the theories and philosophy of Walter Russell 11 coincides. 8 Apogee, power without cost 9 Source 10 Keely's Mechanical Inventions and Instruments 11 University of Science and Philosophy www.philosophy.org 0.4. Analog signal generators 7 with complements and supports in countless ways Keely's ideas. Hence some Russell ideas and artwork are used throughout this book. The few Russell ideas incorporated herein are not all that complement Keely's work, as it would require several volumes to illustrate Russell's work alone. Both their works are vast if not outright encyclopedic in scope. The focus of this work is fairly concentrated and does not attempt to cover the entire gamut of their philosophies and sciences. 0.4 Analog signal generators. Keely developed his science and machines in a time before there were electronic or digital instruments such as signal generators, microphones, amplifiers, signal conditioners, synthesizers, transducers, accelerometers, speakers, etc. Therefore he made use of what was at hand: music instruments and simple disc, rod, cavity and string resonators were his signal generators. He invented devices to produce and test for frequencies in the high ranges of etheric and mind vibrations, a violin, zither, harmonica, stretched strings, tube resonators and kidney plates, gongs, among other simple and complex devices supplied his acoustic signals, simple frequencies, and chords, complex waveforms. He also developed precious metal wires and beads 12 that somehow multiplied multiple frequencies and conducted them without resistance. Peppered throughout the literature are many references to his copious use of diverse music instruments employed to excite various responses from his many devices. Below is a picture of one such device using a zither as part of a much more complicated device that also has within it rod, sphere, tube and plate resonators and a simple horn adorning its top. 12 Drigzer, Bixauer, Drextriner 8, Figure 1, example of an analog zither as acoustic source image. ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link 0.5 Music as an engineering to music is orderly organized sound. Noise is disorderly unorganized sound. Music allows the intelligent use of simple notes and complex tones, chords, time, amplitude, concord and discord, the basis of all vibration, waveform control and how these tools can be used. The study of music science incorporates numbers, arithmetic, geometry, history, philosophy and acoustics. Music is not unlike a shorthand approach to acoustics. Music is of the whole mind, connecting physical science with higher states of consciousness. It, the study of music, gives a knowledge of a rhythm that is as necessary as law in making any success in a material experience. Some knowledge of music and some knowledge of law are necessary in the experience of every male individual. Case 903-3,40.5. Music as an engineering tool 9. That was a happy inspiration which led the Quintet Club, of Philadelphia, to pay a visit to the workshop of Keely a few weeks ago. Its members had been told that the illustrious inventor had employed the power of music to develop the wonderful forces of nature, and evolve by a law of sympathetic vibrations a mighty energy through the disintegration of a few drops of water. Naturally they were anxious to go. They were familiar with the claim by Paganini that he could throw down a building if he knew the chord of the Mass 13 of Masonry, and wanted to know if it were possible that the dreams of the great violinist is realized at last. So nearly as can be made out from the mysterious language of the man of many promises, there is a harmony of the universe 14 that is controllable by the strains of music. Each of the molecules composing a mass of matter is in a state of incessant oscillation, and these movements can be so much changed by means of musical vibration that the matter will be disintegrated 15. Its constituent molecules fly apart, and a propulsive force be generated similar to that which is evolved by the touching of a match to a single grain of powder stored in a magazine. He holds that matter is nothing but forces held in equilibrium, and that if the equilibrium be once destroyed 16 the most tremendous consequences will ensue. According to the report, he proved to the satisfaction of more than one member of the club that he has already discovered the means of calling out this force, and is able to partially control it. In their presence he caused a heavy sphere to rotate rapidly or slowly, according to the notes given by the instrument on which he played. The sphere was so isolated as to prove that it could not be acted on by electricity or in any other way than by the sound waves. He disintegrated water 17 into what he calls etheric vapor 18 by means of a tuning fork and a zither. The disintegration of only 4 drops of water produced a pressure of 27,000 pounds 19 to the square inch, and 3 drops of 13 chord of mass 14 c, sympathy 15 disintegration of matter, 3 systems 16 disturbance of equilibrium 17 theory and formula of aqueous disintegration 18 etheric vapor 19 pressures produced by vibration 10 the harmless liquid fired off a cannon 20 with a tremendous roar. 21 Music incorporates ratio and proportion, the very base constructive elements of vibrations and oscillations. 0.6 A word of warning: it is highly unlikely the reader will grasp the entirety of this material on the first or second read-through. One must learn the background ideas, basic or underlying definitions and concepts before the light dawns in consciousness. This is not unlike learning a new language, which does take some time, effort and consequent shifts in consciousness. Do not give up if you don't get SVP within the first 5 minutes. What you are learning here is PhD level or higher. It takes years of study to earn a PhD. SVP is no different in its level of commitment and materials, except that SVP is far more interesting and satisfying. Do not now or in the future presume what is presented here is the truth carved in stone. Some is undoubtedly accurate while some not so much. Use your own discernment at all times. This book is my take on these ideas. It is my best guess after years of careful study and deep contemplation. No doubt many will interpret Keely's work differently, which is completely okay with me. It will, in my opinion, take many more years if not decades before Keely's work is sorted out, understood and applicable for humanity's benefit. The same goes for Russell's many books and drawings. To do a thorough effort to cover and decipher all that material would take a properly focused and funded team, decades of dedicated effort, in my opinion. 0.7 How to use this book. Where terms or phrases are enclosed in brackets, the reader is encouraged to look these up within the svpwiki.com. These bracketed terms are mostly in the footnotes at the bottom of each page. If a concept, word or phrase 20 Canon 21 Keely and his discoveries 0.8. Generalities and idealism 11 is not understood, look it up. A good dictionary resource is onalook.com 22. Learning Keely is learning a new jargon describing a new paradigm. It takes time to assimilate these new to us ideas. On top of that, one is obliged to learn the jargons of several fields such as quantum mechanics and physics, chemistry, math, music, acoustics, metaphysics and several others. It then is a hard climb to the peak of understanding, but the view will be worth it. Due to the nature and expense of the printing process, especially color, embedded images are black and white, smaller low-resolution facsimiles of the originals to which have been included below each image a link to the original color and or higher resolution image. 0.8 Generalities and idealism. The concepts covered herein are mostly generalities. There are some specifics. Usually a general concept is idealized for simplicity's sake. All phenomena are subject to countless influences, some major and some quite subtle, all causing some degree of modulation in the simple models presented. A good example covered in Chapter 12, Vortices and Toroids. A torus is usually presented looking somewhat like a common donut. This is a gross oversimplification, as the structural and functional elements in toroids are many, complex and dynamic. The treatment on these complex toroid structures and dynamics takes the basic idea, then ventures into a bit more detail. One's lifetime is not enough to cover all the details of all the subjects touched on within sympathetic vibratory physics, SVP 23. I'll do what I can to provide details as I am able. Other unresolved details are left for later writings and to those so interested and driven to ferret them out. Dale Pond 24, La Junta, Colorado 22. It has been found the older dictionaries are better to understand Keely and the science of that time period than newer dictionaries. 23 Sympathetic Vibratory Physics 24 Dale Pond, Contents 0.1 What this book is for 0.2 Hindsight is mostly 2025 0.3 Original Concepts 6 0.4 Analog Signal Generators 7 0.5 Music as an Engineering Too Late 0.6 A Word of Warning 10 0.7 How to Use this book 10 0.8 Generalities and Idealism 11 1 Ether as a working fluid 27 1.1 Something old something new 27 1.2 Energy levels 28 1.3 Classification of energy levels, states or phases 29 1.4 Michelson-Morley 31 1.5 Etheric or quantum carriers 32 2 Love in Science and Physics 35 2.1 First and foremost love is sympathy 35 2.2 Love in Science and Physics 35 2.2.1 Sympathy essential 35 2.2.2 The state or condition of sympathetic association. 36 2.2.3 Looking at the substance of a rock 36 2.2.4 Sympathy connects everything 37 2.2.5 Sympathy is simply another word for love 37 2.2.6 Sympathy is attractive 37 2.2.7 Individuated complex wave functions 38 2.2.8 The state of pure sympathy 38, 13 14 3 Contents Sympathy 41 3.1 Sympathy is love 41 3.1.1 Infinitely small centers 42 3.1.2 Atomoles 43 3.1.3 Records of motion are seeds 43 3.2 Neutral center of the Earth 44 3.2.1 Force of sympathy 44 3.2.2 Sympathy is the essence of life 44 3.2.3 Sympathy is as syntropy and electricity 45 3.2.4 The rate of acceleration of sympathy is enormous. 47 3.2.5 Sympathetic associative forces 48 3.2.6 Sympathy is entanglement 49 3.3 Sympathy defined 53.4 Recommended reading 52, 4 Neutral center 53 4.1 Neutral, latent neutral and neutral center 53 4.2 Neutral means 53 4.3 Coordination or coincidence of forces 55 4.4 Neutral center 58 4.4.1 Disturbance of equilibrium 59 4.4.2 Supreme neutral center 61 4.4.3 Keely further describes the neutral centers 63 4.4.4 Law of transmissive vibraic energy 64 4.5 Divine will, the wheelwork source of all force 74.5.1 Center of sympathetic attraction 74 4.5.2 Center of sympathetic coincidence 74 4.5.3 Center of association and concentration 74 4.5.4 Center of focalization and transformation 75 4.5.5 Nucleal center 75 4.5.6 Resistance 77 4.5.7 Prime neutral center 84.5.8 Supreme neutral center 85 Mind and mind force 83 5.1 Mind is force 83 5.2 Whole versus split mind 84 5.3 Mind is of the 6th and 7th subdivisions 85 Contents 5.4 Keely, Substance and Nature of Mind Force 5.5 Russell on Mind and Mind Substance 5.6 Mind is a substance 5.7 Mind is also as an aggregate of consciousness 1586 89 90 91 6 What is vibration? 93 6.1 Quotes Vibration defined 93 6.2 Vibration is 94 6.2.13 Forces action on all matter and energy 95 6.2.2 Law of attraction, syntropy, 96 6.2.3 Law of repulsion, entropy, 96 6.2.4 Law of the dominant, celestial mind force. 96.6.3 rad energy. Entropic dispersion 96.6.3.1 Introductory impulse 97.6.4 Vibration V oscillation 97.6.5 What a vibration is not 98.6.6 Wave propagation 99.6.7 Frequency 106.8 Law of cycles 107 Laws of being 103.7.1 Introduction 103.7.2 Rhythmical relations 104.7.2.1 Principle of rhythmic balanced interchange 104.7.2.2 Every individualized object assimilates itself 104.7.2.3 These modes are today much like phase 107.7.2.4 Thirds is usually a mathematical relationship of proportion 109.7.3 Threefold relations 109.7.3.1 Each of the above dynamics, 4, is a 13-part or current of a 33-stream 110.7.3.2 Ratios of harmonic and inharmonic potentials 111.7.43 Actions and laws of being 111.7.4.1 Law of sympathetic association 112.7.4.2 Law of assimilation 113.7.4.3 Law of attraction 113.7.4.4 Law of sympathetic oscillation 113.7.4.5 Infinite neutral mind centers and controls all motion 114.16 Contents 7.4.61 Substance is mind 115.7.53 Modes of vibration 117.7.5.1 Polarity, duality, bias and potential 117.7.63 Laws of being 118.7.6.1 Dominant mode 118.7.7 Table of modes Correspondences 127.7.1 The above dynamics are to the following effects. 127.7.2 Relations of thirds 121.7.83 Modes, currents and streams 121.7.8.1 Ratios and proportions of thirds 121.7.9 Evolution of matter 123.7.10 Neutral center 123.7.10.1 Center of sympathetic coincidence or neutral center 124.7.11 Centropy or mutual affinity 125.7.12 Subdivisions of individualized being 126.7.12.1 Table of subdivisions of matter and energy 126.7.13 Arithmetical and geometric progressions 127.7.14 Progressions of orders 127.7.15 Infinite range of vibration 127.7.16 Progression types 128.7.16.1 Arithmetic and geometrical progressions 128.7.173 Major orders 129.7.17.1 The above are not things 129.7.18 Controlling mode 137.18.1 Modes combine in unique proportions 137.19 Modes as actual components 137.20 Foundational concepts 131.7.20.1 Balance or equation of father-mother forces 131.7.21 Latent force 132.7.20 21.1 Matter is the result of three forces or modes of vibration. 132 7.21.2 Latent force, Keely. 135 7.22 Sympathy and resonance. 136 7.22.1 Attraction and a repulsion between all things. 136 7.23 Matter composed of molecules. 137 7.23.1 Attraction is an effect of centropy. 137 7.24 Molecules are sensitive to modes. 138 7.25 Oscillations of molecules. 138 7.26 Disturbance of equilibrium. 139 Contents. 17 7.26.1 Disturbance of equilibrium. Gravity. 147.276 Induces neutral radiation. 141 7.27.1 Seeming paradox. 142 7.27.2 Exciting the molecular mass. 142 7.28 Third is the dominant. 142 7.28.1 Harmonic resonant impulse. 142 7.29 The dominant or etheric mode. 143 7.29.1 Etheric current. 143 7.30 Centers of harmonized vibration. 144 7.31 Sympathetic outreach, sympathy/resonance field effect. 144 7.32 Etheric outreach. 145 7.32.1 Law of transmissive vibraic energy. 146 7.32.2 Etheric vibration is the cause of sympathetic association. 146 7.33 Chord of mass. 147 7.33.1 Qualifiers. 147 7.33.2 Law of harmonic pitch. 147 7.34 Controlling chord of mass. 147 7.34.1 Equilibrium or balance cannot exist. 148 7.34.2 Law of cycles. 148 7.34.3 Table of transformation over time. 148 7.34.4 Law of transformation of forces. 149 7.35 Harmonizing chord of mass. 149 7.36 Molecular oscillation. 149 7.37 Transmitting concordant impulses. 157.37.1 Law of vibrating atomolic substances. 157.37.2 Frequencies of the modes. 151 7.38 Vibratory rotation. 151 7.38.1 Microwave radiometer. 151 7.39 Rotation. 152 7.39.1 Medium for inducing a neutral center. 152 7.39.2 Keely on rotation. 153 7.39.3 Power of rotation. 155 7.39.4 Receptive transmittive concordance induces rotation. 156 7.39.5 Polar and bipolar differentiation result in motion. 156 7.39.6 Neutral center or fulcrum represents focalization. 157.7.39.7 Rotation of the ether produces condensation. 157.7.39.8 Controlling negative attractive. 158.7.39.9 Testing positive and negative rotation. 158.18 Contents. 7.39.10 Russell on rotation. 158.7.40 Controlling negative attraction. 159.7.41 Notes. 159.8 Modes of vibration. 161.8.12 Models of 3 modes. 161.8.23 Modes of vibration. 162.8.2.1 Compression or longitudinal wave or mode. 162.8.33 Modes of vibration. 162.8.3.1 Transverse or shear wave or mode. 163.8.3.2 Rayleigh, Lamb or love wave or mode. 163.8.4 Introduction to Keely's wave function. 165.8.5 Feynman morphology. 166.8.6 Footnotes. 169.9 Keely wave function. 171.9.1 Introduction to Keely's wave function. 171.9.1.1 Law of transformation of forces. 173.9.2 as ratios within a whole. 174.10 Proportions, ratios, of relative values. 179.10.1 Proportion. 179.10.2 Reciprocating proportionality. 180.10.3 Reciprocating proportionality. 181.10.4 Reciprocal proportion. 182.10.5 Reciprocals and proportions of motions and substance. 184.10.6 as ratios within a whole. 185.11 Universal heartbeat. 187.11.1 The love cycle. 188.12 Vortices and toroids. 201.12.1 Vortices. 201.12.2 Vortex components. 203.12.3 Vortex dynamics. 204.12.4 Vortex action is rotary. 204.12.5 Vortex center. 205.12.6 Vortex polar forces. 207 Contents. 19.12.7 Vortex periphery. 207.12.8 Vortex wall. 208.12.9 Toroid. 208.12.9.1 Sympathetic associative attraction. 209.12.9.2 Law of cycle. 210.12.9.3 Neutral center repulsion. 211.12.9.4 Periphery neutralization or depolarization. 212.12.10 Plane of inertia. 212.12.11 Free space. 213.12.12 Etheric envelopes. 215.13 Electricity and magnetism. 219.13.1 Electricity is a polar state dipole. 219.13.1.1 Voiding the dipole or polarity. 219.13.1.2 Conduction. 220.13.1.3 Polar and dipolar states. 220.13.2 Keely on electricity. 220.13.3 Russell on electricity. 226.13.4 Tesla on electricity. 230.13.4.1 Summary. 232.14 Gravity. 233.14.1 Keely on gravity. 233.14.2 Keely and anti-gravity. 235.14.3 Levitation experiments. 237.14.4 Russell on Gravity 240 15 Bibliography and references 243 AI, Laws of Being 247 B2, Laws of Being 255 C3, Ultimate Constitution of Matter 263 20 Contents List of Figures 1 Example of an analog zither as acoustic source 8.3.1 Opposite polar forces void. Combine as 147 4.1 Universal seesaw balancing seeming opposites 54 4.2 From the one comes the many 63 4.3 Coincidental forces meet at center 66 4.4 Neutral center, creator of nebula and galaxies 67 4.5 Keely's compound disintegrator 68 4.6 Liberating and measuring etheric vapor pressures 69 4.7 An earlier liberator design 74.8 Sympathy links all centers to all other centers 71 4.9 Neutral center is mind or consciousness of God 72 4.10 Neutral center is as mind or consciousness 73 4.11 Syntropy winding up force to 4 center 76 4.12 Entropy unwinding energy to zero plane of inertia 77 4.13 Russell's 4 center of polar opposition 78 4.14 Cavitation is an example of the law of cycles 79 5.1 Whole and split mind 85 5.2 Red and blue halves of the visible light spectrum 89 5.3 Red and blue halves of polar states 96.14 Phases of a wave or oscillation 107.1 Sympathetic vibration Entanglement 107.7.2 Chart showing location of the three mode frequencies 108.7.3 Triune forces / modes / proportions combined as one force 110.7.4 Typical triplet chords in Keely's charts 111.7.5 From the one comes the many 115.21.22 List of figures 7.6 Mind centers all motion 116.7.7 Every point in the universe is a gravitative center 124.7.8 Table of 7 subdivisions or orders 126.7.9 Keely motor activated by slow-released etheric vapor 134.7.10 Keely's cannon fired by quick release of etheric vapor 135.7.11 Table of transformation of forces over time 148.7.12 Globe motor actuated by rotary vibratory dynamics 153.7.13 Keely's globe motor and provisional engine 154.7.14 Keely and his globe motor or dynasphere 154.7.15 Bond's replication of the globe motor or dynasphere 155.8.1 Coiled spring showing longitudinal wave 162.8.2 Compression and rarefaction in a wave 163.8.3 Transverse wave 163.8.4 Relationship of three modes 164.8.5 Suppositional math and symbolic structure 165.8.6 Feynman's triplet structures of the proton and neutron 166.8.7 Table of ranges of forces, forms and laws 167.10.11 Balanced whole and two reciprocating dynamics 181 10.2 Plane of inertia 183 10.3 Scale of 0 to 4 to 0 183 10.4 Nested cubes or increasing and decreasing proportions 184 11.1 Universal heartbeat 187 11.2 Neutral center 4 extension to periphery 0 191 11.3 The basic formula of creation 198 11.4 Formula of rhythmic balanced interchange 199 12.1 Differential densities, pressures and masses 202 12.2 Tornado vortex 203 12.3 Vortex showing a few of its many components 204 12.4 The dipolar one divides into duality, polarity 206 12.5 Triune forces of a vortex 207 12.6 Typical idealized torus, toroid or donut concept 208 12.7 Ideally toroids are two vortices meeting apex to apex 209 12.8 Wave elements of time, compression and dispersion 210 12.9 Compression to center then equatorial dispersion 211 12.104 At center of transformation 211 List of figures 23 12.11 Dipolar state at plane of inertia 212 12.12 Triune polar forces as one force about a common center 213 12.13 3 double vortices 214 12.14 Keely's 3 envelopes or shells 215 12.15 3 overlapping envelopes or shells Sealing poles 216 13.1 Neutral center governing seeming opposite potential states 222 13.2 Triune forces of magnetic field in magnet 225 13.3 White light of mind divided into red and blue halves 227 13.4 Attractive, centropic, power of electricity 228 13.5 Polar dynamics of electricity 229 14.1 Keely's experimental airship 237 14.2 Levitating weights 238 14.3 Gravity wave bar and poles 241 24 List of figures List of tables 5.1 Keely's 7 subdivisions of matter and energy 86 7.13 Polarity states and effects 118 7.2 Table of mode correspondences 127.3 Some mode effects 127.4 Thirds, sixths and ninths 121 7.5 Mode frequency ranges 128 7.6 Hypothetical controlling modes and proportions 137.7 Thirds, sixths and ninths intervals 148.1 Modes of vibration 166 8.2 Table of attributes of the three modes 168 8.3 Keely's three modes, subdivision, octave and law 168 9.1 Ranges of forces vibration forms types and laws 173 9.2 Neutral, thirds, energy radiates from center, sixths, force contracts to center, ninths, 176, 25 26 List of tables Chapter 1 Ether as a working fluid 1.1 Something old something new Has the Victorian ether one been rediscovered? I believe it has. Science has been browbeat to never ever use the term ether or else. Such a threat has perpetuated a clear state of ignorance in direct proportion to holding back true scientific progress. The too often used blanket statement ether does not exist is nothing short of dogma and therefore decidedly unscientific. But no one, openly, questions that statement out of reactionary inquisitional fear. Had any questioned it, they would have seen the term ether is 1, a general concept and not specific, and 2, there is obviously something unseen and unacknowledged operating at finer levels of 3, classifications or states of matter and energy. It would require a book-length expose to show not only does the ether exist and has always existed, but it is now being seen by conventional science under different eyes, because the general catch-all term elemental particle is being applied to a multitude of new classifications of subatomic or quantum entities, both elementary and composite. We could take all these new quantum entities or higher classifications of matter and energy states and interactions and lump them under the term ether, and we would then know what ether is. Ether to SVP is simultaneously a classification or state and, depending on context, a thing. This puts us into a nice position of understanding what Keely called ether, etheric vapor too, etc., and still be on a solid scientific footing which none could successfully. 1 Ether 2 Etheric Vapor 2728 Chapter 1. Ether as a working fluid assay. Quark gluon plasma, QGP. The strength of the color force means that unlike the gas-like plasma, quark gluon plasma, QGP, behaves as a near-ideal Fermi liquid, although research on flow characteristics is ongoing. In the quark matter phase diagram, QGP is placed in the high-temperature, high-density regime, whereas ordinary matter is a cold and rarefied mixture of nuclei and vacuum, and the hypothetical quark stars would consist of relatively cold, but dense quark matter. 3. Compare the above description to liquid ether. The atomic force substance is what is termed the ether, which fills all space and is the transmitting medium for all celestial and terrestrial forces. This is the liquid ether of occult science. Keely both named substance are 1, subatomic entities, 2, liquids, and are 3, conducting or transmitting 5 mediums of, for diverse forces. I do not at this point consider QCP as elementary, as it is a composite conventionally classified within the very high energy state of matter and energy. It therefore ought to be classified to correlate with Keely's interetheric subdivision 6. To ferret out all this new information, one could begin with the svpwiki.com page's state and subdivision, then proceed to Wikipedia, states of matter, etc. Again, many volumes could be researched and written about this one aspect of SVP correlated to conventional science. 1.2 Energy levels. For the purposes of this document, ether, quantum energy level substances, is considered as a working fluid, not unlike refrigerants in a cooling system where liquid is converted into gas state then back to liquid state by varying pressure and temperature. Molecular substances that can undergo this type of repeating phase change without changing their chemistry are called 3 Wikipedia/quark gluon plasma 4 etheric 5 connecting link 6 subdivision 1.3. Classification of energy levels, states, orgone phases. 29 Azeotropic fluids, of which there are a great variety on the market. The only thing that changes within such a system is the wave function 7, mathematically defined state, of the working fluid. In this context, ether, being and viewed as an azeotropic fluid, may be, generally speaking, molecular, as in liquid water or water vapor, composed of molecules, atomic, as in hydrogen and oxygen, and composed of atoms, etheric, as in electrons, protons, neutrons, photons, quarks and gluons, etc., of which there are a great variety. Composed of quantum entities, hence there are many types and variations of these three main classifications, each possessing their own identifying state or wave function. These states or wave functions are interchangeable according to Keely's law of transformation of forces 8. The first two above states operate within what is called classical physics, sometimes called Newtonian physics, 3D, materiality, Maya, etc., and obey its laws. The third state or classification operates within non-classical physics, sometimes referred to as quantum physics, quantum mechanics, quantum electrodynamics, subtle energy physics, mind physics, scalar physics or spiritual physics. As is well known, the third state or classification of non-classical physics does not operate according to principles of classical physics, even though many foolishly attempt to apply classical physics laws to these subtler, non-classical, states of matter and energy. 1.3 Classification of energy levels, states or phases. SVP establishes a 7-level matter and energy classification having the three main divisions of molecule, atom and ether. The modern classification is not as simple or neat. Modern science has identified multiple classes or types of associations of quantum entities. Several of these associative states are theoretical, meaning they are hypothesized but not yet proven. Several 7-wave function 8 Law of Transformation of Forces 30 Chapter 1. Ether as a working fluid. Others are well established and accepted. 9 The modern states that are listed below may be associated with Keely's etheric state or subdivision are, but not limited to I. Low-temperature states, superfluid Bose-Einstein condensate, fermionic condensate, Rydberg molecule, quantum Hall state, strange matter, photonic matter. 2. High-energy states, degenerate matter, quark gluon matter. 10. Color glass condensate. 3. Very high-energy states. The high-energy states may be considered in this document as states of ether, of which there are countless variations. It is not our intent to delve into the intricate details of these states. It is, however, our intent to explore and clarify how some aspects of these etheric states associate, behave and have their being. These high-energy states, as defined as ether or atomolic substances. The atomolic substance is what is termed the ether, which fills all space and is the transmitting medium for all celestial and terrestrial forces. This 9 Wikipedia, States of Matter. 10s of Wiki.com, Quark gluon plasma. 1.4. Michelson-Morley. 31 is the liquid ether of occult science. Keely. For convenience sake we will use the term atomolic in place of etheric in our subsequent definitions. Keely. 11 1.4 Michelson-Morley. Keely's quantum discovery work preceded even the discovery of the electron in the early 1890s. 12. Keely's pioneering work with splitting the atom into its constituent quantum elements predates quantum mechanics and quantum physics by decades. This accomplishment 13 predates any officially recognition fields such as these existing within quantum realms of matter and energy, because they didn't exist to Victorian science unless it be referred to as ether. In fact, the atom was considered as indivisible by orthodox science of that day. No scientist or engineer of that time period had a clue what Keely was doing because his ideas were never suspected by science or engineering. In consequence, he developed his own terms which worked for him as he applied his findings to design and operate his innovative hybrid quantum Mechanical devices 1415 of diverse designs and purposes, mostly to prove out his theories as he constructed his paradigm of sympathetic vibratory physics, which he sometimes called vibratory etheric physics or simply vibratory physics. Of course, as there were no other scientists or engineers aware of quantum mechanics and physics in Keely's day, there was no one who could understand or verify what he was doing. The best they could do, the honest ones of integrity, was to witness Keely's demonstrations and report what they thought they saw without offering any explanations. 16. The dishonest ones, or those who felt threatened by knowledge they knew nothing about, despite their lofty degrees, condemned everything Keely did as fraud or fakery. 17. From the above and with 20/20 hindsight we can see the Michelson-Morley 11 dashed against the rock, p. 4712 depends who you ask. 13. Keely's accomplishments 14. Etheric or quantum forces powering mechanical machines 15. Keely's mechanical inventions and instruments 16. Eyewitness accounts 17. Was Keely a fraud? 32. Chapter 1. Ether as a working fluid experiment did not prove the ether did not exist. It simply proved the ether, or the now known to exist high-energy states, could not be detected or measured with his crude equipment built and operated with their incomplete classical physics paradigm that did not include non-classical physics, even though is what they were hoping to verify. Keely said etheric substances are so tenuous as to pass through seeming solid matter as wind through a coarse sieve. If his view is correct, there was no possibility Michelson and Morley were going to impede or measure any resistance caused by ether. The negative sympathetic polar stream is the magnetic flow proper, and it is in sympathetic coincidence. 18. With the second atomic flow, the electric current is the first and second order of atomic vibration, a dual force, the flow of which is too tenuous to displace the molecules. It can no more do so than the flow from a magnet can displace the molecules of a glass plate when it is passed under it. The flow from a magnet is too fine to disturb the plate molecules, but passes as freely between them as a current of air would through a coarse sieve. Underlines added 19. 1.5 Etheric or quantum carriers. These high-energy states or tenuous substances are carriers or conductors of subtle imperceptible forces or disturbances that once excited will manifest as other perceptible detectable phenomena. These streaming forces are Keely's sympathetic streams. 20. These fine subtle forces are therefore the unseen and often unsuspected scalar or causative forces manifesting as other lower frequency coarser effects of attraction, repulsion and rotation. This book is about identifying and manipulating these subtle unseen constituent forces that we may be enabled to create desirable effects such as magnetism, electricity, health, gravity effects, rotation and all of their attributes and variations. As carriers of excitation or disturbances. 21. They are therefore as connecting. 18. Sympathetic coincidence. 19. Keely, attraction, propulsion etc. 16.21, magnetic flow. 20. Sympathetic streams. 21. 13.12.1, disturbance of equilibrium. 1.5. Etheric orgone quantum carriers. 33. Links. 22. Between the 7 subdivisions. 23. Of matter and energy states, thus affecting transformations or transmutations of these energy states. 24. Between themselves, whether moving into or out of higher or lower energy ranges, manifesting as centralizations or, as more commonly called, Particles. 25 These unseen and unacknowledged subtler forces are the constructive constituent elements making up the wave function of all known states of matter and energy. One of the more significant attributes of this Dirac-like 26 substratum of the universe is its vibratory uniformity and harmony, establishing a sympathy between centers or centralizations which modern science now calls quantum entanglement. Keely called this ubiquitous harmonic state of being between entities sympathetic association and is governed by the law of sympathetic association. 27. The active link between centralizations or particles is their inherent vibrations and oscillations. When these periodic motions form unisons or harmony between secondary and tertiary harmonics are called sympathetic vibration and sympathetic oscillation. It is this sympathy between periodic motions that is the cause and link seen in action at a distance. 28 Phenomena such as quantum entangle. 29 Meant, remote viewing, mind-to-mind. 30 Communication, telepathy, telekinetic actions, etc. 31 As we will see, another synonym for this universal sympathetic attribute of and between all centralized energy states, centralizations, particles, is love, as one. 22 Connecting link. 23 Subdivision, state. 24 Law of transformation of forces. 25 Connecting link, vibratory physics, the connecting link between mind and matter, the connecting link between mind and matter, Keely's progress, Part 2. 26 Dirac 27 Law of sympathetic association. 28 Action at a distance. 29 Telepathy. 30 Mind-to-mind. 31 Action at a distance. 34 Chapter 1 Ether as a working fluid. Chapter 2 Love in Science and Physics. 2.1 First and foremost, love is sympathy. First and foremost, love is sympathy, or that which connects, entangles, all things to all else. In SVP, sympathy does not mean feeling sorry but means feeling the same as one or one with. Some might call this empathy, harmonization, resonance, bonding, coupling or entanglement. Point 1 Love is the creative force of all that is. 2.2 Love in Science and Physics. 2.2.1 Sympathy essential. This harmonious high-energy state of matter and energy is everywhere the same. It, by its nature, is that which connects everything to everything else. Without this unity of being, the universe would be fragmented, separate and discontinuous. It is a universal bonding agent without discontinuities. Should anything be disturbed, everything else responds in like fashion as their essences, constituent elements, are entangled. 1 Sympathetic association, law of sympathetic association, law of assimilation, harmony, affinity, attraction, awareness, knowing, universal love, Christ, science, truth, coupling. 2 Dialogue on Awakening, page 160. 35-36 Chapter 2 Love in Science and Physics. Where there is no sympathy there can be no love, for love is sympathy. 3.2.2.2 The state or condition of sympathetic association. The state or condition known as love is important to science and physics because this state or condition is what underlies and connects all seeming individuated things. Love is a condition or state of vibration that links or entangles all things to all other things everywhere, essentially eliminating time and space. Which is to say, all things are quantum entangled. This statement appears false as we do not perceive it to be the case when we see everything as seemingly being separate and distinct. Our perception, opinion, is of the physical or molecular state, form and color of things. For instance, A rock is a molecular mass appearing to have an individual existence all by itself. So we see the mass which we can pick up and move it around and not physically see a connection to any other thing or rock, not realizing the rock as a portion of the earth and is resonant to the earth, else it would not remain either on the earth or in a molecular state or both. Should we consider just the electrons and photons making up everything that is, regardless of location, as being essentially the same, vibratorily speaking, how can they not be entangled? 2.2.3 Looking at the substance of a rock. Looking at the substance of a rock, for instance, we know 1. It is composed of molecules which are composites of atoms. 2. These atoms are composed of electrons, protons and neutrons. 3. These elementary entities are composed of photons. 4. Photons are composed of quarks. 4. 5. All these above entities vibrate and oscillate perpetually at given rates and amplitudes and as modulated by their near and far vibratory environment. 6. That individual objects of the same frequencies or chords of frequencies are sympathetically linked or entangled to and with each other. As every type of 3 Vera Vita, the philosophy of sympathy. 4 https://n.wikipedia.org Web link Structure Function 2.2. Love in Science and Physics. 37 Quark, photon and electron are essentially the same. 5 No matter where they are, we can say all these particles are sympathetically linked or entangled to each other to varying degrees or gradients. They have the same or very similar wave functions. 7.2.2.4 Sympathy connects everything. Thus this underlying sympathy that dynamically connects these seeming individual entities is the unseen connecting link. 8 That connects them all. This connecting link functions on the 6th and 7th subdivisions 9 of matter and energy and permeates all forms of matter, whether in solid or fluid form. 2.2.5 Sympathy is simply another word for love. Sympathy is simply another word for that state of being known as love, harmony, coupled or quantum entanglement. 2.2.6 Sympathy is attractive. It is this sympathy or sympathetic affinity of vibration or oscillation rates that binds, unites or coheres like entities to one another, whether they are quarks, atoms or people individually or in groups. This property of vibratory attraction was demonstrated by Carl Bjerknes in 1881 and is a fundamental dynamic of SVP. 11 Likewise, vibratory attraction is the cause of syntropy. 12, negative entropy. 13, another basic and important dynamic of SVP. 5 Notwithstanding near and far, seen and unseen vibratory influences and or modulations. 6 Wave function. 7 Entanglement, subdivision. 8 Connecting link. 9 Subdivision. 10 Carl Anton Bjerknes. 11 Bjerknes effect, law of attraction, syntropy. 12 Syntropy. 13 Negentropy. 38 Chapter 2. Love in Science and Physics. 2.2.7 Individuated complex wave functions. Having said all that, it must be also stated that no two electrons are exactly the same compound chord of frequencies, complex wave function or spectra, at any given moment in time and location in space. They do all possess certain standard chord configurations in common, else they would be something other than electrons. Each has a slight and ever-changing variation dependent upon modulating forces such as local gravity, electric and magnetic influences, pressures, temperatures, etc. If these subtle differences were not present, then destroying one electron would destroy them all, and as we see a continuity happening with the universe, we can see this completely entangled sympathy does not occur on the electron subdivision. Some aspects of electrons are fully entangled, other aspects not so much. On the other hand, should we progress to the next subdivision, the photonic or light, we see a higher degree of sympathy or harmony between the photons than the sympathy that exists between electrons. This is because there are less frequency parameters, simpler chord or signature, to a photon than has a larger group of photons manifesting as an electron. Likewise, we can advance to the next higher subdivision of quarks and notice there is again another higher degree or Q of sympathy than with the lower grosser photon or electron subdivisions. There is yet another higher level of subdivision which Keely called the compound interetheric or undifferentiated mind, force and substance. He indicated this level is not differentiated and is wholly sympathetic unto and within itself. A pure, latent, sympathy, if you will, being, of course pure love or oneness of vibratory being. Religions have called this state or condition of total love or sympathy many names, from God, Nirvana, Allah, Jehovah, Heaven, etc. 2.2.8 The state of pure sympathy. This state of pure sympathy acting in a highly sympathetic medium, etheric, quantum subdivisions, means no matter what happens anywhere in this sympathetic medium, such is communicated to all of the mediums simultaneously, and the velocity of communication is near instantaneous. 14 Now, is not this instant awareness or knowing of what is going on regardless of distance, space, an omniscience? Is this not a self-awareness of the underlying universal matrix we call the universe? Does this interconnectedness not account 14 quasiparticles carry entanglement to near infinite speeds? 2.2 Love in Science and Physics. 39 For shared mind phenomena such as remote viewing, clairvoyance, spooky action at a distance, and telepathy. 15 This background or ground state sympathy was established when quiescent divine self-awareness occurred and before active thought or thinking began. This state is not unlike the initiatory void of Genesis. An undifferentiated state of perfect continuity without extension. The originating state of neutrality of a neutral center cannot change, but its effects once disturbed are always changing. 15 Mind Force. The hidden scalar force. 40 Chapter 2 Love in Science and Physics. Chapter 3 Sympathy. 3.1 Sympathy is love, or that which connects, entangles, all things to all else. When the frequency of vibrations are one, there is unison and sympathetic resonance. 1. In SVP, sympathy does not mean feeling sorry but is feeling the same as, one with, as one, concordant, harmonic or entangled with identical or near-identical states with near-identical wave functions. 2 With this insight we can see sympathy is a vibratory state of matter and energy with its own wave form, spectra and wave function. It is a real state or condition existing throughout nature and is a condition we can know, understand and engineer. 3. For instance, between two tuning forks exists this state of sympathy, sympathetic vibration or sympathetic association. The sympathetic vibrations and oscillations originating from each fork and active between them creating this shared state, can be modified to increase or decrease the state of sympathy existing between them. The fact that they are sympathetic and co-vibrate together is called resonance, which only occurs within this state or condition of sympathetic association via sympathetic vibrations and oscillations. 1. Sympathetic resonance. 2. Concord, harmony, affinity, attraction, awareness, knowing, universal love, Christ, science, truth, coupling 3 engineering with love, zvbookstore.com 4142 Chapter 3. Sympathy 3.1.1 Infinitely small centers. The infinitely small strings of the string theory are a classical physics concept of oscillating physical strings extrapolated to the non-classical quantum realm and is a non-sequitur. Such is an attempt to apply known or assumed classical oscillation dynamics associated with an oscillating 3D or physical string, which are also poorly understood and in error, as an answer or postulate to address presumed quantum dynamics. 4 Should we replace the hypothetical infinitely small oscillating strings as held in the string theory with infinitely small constructive, virtual or actively created by virtue of dynamics and purpose, centers that vibrate, pulsate and oscillate like tuning forks? It can be seen how every center is sympathetic, in sympathy, with every other center and are therefore quantum entangled, that is, sympathetic to one another. All of these centers form one continuous continuum of sympathetic, entangled, centers and is everywhere throughout space, permeating every seeming separate or seemingly individualized object. What connects all these sympathetic centers is a state of etheric level high-grade sympathy, creating a condition of sympathetic association, one with all others. 5. This would of course imply a single fundamental tone or frequency at the very heart, core of the universe. Keely called these centralizations of orchestrated motion attomoles. 6. Therefore what is experienced by one center is to a degree experienced by all other centers regardless of time and space. Being mutually responsive to excitation where all are aware of all others, we may term this continuum the whole undifferentiated mind of the universe. Mind or consciousness being synonyms for Keely's compound interetheric state. Some over the years have referred to this continuum and its sensitive responsive properties as God and have erroneously anthropomorphized it, even though it is the root of awareness and cognition. Being sympathetic, these centers can be stimulated or excited by an appropriate exciter. 7. That exciter being clear focused mind force, thought, volition or idea. 8 Other different state excitations, stimulations, on coarser molecules and atomic substances could be acoustical, electrical, microwave or physical or similar. 4 See Chapter 6, What is vibration? 5 Law of assimilation. 6 Attomoles. 7 Exciter. 8 What is sympathy? 3.1 Sympathy is love. 43 3.1.2 Attomoles. Attomoles, atom equals unit plus mole equals power unit, are primordial particles, preferably centralizations, filling all space. Attomoles are elementary units of matter uniform in size and weight, and exist in solid, liquid, gaseous, and isolated forms. Plural atomolini. 9 The attomoles are made up of atomolini, singular atomolinous. The subdivision of matter from this point is beyond man's power, as at this point it escapes all control of apparatus, passing through glass and hardened steel as a luminous flame without heat, which is hardly seen before it vanishes, a perpetual flame coldly luminous. 10 The atomic substance is what is termed the ether, which fills all space and is the transmitting medium for all celestial and terrestrial forces. This is the liquid ether of occult science. 1112 3.1.3 Records of motion are seeds. Walter Russell refers to these excitable, plastic, centers, when considered as one continuous continuum, as points of 4++, voiding and dispersion, and as seeds or ideas. These seed centers correspond to Keely's neutral centers, conditions of birth to all seeming things in a progressive evolutionary manner. Records of motion are seeds for repetition of motion. In the seed is desire for manifesting imaged forms of idea. All forms are waveforms. All waveforms unfold from seed records of those waveforms. 13-9 Keely 10 Keely, 1893 11 Keely, 1893 12 Connecting link 13 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 137 44 Chapter 3. Sympathy 3.2 Neutral center of the Earth in setting the conditions of molecular sympathetic transmission by wire, writes Keely. The same law calls for the harmonious adjustment of the thirds, to produce a non-intermittent flow of sympathy. Intermission means failure here. That differential molecular volume is required, in two different mediums of molecular density, to destroy differentiation. 14 of sympathetic flow, seems at first sight to controvert the very law established by the great Creator, which constitutes harmony, a paradoxical position which has heretofore misled physicists who have propounded and set forth most erroneous doctrines, because they have accepted the introductory conditions, discarding their sympathetic surroundings. The volume of the neutral center of the Earth is of no more magnitude than the one of a molecule. The sympathetic conditions of one can be reached in the same time as the other by its coincident chord. 15.3.2.1 Force of sympathy. There is no force in all creation more real or more powerful than the force of sympathy. 16 Sympathy may be considered a force because it provides a harmonizing modulation. Where there is discord or inharmonicity, sympathy exerts an influence, of its own accord and nature, converting or transforming that imbalance back to balance or harmony. Discord, entropy or differentiation may be considered as a disturbance of equilibrium, which imbalance is restored by sympathy, harmony or balance being the natural eigenfrequency, waveform and wave function, of the universal matrix, with preponderance of syntropy during growth and a preponderance of entropy during death. 3.2.2 Sympathy is the essence of life. Sympathy, like a human electricity, is the essence of life. 17.14 Differentiation 15 Keely, Law of Sympathetic Association 16 David Sinclair, A New Creed. The Book 17 David Sinclair, A New Creed. The Book 3.2. Neutral Center of the Earth 45 There is a celestial mind force, a great sympathetic force which is life itself, of which everything is composed. 18 Keely 19 Life is creative, and is the manifestation of that energy, that oneness, which may never be wholly discerned or discovered in materiality, and yet is the basis of all motivative forces and influences in the experiences of an individual. 24 Life or life force 21 To be creative it must be syntropic, that building process of assimilating elements its environment, to itself. As this life force cannot be discerned strictly in materiality or the 3D classical world, it must be of the unseen non-classical scalar forces such as mind. Hence Keely's use of the term celestial mind force 22, also known as celestial radiation 23. 3.2.3 Sympathy is as syntropy and electricity. The powers of electricity have not hitherto been observed, nor have the origin and importance of sympathy. The electric marvels of the present day were in electricity thousands of years ago, but there was no practical observer to utilize them. Sympathy is as everlasting and all-powerful as electricity is. Men, in their honest research for human happiness, will put it to the test, and the new insight it will give to life will be more marvelous than the marvels of electricity. 24 What David Sinclair 25 is saying here is sympathy as a force or state exists and can be engineered. That science has not recognized this state of being existing and operating as an ubiquitous construct of the universe is lamentable. Keely recognized it to such an extent he has able to utilize its properties in his science and incorporated it as a usable function in their dynamics. It is a simple fact that unless a property is acknowledged to exist 18 life 19 celestial radiation 20 case, 2012 121 life force 22 celestial mind force 23 celestial radiation 24 David Sinclair, A New Creed The Book 25 David Sinclair 46 Chapter 3. Sympathy It cannot be utilized. We can look at this state of being as a restorative force. Natural systems are in a state of equilibrium. Sympathy, as a pre-existing condition of dynamic systems, will restore that balance or equilibrium should the system be disturbed. This self-acting and self-correcting functional dynamic, unseen by classical and non-classical science and lay alike, is a core functional principle in sympathetic vibratory physics. Taking the metaphor of an undisturbed seesaw quietly sitting in a horizontal position, we can see it will tend to re-level itself once disturbed. It will return to its horizontal position. Or a pendulum will come to rest, balance, is moved off-center, disturbed out of rest or balance. Likewise, we know a given volume of atmosphere is essentially in balance between dry hot expanding air and cold contracting moist air. When a cold wet front approaches a volume hot dry air, the localized atmospheric system is then out of balance between the two volumes. The rebalancing occurs when the two volumes come together with the unseen desire 26 to rebalance themselves by one attempting to become the other. This seeming antagonistic action is what Walter Russell called voiding 27. This voiding action can be gentle or it can be violent as a tornado depending on time and polarity or bias difference between the two states or conditions. This desire to void or rebalance, to become as one, is born of sympathy and the nature of sympathetic associations where all unlike, seemingly opposite, participant forces or states desire to be alike, in balance or harmony. Hence we see throughout nature seeming opposite poles of electricity voiding against or through each other in a spark or load, opposite poles of a magnetic adhere as one and opposite sexes drawing together and assimilating each other. 26 Desire 27 Voiding 3.2. Neutral center of the Earth 47, Figure 3.1. Opposite polar forces void, combine as one image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link magnet1.jpg After voiding, Keely's neutralization 28, or becoming dipolar or neutral, each pole or participant in the voiding action returns to its original state of unbalance or near so. 29 This return from dipolar to polar is of course time dependent. 3.2.4 The rate of acceleration of sympathy is enormous. Sympathy exists between all centers. It is as an etheric connecting link 30 stronger and denser than hardened steel. Because transmission or propagation increases with density, its rate of extension or propagation is enormous. It is a law of falling bodies that they steadily increase their speed. So is it with this great power of sympathy when once it is started. Its rate of acceleration is enormous. A force that is once created can never be destroyed, and there is no force in all creation more real or more powerful than the force of sympathy. It may be stored up and hidden as energy is in fossil vegetable matter. It is a great created power, latent in the hand of the Creator, and at the command of the creature. 3128 Neutralization 29 in Figure 3.1 NC equals, Neutral Center 30 Connecting Link 31 David Sinclair, A New Creed The Book 48 Chapter 3. Sympathy 3.2.5 Sympathetic associative force is what modern cosmologists would have us believe was evolved by blind chance out of the inherent potentialities of primordial chaos. This glorious system of spiritual physics demonstrates as dependent upon the relationship between mind and matter, showing whence the initial impulse comes which sets in motion machinery of unimagined complexity, on given lines, toward a prescribed end. Chance, as has been said, is in no sense a force, but merely the sway of a balance of forces already in action. Sir Isaac Newton taught that there is such consistency in nature that what lies wholly beneath the region of visibility may be safely inferred to be similar to that which is gross enough to be palpable to sense, and Keely, reasoning on this line, has copied nature in his mechanical work. I call this indefinable, latent element, he writes, the soul of the sympathetic elements in which it manifests itself, and which until now has been locked up in their interstitial embrace. It is the leader of all triple streams, associated with the polar negative envelope of our planet and the one most sympathetically concordant to celestial radiation. In our individual organisms, the latent soul forces, existing in the cerebral domain, are sympathetically subservient to the celestial radiating force whereby they are stimulated into action in controlling the movements of our bodies. Take away this latent element from the brain and the physical organism becomes an inert, dead mass, on the same order as a mechanical device without an energy to operate it. The polar negative machine is a mechanical brain, with all the adjuncts associated with it to sympathetically receive and distribute the polar negative force. Its sympathetic transmitter, corresponding to our Sun in our planetary system, transmitting all energy from the central sun of the universe, is the medium whereby sympathetic concordance is established between it and polar sympathy. The requisites for polarizing and depolarizing keep up the action of the machine as long as it is associated with the transmitter. The force which operates the mechanical is the same as that which operates the physical brain, purely mental, emanating from celestial outreach. There is nothing in the range of philosophy which so satisfies the intellect as the comprehension of this wondrous system of sympathetic association, planned by the Creator of the celestial and terrestrial universe, for the government of all forms of matter. 3.2. Neutral center of the Earth 49 Nature cannot rebel against herself. The flowers of spring cannot resist the sympathetic force which calls them into bloom, any more than the latent force in intermolecular spaces can rebel and remain in neutral depths when sympathetic vibration calls it forth. What is the soul but life in latent suspension? The motion exhibited in matter shows that its soul is ever present, and yet there are men of great learning, as taught in the schools, who, after spending their lives in researching all forms of matter, deny that all living things depend on one everlasting Creator and Ruler, in whom they live and move and have their being through all time, as much as when He first breathed into them the breath of celestial radiation, and to whom they are as closely allied, still, by the workings of the great cosmical law of sympathetic association, as when the evolutionary work of creation commenced. The ancients were far better schooled in spiritual philosophy than are we of the present age. Their mythological records, in their symbolical meaning, prove this fact. They recognized this latent element as the very breath of the Almighty, the sympathetic outflow of the Trinity of Force, the triple spiritual essence of God Himself. Their conceptions of deity were greater and truer than our own. From them we learn that when God said "Let there be light," He liberated the latent celestial element that illuminates the world, that when He breathed into man the breath of life, He impregnated him with that latent soul element that made him a living and moving being. 32 3.2.6 Sympathy is entanglement when object A is in sympathy with object B. A is aware, responsive, of what happens to B and B is aware of what happens to A. As there is an innate or natural vibratory sympathy, sympathetic association of vibration and oscillation, between all things or objects, all things and objects are aware, responsive, of all that is happening, everywhere and all the time regardless of time and space. This property or condition of sympathetic association has been called by many names throughout humanity's long evolution: entanglement, omniscience, coupling, God, and all its variations, non-locality, mind, love, remote viewing, clairvoyance, celestial sympathetic radia. 32 Keely from The Veil Withdrawn 50 Chapter 3. Sympathetian, Brahma, cosmic consciousness, etc. 33 3.3 Sympathy defined. It is important to understand what sympathy is, as it plays a tremendous and an all-important role in how the universe and all it contains works. Sympathy is a state or condition that occurs between all centers and is an inherent property of these centers. 1. Where there is no sympathy there can be no love, for love is sympathy. 34 2. Noun, a relation of affinity or harmony between people or things. Whatever affects one correspondingly affects the others. 35 3. Noun, in natural history, a propension of inanimate things to unite, or to act on each other. Thus we say, there is a sympathy between the lodestone and iron. 36 4. Sympathy is a force, as material as sound, light and heat. For the sake of being popularly understood, sympathy as a force is here, in a general sense, sometimes spoken of in a kind of figurative way as a message on the telegraph wire, etc. In a more particular way it will now be scientifically explained as a force, as material as sound, light and heat. We speak of the sun's rays as if each ray were some simple element, and yet easily carry in our minds the fact that each ray is composed of light and heat. So this philosophy speaks of this ether as a mere lineal connecting rod between the creature and creator. If the analogy between the sun's rays and the ether be closely followed, it will be seen that wisdom, truth, and sympathy are the same thing, and travel on the ether lines 37 exactly as light and heat do on the sun's rays. 38 5. Pertaining to or produced by sympathy. 33 Dale Pond, November 21, 2010. 34 Viravita, The Philosophy of Sympathy. 35 Sympathetic Vibration. 36 Webster's 1828 Dictionary. 37 Connecting Link. 38 David Sinclair, Viravita, The Philosophy of Sympathy. 3.3. Sympathy defined. 51 6. The mutual relation between parts more or less distant, whereby a change in the one has an effect upon the other. 39 7. A real or supposed affinity between certain things, by virtue of which they are similarly or correspondingly affected by the same influence, affect or influence one another, especially in some hidden, unseen way, or attract or tend towards each other. 8. A relation between two bodily organs or parts, or between two persons or things, such that disorder, or any condition, of the one induces a corresponding condition in the other. 9. Agreement, accord, harmony, consonance, concord, agreement in qualities, likeness, conformity, correspondence. 10. Conformity of feelings, inclinations, or temperament, which makes persons agreeable to each other, community of feelings, harmony of disposition. 11. The quality or state of being affected by the condition of another with a feeling similar or corresponding to that of the other, the fact or capacity of entering into or sharing the feelings of another or others, fellow feeling. Also, a feeling or frame of mind evoked by and responsive to some external influence. 4012, sympathy, N, PL. Sympathies. F. Sympathy, L. Sympathia, GR, with plus suffering, passion, FR, to suffer. C. Sin, and pathos. 13. Feeling corresponding to that which another feels, the quality of being affected by the affection of another, with feelings correspondent in kind, if not in degree, fellow feeling. 14. An agreement of affections or inclinations, or a conformity of natural temperament, which causes persons to be pleased, or in accord, with one another, as, there is perfect sympathy between them. 39. Blackiston's New Gould Medical Dictionary, The Blackiston Company, 1949. First edition. 40. Source unknown, underline added 52. Chapter 3. Sympathy. 15. Kindness of feeling toward one who suffers, pity, commiseration, compassion. 16. Physiol, A. The reciprocal influence exercised by the various organs or parts of the body on one another, as manifested in the transmission of a disease by unknown means from one organ to another quite remote, or in the influence exerted by a diseased condition of one part on another part or organ, as in the vomiting produced by a tumor of the brain. B. That relation which exists between different persons by which one of them produces in the others a state or condition like that of himself. This is shown in the tendency to yawn which a person often feels on seeing another yawn, or the strong inclination to become hysteric experienced by many women on seeing another person suffering with hysteria. 17. A tendency of inanimate things to unite, or to act on each other, as, the sympathy between the lodestone and iron. 18. Similarity of function, use, office, or the like. 3.4 Recommended reading. David Sinclair, A New Creed. The book David Sinclair, Vera Vita, The Philosophy of Sympathy. Chapter 4. Neutral center. 4.1 Neutral, latent neutral and neutral centers. Scattered throughout the following pages are the terms neutral, latent neutral and neutral center. These are central concepts in SVP, Keely's physics, and any study of polarity and its dynamics. 4.2 Neutral means where two phases from two vibrations are opposite in polarity and cancel each other out or sum to zero is called phase conjugation and is one form of neutral. Another form is the balance point between polarities, much like a fulcrum under a seesaw. This balance point within a vibration or oscillation is neutral, dipolar or potential. The power, potential, in both above cases of the phases or polarities has been equated and becomes latent, thus establishing two poles and one neutral, a trinity of states of forces. There are other forms or associative dynamics constituting a neutral state or neutral center and will be discussed later. When a force becomes neutral, it is inactive, and is no longer a force, consequently the name given is misleading. Keely calls this third element the latent neutral, which is a better name for it. 1 Bloomfield Moore, CJBM, What Electricity Is, Bloomfield Moore 5354 Chapter 4. Neutral center. Latent means dipolar. The other two forces or states are polarized forces, dynamic relative to each other. These are the harmonic, centropy, and inharmonic, entropy. There exists a neutral state from which these two polar forces originate and to which they return. This neutral, dipolar, state is latent or quiescent until stimulated, polarized. Figure 4.1, Universal Seesaw Balancing Seeming Opposites Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. A latent center is a center that has not been stimulated or excited. It is quiescent, dipolar. Latent forces are forces not stimulated, polarized, into motion or activity but held in stable, harmonic, balance. A scalar 2 force is a non-moving non-dynamic latent force or potential, not kinetic. 2 Scalar 4.3. Coordination or coincidence of forces. 55 In the above Russell image he uses the phrase potential position, which is the same as Keely's level of tenuity, thus indicating it is the potential or tenuity of relative position that constitutes mass, being a relative quantity. The fulcrum is the neutral balance point between two potentials or polarity, bias or bipolar polarities. Neutral state or condition and neutral center are two different things or dynamics. A neutral state is a condition independent of location. A neutral center is a location or foci, relatively speaking. A neutral state has among other attributes mutual affinity between participating streams or conditions, sensitivity to appropriate stimuli, equated polarizations, point or state of equation. There are diverse orders, kinds or types of neutral centers. The two sides of the seesaw represent polarization. The fulcrum represents the neutral sustaining point, principle or condition where the polarizations meet by mutual affinity and mutual antagonism. All forces are mind forces, meaning all forces originate from undifferentiated mind 3 or the compound interetheric 4 subdivision. As sections or segments of undifferentiated mind are polarized, differentiated, they become forces or energies. The ultimate differentiator is thought or idea. These polar forces become neutral or latent by removal of polarization, discords. Keely called this process harmonization. 4.3 Coordination or coincidence of forces. Consequently, when and where various forces meet and cancel, void, or agree, there is established a neutral center. Sometimes this point may be called a center of neutrality, center of attraction, center of sympathetic attraction, center of sympathetic coincidence, center of association and concentration, center of focalization, nucleal center, prime neutral center and supreme neutral center, depending on its general dynamical state. Some of the types of neutral centers are: mass. Every mass of whatever substance or size has a neutral center. Molecular, neutral centers in molecules. 3 Undifferentiated mind. 4 Compound interetheric 56 Chapter 4. Neutral center. Atomic, neutral centers in atoms. Etheric neutral centers in quantum, etheric centralizations. Prime neutral centers that govern and enliven secondary centers, not unlike the Sun, primary, and its planets, secondary. Supreme neutral center, the one dominant center that controls all other neutral centers. Center of centers, an object may have more than one neutral center, this is the coordinated center between them all. Focalized centers, centers can have more than one center. This idea is what we see in a circle, one foci, and an ellipse, two foci. A focalized center is where all these centers are coincident or focalized together as one center. Sympathetic concordant focalized neutral center, a focalized center that is concordant, in harmony of parts, that is sympathetic to something else, usually an outside stimulant or exciter or other centers. Focalized negative attractive centers, a focalized neutral center that is in the centropic phase of assimilation, attraction or concentration. Its opposite would be a dispersing positive propulsive center, radiating or radiant. See, law of assimilation. Centers of sympathetic coincidence, a dynamic center where forces that are sympathetic to each other coincide. Centers of neutrality, a neutral center that is in a quiescent state of neutral latency. Centers of focalization, centers where forces are mutually attracted or focused to interact. Centers of distribution, centers where forces are mutually repelled and dispersed. 4.3. Coordination orgone coincidence of forces. 57 centers are intermittently attractive and repulsive or dispersive. When a neutral center is disturbed it becomes intermittently attractive and repulsive. When attractive it becomes a center of focalization. When repulsive it becomes a center of propulsion or dispersion. In between one state and its opposite is a moment of pause not unlike the furthest point in the swing of a pendulum or seesaw. This null point or fulcrum can endure both polarities without itself being affected. 5. The neutral centers give birth to quantum centralizations Keely called automoles. The neutral centers are then the cause that give rise to their effects, these automoles, and are synchronistic, meaning can't have one without the other, the chicken and egg riddle. On the other hand, Keely and Russell both said there is an infinite number of neutral centers, implying there is an infinitely small space between these centers, which makes the universe quite dense, 986,000 denser than steel 6, and births the logical idea matter is more of a tenuous bubble in this dense etheric substratum than the way ego sees matter as more dense than seeming vacuity. Matter evolves from vacuity of space. Pure sympathetic concordance are as antagonistic to negative discordance as the negative is to the positive, but the vast volume the sympathetic holds over the non-sympathetic, in ethereal space, makes is at once the ruling medium and readjuster of all opposing conditions if properly brought to bear upon them. Again, Russell and Keely concur on the origin of matter. Sympathetic streams aggregate at a neutral center about which forms centralized motions, that is, form or appearance of matter. Non-sympathetic conditions are discordant and dispersive, resulting in the appearance of seeming empty space. Solidity devolves towards vacuity through the action of non-sympathetic, discordant, conditions, that is, entropy. Outer space is the domain of the non-sympathetic or dispersed matter. In one of many ways Russell describes the dual nature of space, cube, and matter, sphere. He says this about that dynamic state: the sphere is the 5C, Philosopher's Stone 6 Law of Matter and Force 58 Chapter 4. Neutral center result of the concentrative pulsation of God's thinking which pulls inward from within, centropy, to focus the light of God's thinking to a point of stillness, around which a thought body, form or matter, can be formed. This causes that universal effect, which we know as gravitation, and the still point of concentration is a center of gravity. Gravitation multiplies power. C. Neutral center. The cube is the result of the decentrative pulsation of God's thinking which thrusts outward, entropy, from within to the stillness of the cube boundaries to produce the opposite effect which we know as radiation. Radiation divides power. Gravitation and radiation are the opposite ends of the piston which motivates the heartbeat of this eternally living dual body of God, which is our dual body. Its continual giving and regiving 7 manifests the love principle 8 in both the action and reaction, not just in one of them. 9.4 Neutral center equals dominant equals fulcrum equals pure, undifferentiated, consciousness equals love equals 0, Russell equals first cause. There are neutral centers on all 7 subdivisions of matter and energy. These neutral centers possess differing states, that is, properties, functions and geometries. 10 We do not yet know all the properties of the neutral center, but Keely does list a few of them. Keely considered his discovery of the neutral center to be one of his greatest discoveries, as also its control through machinery. Our rediscovery of it will be one of humanity's greatest achievements. Keely's description of the neutral center follows: every molecule, every mass, every moving body in space, every solar system, every stellar system, every rotatory system, is built about a 7 giving regiving 8 law of sympathetic association. 9 Russell, Home Study Course, God created only one form, c. Cube sphere. 10 Barycenter, center of gravity, center of mass, sympathetic coincidence, mineral disintegration, Snell 4.4. Neutral center. 59 Neutral center. 11 The neutral center represents only focalization and distribution of the streams of energy. 12 Thus there are discrete mass, molecular, atomic and etheric neutral centers as well as prime neutral centers, center of centers, focalized centers, sympathetic concordant focalized neutral center, focalized negative attractive centers, centers of sympathetic coincidence, centers of neutrality and centers of focalization, thus defining its state depending on dynamical function, location, association, etc. The neutral center is that protean, uncreated, indestructible, forever existing first cause. 13. Without hands, without tools, without thought, without emotion, without love, without form, without substance, it, of itself, created all these. All that we see or can see in the objective universe exists because of and by means of the properties and powers of the neutral center. 1415 Where the vibrations under this mode meet, and are maintained in a state of mutual affinity or equilibrium, there is established what is called a neutral center, or, as otherwise expressed, a center of sympathetic coincidence. 16.4.4.1 Disturbance of equilibrium. This is why a meditative state, neutral or undifferentiated, of mind is important, sympathetic, to knowing these interlaced concepts. Because they are all one. To be it is to know it. The thinking ego or intellect is differentiated conscious and is highly discordant, which is to say it destroys harmony as is present in the meditative or quiet mind. This does not make the intellect thinking an enemy, it is simply discordant, a disturber of the harmony. This 11 Keely 12 Rotation, Snell 13 First cause 14 Keely 15 First cause 16 Keely's Physical Philosophy, Snell 60 Chapter 4. Neutral center discordance is the infinite exciter 17 that molds and makes 18 something from seeming nothing, thus making humanity as a creator. We use our crystal clear thinking and focus to create the lives we live. As neutral states are pure unmanifested potential, latent, in perfect harmony, it is from where and whence all manifestation of form originates. From harmony is generated discord 19. These manifestations become reality when the neutral state is disturbed. This disturbance of equilibrium 2021 is a key function in SVP. Logically, if all three forces are modulated the same degree at the same time, there would be imbalance in the equation. Disturbance of equilibrium means the three forces, in an established triune or three-way equilibrium, are thrown out of balance or equation by changing one or two of the three, so the equation of harmony becomes one of discord, that is, thrown into motion, which then seeks to re-establish the originating harmony or balance. For instance, this principle is active in spiritual seekers, as they are all seeking to return to the original peace and harmony with the One, wake-up or self-realization. Such a disturbance in a molecule being intermittent will cause the molecule to deform in its motions into activity, then recede back to its original quiescent state. The neutral center is a point or center of sympathetic coincidence. It has many properties. The creation and perpetuation of the neutral center is predicated on the inflow of what some call God, divine force, divine will, or sympathetic celestial streams, or as Keely called it, celestial sympathetic radiation 22, originating from the supreme neutral center, establishing its progressive evolution, as it were, and through the principle of regeneration 23 is radiated outward as refracted or differentiated materiality via the law of harmonic pitch 24, law of harmonic vibrations 25, and law of cycles 26. This process is, in other words, a ubiquitous, everywhere in all time and space, or 17 infinite exciter 18 as a man thinketh 19:8.23, law of cycles 20, disturbance of equilibrium 21 c. 7.26, disturbance of equilibrium 22, celestial sympathetic radiation 23, principle of regeneration 24, law of harmonic pitch 25, law of harmonic vibrations 26, law of cycles 4.4. Neutral center 61, non-local micro-bang, centropic implosion, cavitation, process that then radiates and eventually manifests as what we perceive as matter, etc. In a word, the neutral center is a compound interetheric sympathetic force or state of undifferentiated mind, scalar. Therefore it is this inflow of the divine will, sympathetic celestial streams, mind force, as cause of materiality. I feel this needs to be clearly stated. See Figure 12.8 for an animated graphic showing this spontaneous generation or production of discords that breaks down into dispersion the formative harmony. 4.4.2 Supreme Neutral Center. The compound interetheric, undifferentiated mind, is outside of time and space and is unaffected by either. So one could rightly say the supreme neutral center has always existed and always will exist, even though it only exists in the now moment like everything else. The physical universe is as a thought in this undifferentiated mind. Thoughts are polar. Expression is polar. Manifestation is polar. All materiality is polar. Non-materiality is dipolar, neutral, in relation to materiality. Hence all polar conditions emanate from dipolar or neutral latency until stimulated into being by desire, idea or thought. The egoic intellect creates the ideas of time and space. As time is an illusion, a creation of our polar egos, it has not relevance to actuality. There never was a time prior to the creation of the universe. For lack of a better expression, the universe has always existed and had no beginning, because if time is an illusion, then it might be said there never was a past and there is no future. There is only now. Our fractured egos cannot know the undifferentiated mind knowing, God's knowing. The countless attempts to anthropomorphize creation and God, etc., are doomed as feeble attempts at rearranging dream elements, fabrications of the ego. Only our whole undifferentiated minds, cosmic consciousness, can know these infinite things, states or conditions which cannot be adequately expressed through finite intellectualism. The mind of Deity 27 is cause, while the universe is the effect of that cause. A cause and its effects cannot be separated. The connecting link is the etheric domain. As cause is undifferentiated mind, then all its effects are polarized, split, mind thinking. 27 Mind of God 62 Chapter 4. Neutral center. Keely indicated there is a single supreme prime neutral center governing all other neutral centers, whether mass, molecular, atomic or etheric, regardless of location. Prime neutral centers are as the Sun, prime, to its planets, secondaries. As neutral centers are effects as well as cause, this supreme neutral center is dominant and an integral of all neutral centers. They are all one and the same in substance and dynamic, with the exception one is sum and source of all others. Russell referred to it as the universal 128 from which all else originated. The intellect wants to separate everything into parts. The universe is one whole acting through what appears to be individuated parts. All the parts are governed by one supreme neutral center, each manifesting as though individual. There is one supreme state of neutrality that permeates everything. This omnipresent state or condition of neutrality is perfect concordance or sympathy, love, and everywhere present in all things and actions, the universal one. Outflow and inflow. Each neutral center has an intermittent outflow and an inflow of sympathetic streams originating from the supreme neutral center, redirected from the prime neutral center. These occur according to Russell's rhythmic balanced interchange 29 and McVicker's law of assimilation 30. There is an outflow. Communicates direct by means of its outflow of sympathy, with every planetary mass in the universe. There is an inflow, through its inflow of sympathy, through the solar intermediate, the Sun, it receives the life flow from the supreme neutral center. 28 The universal 129 rhythmic balanced interchange 30 Law of assimilation 4.4. Neutral centers 63, figure 4.2, from the one comes the many image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy 4.4.3 Keely further describes the neutral centers. All the dominant conditions of nature represent the focal centers towards which like surrounding ones become sympathetically subservient. 31 The dominant condition of nature is harmony or sympathy, love. This harmonic or attractive state has a field of influence, sympathetic outreach, which casts its influence or its controlling effects as a modulation of everything in its reach, its sympathetic outreach 32. Other surrounding neutral centers, which can be few or countless depending on the chord of the dominant neutral center, fall under this influence. Sympathy extends as a state or condition of forces. This extension has harmonizing effects and will modulate any other chord to, in some degree, resemble this originating chord of harmony. This is what and how people feel energy around the dynaspheres. The calming or harmonizing power is extended by sympathetic vibrations and/or oscillations, quantum entanglement, on the 6th and 7th subdivisions. This power and dynamic has been anthropomorphized throughout 31 Keely and his discoveries, pg 179. 32 Sympathetic Outreach 64 Chapter 4. Neural Center History as the Love of God 33. This dynamic is described in Keely's 4.4.4 Law of Transmissive Vibraic Energy. All oscillating and vibrating coherent aggregates create, in the media in which they are immersed, outwardly propagated concentric waves of alternate condensation and rarefaction, having a period frequency identical with the pitch of the aggregate. Scholium: all forms of transmissive energy can be focused, reflected, refracted, diffracted, transformed, and diminished in intensity inversely as the square of the distance from the originating source. Which law and its dynamics sets the stage for neural centers are the focalized seat of sympathetic concordance for controlling any differentiation that may exist outside, or in the mass that surrounds them. 34 Every individual thing has its own chord of mass. Apparently no two chords of mass are identical. A chord of mass will have numerous frequencies within itself resulting from its own chordal evolutions, overtone series, and as modulated from countless outside FM and AM modulations, summation and difference tones. It is these modulations that cause differentiations. 35. They are the differentiations. One center will control all the neighboring neural centers being as it is or becomes the dominant center. Centers are not entirely individuated in their existence because they are ultimately controlled or governed by sympathetic streams, concurrently arriving to each, from the supreme neural center which created them and in which they have their being or existence perpetuated. Neutral centers are the center of sympathetic coincidence. 36 Which dynamic and conditions establishes sympathy as being the controlling state or condition over everything in its reach or field of influence. 33 Law of Sympathetic Association. 34 Keely and his discoveries, pg 255. 35 Differentiation. 36 Keely and his discoveries, pg 224.4. Neural centers. 65 Pure sympathetic concordance are as antagonistic to negative discordance as the negative is to the positive, but the vast volume the sympathetic holds over the non-sympathetic, in ethereal space, makes it at once the ruling medium and readjuster of all opposing conditions if properly brought to bear upon them. 37 The effects of the law of sympathetic association, which Mr. Keely demonstrated as the governing medium of the universe, find illustrations in inanimate nature. 38 A center of introductory action is necessary in all operations of nature. All structures require a foundation. This neutral center is the foundation. Every molecule, every mass, every moving body in space, every solar system, every stellar system, every rotatory system, is built about a neutral center. It is the indestructible unit around which all that we recognize as matter is built. Immovable itself, it moves all things. Indestructible itself throughout infinity of time, it creates all things. It produced and preserves the incalculable energy of motion of the entire universe. It bears the unthinkable burden of the mass of the universe. It is the most wonderful thing man has discovered in the universe since he discovered fire. If we should take a planet of say 20,000 miles diameter and should displace a portion of the interior so as to have a crust of say 5,000 miles thickness, and at the center of the planet, place a billiard ball, that small mass, immeasurably smaller than the bulk of the Earth, would bear the entire burden of the mass of the crust 5,000 miles thick and would keep it equidistant from itself. No power, however great, could possibly displace this central mass so as to bring it into contact with the crust. Furthermore, to move this central mass in any direction, would require a force sufficient to move the entire mass of the planet, and in propagating or continuing any such motion the neutral center, this billiard ball, will at all time periods remain still in the exact center, bearing the same equidistant relation to its hollow shell. The mind staggers in contemplating the burden borne by this neutral center, where weight ceases. 37 Keely, Chapter 7 of Keely and His Discoveries 38 Bloomfield Moore, Keely and His Discoveries 66 Chapter 4. Neutral center. No less wonderful are other properties of the neutral center. It is the cause of the physical universe. Its attraction condensed that which we recognize as substance. Matter was evolved from the affinity of this neutral center for sympathetic streams, and since it is immovable, it caused, through negative attraction, the formation of nodes in these streams, where the vibrations thereafter continued to meet in a center of sympathetic coincidence, causing the permanence of form and matter. Figure 4.3, Coincidental forces meet at center image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Every nebula, an embryonic world, is acted upon, created and preserved by this neutral center, and at the termination of its cycle, it is ultimately also destroyed by it, causing its absorption into the unknown from whence it came. Every molecule and atom disintegrates into its constituent components and disperses into the vacuity of space, seeking their density coincident or level of tenuity, of density. If they all be depolarized, they lose their form and dynamics. They become as nothing, that is, no thing. Polarity gives form and motion. Depolarity, neutrality, has no form or motion. All form evolves from the vacuity of space, dispersed matter. Neutral centers do not of themselves exist as a thing. They are dimensionless points of the confluence of forces. How can neutrality have dimension if it has no form? But it does have function, not unlike mind or consciousness itself. 4.4. Neutral centers 67. This latent sympathetic plenum, sympathy, throughout the universe gives rise to all form and motion when disturbed, stimulated or excited. A thought or desire excites this neutrality into a polar condition or state. Polarity causes motion and motion appears as form. Wherever forces synchronize or equate, there is established an activated neutral center about which matter may aggregate, creating form. Figure 4.4, Neutral center, creator of nebula and galaxies image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link. The actual neutral center of the Earth is, in fact, even infinitely smaller than the billiard ball referred to above. It consists of a compound interetheric point in space, so small that were we to magnify a pinhead to the size of the Sun, and from that substance take a particle of matter the same size, again magnifying it to the size of the Sun, the neutral center would still be invisible, even though the structure of this last substance was examined through the highest powered microscope ever created, or to be created. For the neutral center is indivisible. 39. Its attributes do not belong to matter, and pertain in no way to matter, which is but its exterior manifestation. 4039 How can neutrality, undifferentiated mind, have dimension? One cannot divide 0. 40 Form of the atom. 68 Chapter 4. Neutral center. Every aggregate mass consists of molecules, each of which has its neutral center where the three modes of vibration, dominant, harmonic, and inharmonic, meet in a center of sympathetic coincidence and are equated without cancellation of their energy. 41 Neutral centers are the focalized seat of sympathetic concordance. The proof of this assumption is that all matter responded to Keely's disintegration process 42 and must therefore consist of these fundamental modes of vibration. Figure 4.5, Keely's compound disintegrator image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link. The above compound disintegrator, 4344 later called Liberator 45, is pre-41 scale or 42 disintegrator picture gallery, www.zvrl.com web link. 43 Compound disintegrator, disintegrator 44 more photos, www.zvrl.com web link. 45 Liberator 4.4. Neutral centers. 69 Some to be one of the devices Keely used to progressively dissociate or disintegrate water into etheric vapor, plasma. In modern terms, this device would be not unlike a multi-frequency analog signal generator in function. See section 7.21 Latent force. The term liberator describes its function of liberating the latent force held within the confines of the rotating etheric envelopes of the atom. See section 12.12 Etheric envelopes. In the photo below we see the liberator connected to the pressure lever for measuring pressure of the liberated etheric vapor. 46. Figure 4.6. Liberating and measuring etheric vapor pressures image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link. 46 Etheric vapor, ether generator producing high pressures. 70 Chapter 4. Neutral center, figure 4.7, an earlier liberator design image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link. 4.5 Divine will. The wheelwork source of all force. The fixed neutral center of the Earth is the concentration or totalized power of all the several molecular neutral centers in the Earth's mass. This neutral center, which is absolutely without weight, an indirect point in space, communicates direct by means of its outflow of sympathy, with every planetary mass in the universe. Through its inflow of sympathy, through the solar intermediate, the Sun, it receives the life flow from the supreme neutral center that enables it to perpetuate its existence. Thus through the outflow from this supreme neutral center, that pivoting point of the universe controls the existence and motion of not only every stellar, solar and planetary mass in space, but also the rotatory vibration in every individual molecule. 4.5. Divine will, the wheelwork source of all force. 71 Intermolecule, etc. through all the subdivisions of matter, thereby sustaining their existence and motion with the life flow. Figure 4.8, sympathy links all centers to all other centers image. ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link. All foundations must be sufficient to bear their burden. Conceive then the universe centered upon and resting the burden of his incalculable mass and kinetic energy on a vacuous interetheric point in space, so minute that it is actually indivisible. This conception can only be fully comprehended by an infinite mind, independent of time, because indestructible in its unity, independent in space, because through its properties space itself exists and without it would not exist, independent of matter because its properties in an external direction created all that we know as matter and gave it seeming permanence. The neutral center is that protean, uncreated, indestructible, forever existing first cause. Without hands, without tools, without thought, without emotion, without love, without form, without substance, it, of itself, created all these. All that we see or can see in the objective universe exists because of and by means of the properties and powers of the neutral center. 4747 God 72 Chapter 4. Neutral center, Figure 4.9. Neutral center is mind or consciousness of God image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. No machine heretofore constructed has been made with a neutral center. This conception of mechanics has never before dawned on man's thought field. Had this been done, perpetual motion 48 would have become a demonstrated fact. Were a machine so constructed as to use its properties, an introductory impulse 49 would suffice to run it for centuries. However, this would not be a useful mechanical contrivance, for no more energy could be obtained from it than was originally given, and its only value would be as a timekeeper. 50 Keely did not seek to invent, nor did he claim to have invented, perpet 48 perpetual motion. Continuous motion 49 Introductory impulse 50 Continuous motion 4.5. Divine will, the wheelwork source of all force 73 All motion. The physicist tells you that you cannot make something out of nothing, that in the economy of nature profit and loss must balance, that no matter what the nature of the force may be, its production must necessarily be accompanied by a corresponding expenditure of force in some form or other, etc., etc. But, in the prodigality of nature, this energy flows, without measure and without price, from the great storehouse of the infinite will. From the sympathetic portion of the etheric field, all visible aggregations of matter emanate, and on the same order that molecular masses of all living organisms are vitalized by the sympathetic flow from the brain. 51, Figure 4.10, Neutral center is as mind or consciousness image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. When this great scientific and religious truth has been made known, and established by demonstration, all controversy as to the source of energy will 51 Bloomfield Moore, CJBM, in Vibratory Sympathetic and Polar Flows 74 Chapter 4. Neutral center be forever silenced. If I am the chosen instrument to develop this knowledge, and to make known the conditions which surround this pure truth, it is only that I may hand the key to those who will use it to enter the doorway that opens into the inaudible, and thus gain an insight into the now invisible region of the operation of nature's most powerful governing forces, in the control over terrestrial matter by celestial mind. 52 4.5.1 Center of Sympathetic Attraction. I find that there is no medium in the range of vibratory philosophic research, that is as unerringly exact, towards the center of sympathetic attraction, as the negative attractive influence of a certain triple association of the metallic masses of gold, silver and platina. 53. In fact, they are as accurate indicators of the Earth's terrestrial sympathetic envelope, and its triple focalized action towards the Earth's neutral center, as the magnet is an indicator of the diversion of the attractive flow of the dominant current of the electric stream. Although much has been written on the subject, The conditions attending the continuous flow of the magnet remains a problem that has never been solved by any other theory. Yet the solution is very simple when harmonic vibratory influence is brought to bear upon it. 54.4.5.2 Center of sympathetic coincidence, where the vibrations under this mode meet, and are maintained in a state of mutual affinity or equilibrium, there is established what is called a neutral center, or, as otherwise expressed, a center of sympathetic coincidence. 55.4.5.3 Center of association and concentration, a shared point of convergence or center of sympathetic coincidence, neutral center, or where centropic forces meet, coincide, centralize or come together or harmonize. 52 Keely, in Keely and His Discoveries, pg. 365 367 53 Trigzer, Drextrina 54 Keely, answers made in letters from Mr. Keely, to questions asked of him. 55 Keely's Physical Philosophy, Snell 4.5. Divine Will, the wheelwork source of all force. 75 4.5.4 Center of Focalization and Transformation. In the following quote we see the evolution or creation of perceptible light when thought, imperceptible, is directed to a center, undergoes transformation via law of cycles, then is manifest as perceptible light. Light is induced by electromagnetic percussion emanating from the ether, and in its action represents the plane of magnetism. In fact, it is the plane of magnetism when under polarization. Platina wires the thickness of a fine hair associated with each of the 9 nodal beads, and concentrated towards a general center of focalization, attaching the other end of the wires to the focal center, will determine, by the magnetic conduction, the number of corpuscular oscillations per second induced by a thought. 56, either positive or negative, in the central centers. These are the only conditions, those of magnetic conduction, whereby the evolution of a thought can be computed in regard to its force under propagation, as against the amount of latent energy set free to act as induced by such thought on the physical organism. Some scientific theories of the past have taught us that electricity and magnetism are one and the same thing. Sympathetic vibratory philosophy teaches that they are 2 distinct forces of one of the triune sympathetic family. 57 4.5.5 Nucleal center, term used by Russell to denote the point in a wave of maximum polar opposition or the 4++58 state of polar opposition, and when dipolar as the plane of inertia. 59. Also understood to be the same as Keely's neutral center, where Keely mentions antagonism '60. etc. In between one state and its opposite is a moment of pause, not unlike the furthest point in the swing of a pendulum or seesaw. This null point or fulcrum can endure both polarities without itself being affected. See Philosopher's Stone. There are in actuality 2 fulcrum points or points of transformation. The first is the 4++ center position, where opposing polarities seek to void. 56 Thought Force. 57 Keely, Snell Manuscript, the book, Electromagnetic Radiation, Snell 58 4++59 Plane of Inertia 60 Antagonism 76 Chapter 4. Neutral center at maximum opposition. The other fulcrum or transformation point is what Russell called the plane of inertia, where polarities are at their least opposition. The sympathetic streams wind or spiral towards the center of 4++ and unwind, spiraling away from that center to the 6 planes of inertia. Figure 4.11, Centropy winding up force to 4++ center image. ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy 4.5. Divine Will, the wheelwork source of all force 77, figure 4.12, entropy unwinding energy to zero plane of inertia image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy 4.5.6 Resistance in DC circuits is equivalent to impedance in AC circuits. It is quite clear the concepts of resistance in the writings of Keely and Russell are more akin to AC impedance than DC resistance, as commonly understood. Resistance or antagonism is the presence of discords. As two poles harmonically accumulate force through mutual centropic assimilation and at the 4++ point of convergence, resistance or antagonism is created, ultimately resulting in activating the law of cycles by way of runaway development of discords. 61 These discords multiply in number and accumulate power until the unifying harmonic forces revert from harmonic assimilation to inharmonic dispersion. No doubt this dynamic is the cause of implosion and cavitation processes and activities. 61 Overtone Series 78 Chapter 4. Neutral Center, Figure 4.13. Russell's 4++ center of polar opposition image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy about resistance. Keely says: In crystalline structures, heat, which expands the atoms, by twisting them produces striae 62, increases the resistance, etc. 63-62 striae 63 Keely, Law of Vibrating Atomolic Substances 4.5. Divine Will, the wheelwork source of all force 79, figure 4.14, cavitation is an example of the law of cycles image. ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link bubbles.jpg courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Keely continues, the electric current destroys cohesion and chemical tension directly as square of current in amperes, inversely as the resistance in ohms, inversely as the chemical equivalent, and conversely as the coefficient of the difference between the freezing and volatilizing temperature of mass acted upon. 64 Russell describing the opposing spirals, positive electricity pulls inward spirally from within against the opposing resistance of negative electricity which thrusts outward spirally from within. 65 Russell continues, in this electric universe, sensation is the strain of resistance to the separation which exists between all separated masses. All matter is one. Separated particles desire to find that oneness. 66-64 Keely, Law of Variation of Atomic Oscillation by Electricity. 65 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 148. 66 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 85-86-80 Chapter 4, Neutral Center 4.5.7 Prime Neutral Center. Prime neutral centers are primary centers about which other subservient secondary neutral centers are attracted and aggregate. In the quote below, these prime neutral centers are the neutral centers as stars or suns about which aggregate the secondary neutral centers of their planets. Hence the neutral centers are the source of gravity. The luminous, etheric, protoplastic element, which is the highest condition 67 of the ether, fills the regions of infinite space, and in its radiating outreach 68 gives birth to the prime neutral centers that carry the planetary worlds through their ranges of motion. 69 The actions of neutral centers, almost, dictates the existence of rotating shells surrounding centralizing, gravitic, neutral centers. This not unlike so-called electron shells. Hence, if everything or mass has a neutral center and all neutral centers behave according to the same laws, then planets would by those same laws, almost, have to be hollow. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, then it is a duck. I'm not saying they are, but logic points to such a conclusion. It is not physicality that causes negative attraction, but the activated neutral centers that cause negative attraction. It is an illusion of the physical to ascribe causative properties to it when it is in fact nothing more than an effect of the cause, neutral center activity. The neutral centers form the instant divine self-awareness occurred. It was all created in an instant of no duration and continues to recreate itself as it evolves. The human intellect has a hard time with the concept of no time. 74.5.8 Supreme neutral center. Every molecule, atom and subquantum centralization everywhere existent within the universe has a neutral center. All of these neutral centers are sympathetic each to, entangled with or as one with, all others. What keeps 67 Interetheric 68 Outreach 69 Keely and his discoveries, pg 270 time 4.5. Divine Will, the wheelwork source of all force. 81 All these neutral centers in order, having one shared state, is subservience to one supreme neutral center of the universe. Some would call this one supreme neutral center, God. Taking out the egocentric anthropomorphic 71 assignments, we then have an intelligence, consciousness, intimately associated with, in sympathy or entangled with, everything that is. The connecting link 72 between all these centers is compound interetheric sympathy, which Keely said above fills the regions of infinite space. These ubiquitous neutral centers constitute a state of perfect continuity and living extensions of the one that through progressive evolution 73 or devolution, as the case may be, manifest as seeming solid matter in all its motions and activities, which motion is life. 74 It is the nature of neutrality as undifferentiated mind force that fills everything everywhere. This undifferentiated mind force is everywhere present as sympathy, within which, as motion, form, is latent. Being of infinite density and extenuation, although not having dimension, it is ubiquitous and reactive to an action upon every neutral center everywhere without itself being changed. See, Philosopher's Stone. It is the supreme prime neutral state or condition, cause, governing all else, manifested or not. The state of neutrality is perfect continuity without extension. Density and extenuation are dimensions according to Walter Russell, so they do not actually exist except in the intellect of man, that is, within his definition of matter and energy. A neutral center is a conjunction of coincidence and focalization of forces. If those centralized forces, molecules, planets, galaxies, cease to exist, so too does their controlling neutral center which created them and by which they have their being. They, the cause and its effects, exist concurrently and codependently. In other words, can't have one without the other. All motion is thought, and all force is mind force. 75 This then clarifies the adage all, the many, comes from one. The state of the one supreme neutral center does not change, yet it births and governs. 71 Made in man's egoic image, anthropomorphized. 72 Connecting link. 73 Progressive evolution. 74 Dale Pond, prime neutral center. 75 Keely, Keely and His Discoveries, pg 252-82 Chapter 4. Neutral center. All else. No state of a material thing is fixed or stable within the universe, as everything is in constant compound rhythmical, vibratory, motions. These states of motion are governed by invisible yet knowable principles and laws. It could be said the principles and laws governing these motions are fixed or stable. McVicker 76 foreshadowed the teachings of this new philosophy when he wrote, "All motion in the universe is rhythmical." 77. This is seen in the forward and backward movement of the pendulum, the ebb and the flow of the tides, the succession of day and night, the systolic and diastolic action of the heart. 78, and in the inspiration and expiration of the lungs. Our breathing is a double motion of the universal ether, an active and a reactive movement. This androgyne principle, with its dual motion, is the breath of God. 79 in man. The writings of the ancients teem with these ideas, which have been handed down to us from generation to generation, and are now flashing their light, like torches in the darkness, upon mysteries too long regarded as lying outside the domain of physical science. 80. 81 How can mind be devoid of thought, awareness? Desire is an aspect of mind, for instance. A quiet mind of knowing contains thought, dipolar motionless awareness, but it does not contain egoic or intellectual thinking, polar motion. The physical universe is a recording of thinking dynamics, its existence is manifestation of the originating knowing thought activated by desire. Just as a seesaw contains a fulcrum that does not move, it also contains extensions that do move. A seesaw is a trinity of states. Same thing with divine mind, the fulcrum or cause, and everything else, the extensions or effects, in the universe. 76 Drive. John Gibson, McVicker, went to the University of St Andrews in 1814, where he excelled in mathematics and natural philosophy, and thence to Edinburgh, where he studied chemistry, anatomy, and natural history under John Knox's tutelage, together with rhetoric, Hebrew and church history. See Dictionary of National Biography. 77 Same as Russell's, rhythmic balanced interchange. 78 Universal heartbeat, dynaspheric force. 79 Breath of life. 80 Classical physics. 81 Bloomfield Moore, CJBM, C. Father-Mother Principle, Universal Heartbeat. Chapter 5 Mind and Mind Force. 5.1 Mind is force. Universal undifferentiated mind is the one force from which all other forces are derived. This premise is borne out in the writings of many great philosophers, thinkers and sundry historical inspired texts. All forces in nature are mind forces, magnetic, electric, galvanic, acoustic, solar, are all governed by the triune streams of celestial infinity, as also the molecular, intermolecular, atomic, and interatomic one. The remote depths of all their acoustic centers become subservient to the third, sixth, and ninth position of the diatonic, harmonic and inharmonic chords, which, when resonantly induced, concentrate concordant harmony too, by reducing their range of corpuscular motion, drawing them as if towards each other's neutral center of attractive infinity. 3 Keely writes luminiferous ether 4, or celestial mind force, a compound interetheric 5-element, is the substance of which everything visible is composed. It is the great sympathetic protoplastic element, life 6 itself. Consequently, our physical organisms are composed of this element. Its seat in the cerebral 1c, Subdivision 2 Syntropy 3 Keely, C. Mind force. The hidden scalar force. 4 Luminiferous ether. 5 Compound interetheric. 6 Life 83-84. Chapter 5. Mind and mind force convolutions. This sympathetic outreach. 7 Sympathetic radiation, is mind flow proper, or will force, sympathetic polarization to produce action, sympathetic depolarization to neutralize it. Polar and bipolar differentiation. 8 Result in motion. The true protoplastic element permeates all forms and conditions of matter, having for its attendants, gravity, electricity and magnetism, the triple conditions born in itself. In fact, it is the soul of matters, the element from which all forms of motion receive their introductory impulse. 11. 12. Added the luminiferous ether. The compound interetheric element. In other words, celestial mind force. 13 is the substance of which all visible and invisible things are composed. 14. Added that mind force is a real force. Has been studied over a 28-year period by the engineering department of Princeton University in their pair proposition project. 15 Their findings were revolutionary with far-ranging implications. 16 Nearly 3 decades of intense experimentation leave little doubt that the anomalous physical phenomena appearing in the pair studies are valid, and are significantly correlated with such subjective variables as intention, meaning, resonance, and uncertainty. 17 5.2 Whole versus split mind. Mind or whole mind means total awareness unless otherwise specified. The term mind or whole mind does not mean intellect. 18. Intellect is of the 7 Sympathetic outreach. 8 Differentiation. 9 Soul of matter. 10 Motion. 11 Introductory impulse. 12 The neural center. 13 Celestial mind force. 14 Ether. Snell. 15 http://www.princeton.edu /16 http://www.princeton.edu /implications.html 17 Video Vimeo.com Web link 18 Intellect, Ego 5.3. Mind is of the 6th and 7th subdivisions. 85 Ego and is a subset of the general consciousness or mind and is that limited awareness we have created as our interpretation of reality. The term mind as used in SVP means the general consciousness, awareness, whole or undifferentiated mind. Thinking is of the differentiated intellect, ego or split mind, while knowing is of the mind, heart or whole mind. Whole mind knowing is knowing with the feeling of the heart, while split mind thinking or intellect is of the limited duality of the ego. Your ego is a limitation within your mind. Your ego exists as an expression of limitation. 19. Figure 5.1, Whole and Split Mind Image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link 5.3 Mind is of the 6th and 7th subdivisions. Mind is of the compound interetheric 20 or 7th subdivision 21 of matter and energy. See Table 5.1. According to Keely's molecular and atomic morphology, a molecule may be dissociated into its constituent parts or atoms. Atoms may then be further dissociated into their constituent parts and so forth for all finer subdivisions until the 7th subdivision, where the rarefied ubiquitous sympathetic substance of mind exists. 19 Tom Carpenter, Dialogue on Awakening, pg. 2920 Compound Interetheric 21 Subdivision 86 Chapter 5. Mind and Mind Force Dimension Subdivision Relation 1 Molecular separation of air brings us to the first subdivision only. 2 Intermolecular to the second, c. Supercritical fluid 3 atomic to the third, 4 interatomic to the fourth, 5 etheric to the fifth, and 6 interetheric to the sixth subdivision, or positive association with luminiferous ether, 7 compound interetheric as the seventh subdivision. Table 5.1, Keely's 7 subdivisions of matter and energy. It will be noted these 7 states of matter and energy are not unlike the ancient states of matter and energy, earth, water, air and fire. 5.4 Keely, Substance and Nature of Mind Force. There is a celestial mind force 22, a great sympathetic force which is life itself, of which everything is composed. 23 All motion is thought, and all force is mind force. 24 There is no dividing of matter and force into two distinct terms, as they 22 Mind force 23 Keely 24 Keely, Keely and his discoveries, pg 252 5.4. Keely, Substance and Nature of Mind Force 87 Both are one. Force is liberated matter. Matter is force in bondage. 25 The above last two sentences sound like something Albert Einstein would have said roughly 20 years later. The mighty forces latent in corpuscular matter, by which we are surrounded, are all held in oscillating vortex action by the infinite designer. 26 Of workings hidden from us, until the time is ripe for their disclosure. This latent, registered power 27 interchanges sympathetically with the celestial radiating streams, whereby light, heat, electricity, magnetism and galvanic action are propagated in their different orders, vitalizing all nature with their life-giving principles. Underline added when this great scientific and religious truth has been made known, and established by demonstration, all controversy as to the source of energy will be forever silenced. If I am the chosen instrument to develop this knowledge, and to make known the conditions which surround this pure truth, it is only that I may hand the key to those who will use it to enter the doorway that opens into the inaudible, and thus gain an insight into the now invisible region of the operation of nature's most powerful governing forces, in the control over terrestrial matter by celestial mind. 28. Underline added the action of the mind itself is a vibratory etheric evolution, controlling the physical, its negative power being depreciatory in its effects, and its positive influence elevating. 29 The substance of the brain 30 is molecular. The mind which permeates the brain is interetheric in substance, it is the element by which the brain is impregnated. This element, when excited into action, controls all physical motion as long as the necessary sympathetic conditions are maintained. Then conditions are no more immaterial in their character than are light and heat. Electricity, magnetism, gravity, and heat are latent in all aggregations of Mat 25 Keely 26 God 27 Latent Force 28 Keely in Keely and his discoveries, pg 365 367 29 Keely 30 Brain 88 Chapter 5. Mind and Mind Force Stir. They are not obtained from terrestrial influences. Celestial radiation 31 is the true impregnating medium in all these forces. The brain is the high resonating receptacle where the sympathetic celestial acts, and where molecular and atomic motion are induced, as according to the intensification brought to bear upon it by radiation. 32 The sympathetic conditions that we call mind are no more immaterial in their character than light or electricity. The substance of the brain is molecular, while the substance of the mind that permeates the brain is interetheric and is the element by which the brain is impregnated. exciting it into action and controlling physical motion. In order to trace the successive triple impulses 33, taking the introductory one of sympathetic negative outreach 34, towards the cerebral neutrals, which awaken the latent element to action, we find that mind may be considered a specific order of interatomic motion sympathetically influenced by the celestial flow, and that it becomes when thus excited by this medium a part and parcel of the celestial itself. The brain is not a laboratory. It is as static as the head of the positive-negative attractor 35, until influenced by certain orders of vibration, when it reveals the true character of the outreach so induced. The brain is the high resonating receptacle where the sympathetic celestial acts, and where molecular and atomic motion exhibits itself, as according to the intensification brought to bear upon it by the celestial mind flow. The question arises, why is this condition of the luminous ether always under a state of luminosity of an especial order? Its characteristics are such, from its infinite tenuity and the sympathetic activity with which it is impregnated, that it possesses an order of vibratory, oscillatory velocity, which causes it to evolve its own luminosity. This celestial, latent power, that induces luminosity in this medium, is the same that registers in all aggregated forms of matter, visible and invisible. It is held in the corpuscular embrace until liberated by a compound vibratory negative medium. What does this activity represent, by which luminosity is induced in the high etheric realm, if not to indicate that even this order of ether is bounded by a greater region still beyond? The activity of the corpuscles represents its outflow from the luminiferous tract towards the molecular centers of 31 celestial radiation 32 Keely, the operation of the vibratory circuit 33 musical triplet 34 sympathetic outreach 35 Keely's mechanical inventions and instruments 5.5. Russell on Mind and Mind Substance 89 Neutrality, revealing the connecting link 36 between mind and matter. These conditions of luminosity have no thermal forces associated with them, although, paradoxically, all thermal conditions emanate from that source. The tenuity of this element accounts for it. It is when the streams come in conflict with crude matter that heat is evolved from its latent state and a different order of light from the etheric luminous is originated, the Sun being the intermediate transmitter. All planets and systems are sympathetic intermediates, the whole of one system, connected in sympathy for each other, the brain of deity. 37 See Figure 4.7. 5.5 Russell on Mind and Mind Substance Keely uses the term luminosity or luminiferous ether '38 which Russell calls white still magnetic light of gravity or simply magnetic light. Figure 5.2, red and blue halves of the visible light spectrum image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link Electricity is the divider of the invisible white still magnetic light 39 of gravity, which mind is, into the red and blue halves of the visible light spectrum for the purpose of creating male and female bodies which alone constitute all matter. 4036 Connecting link 37 Keely. Dashed against the rock 38 7b.09, luminiferous ether or light 39 magnetic still light 40 Walter Russell, notation on chart, 1955-90 Chapter 5. Mind and Mind Force, Figure 5.3, red and blue halves of polar states image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link This universe of matter in motion is but the electric record of thought. 41 Light is the living substance of mind in action. It is the creating principle of the one substance. The one substance is the etheric spiritual substance of the one universal mind. The entire created universe of all that is, ever has been, or ever will be, is but the one substance in motion, light. 42 In other words, matter is ultimately constituted of the polar concentrated and solidified substance of thought or mind force. 5.6 Mind is a substance. Mind is substance or matter. Mind is a tenuous, ultragaseous, matter like ether or plasma, quantum substances. Mind is an etheric, quantum. 41 Walter Russell, The Secret of Light. 42 Ether, Russell. 5.7 Mind is also as an aggregate of consciousness. 91 Substance, ultraplasma. Mind therefore possesses vibratory, chemical and other knowable and engineerable attributes. As mind is substance, it can be regulated, harnessed and manipulated as any other gaseous substance. 5.7 Mind is also as an aggregate of consciousness. Mind is also as an aggregate of consciousness, self-awareness, and is comprised of three distinct subsets: compound interetheric superconscious. 43 Also known as Christ consciousness. 44 Cosmic consciousness. 45 Knowing, wisdom, awareness and science. Interetheric consciousness, also known as intellect, ego, reason, thinking. Subconscious, also known as soul, body, mind and instinct. Unconscious, belief, habit, natural man. Etheric tenuous matter that composes the plasma gases of the body, actuated, vivified, via our conscious and unconscious thinking and beliefs, cognized or not. Interatomic, the liquids and solids composing the body, actuated by the etheric or quantum mind forces. Atomic atoms, molecular, simple, compound and complex molecules. It is because of this hitherto unsuspected property of mind and consciousness as a form of tenuous matter the link is established between so-called hard science, 3D, materiality, classical physics, and so-called sacred science or spiritual fields of study. 46 Now loosely called non-classical physics. They are 43 Superconscious, 44 Christ consciousness, 45 Cosmic consciousness, 46 Telekinesis, telepathy. 92 Chapter 5 Mind and mind force. In fact, one field of study when this connection is recognized and admitted. Chapter 6 What is vibration? 6.1 Quotes, Vibration defined. Vibration is the rhythmical motion of a body within itself. 1 Vibration is a periodic interchange of state. 2 Rhythmic balanced interchange. 3 All force is vibration. Case 900-422, So is matter. Case 186,116 All comes from one central vibration, taking different form. Case 900,422 Everything is vibratory. Case 195-54 As we see manifest in the electrical forces as used by man. This becoming only an atom in motion, and as the atomic force gathers this, producing such vibration as to create heat, light, and of the various natures, by the kind, class or nature of resistance format in its passage in the cycle given, reducing or raising the velocity, or better by the class of atomic force it vibrates, either 1 Keely, c. Oscillation 2 Dale Pond 3 Russell 4 Law of Vibrating Atomic Substances 93-94 Chapter 6 What is vibration? With or against. These are examples of portions of universal forces. 5 Vibration is movement. Movement is activity of a positive and negative force. 6. Electricity. 7. Or vibration is that same energy, same power, ye call God. 8. Life in its manifestations is vibration. Electricity is vibration. But vibration that is creative is one thing. Vibration that is destructive is another. Yet they may be from the same source. As in the electrical forces in the form or nature prepared even for use in the body. Remember, life is vibration. So is mind. So is matter. 9. 6.2 A vibration is a rhythmic periodic expansion, entropy/dispersion, and contraction, syntropy/aggregation, change of state, that is, a periodic interexchange of seemingly opposite yet co-joined and inseparable polar states. The two polar states are entropy, expansion, and syntropy, contraction. In each wave or vibration there are two distinct yet related unseen sets of dynamic aliquot parts or constructive currents. When considering a wave train or continuous vibration as a vibratory stream or vibratory flow, one set of aliquot attributes or parameters brings about the periodic concentration or aggregation of the vibrating media, while the other set of aliquot attributes or parameters causes periodic expansion or dispersion of the media. If these unseen influences, aliquot or scalar components, were not there and a dynamical constituent of each wave or vibration, there could be no delta or change of state, as both states or phases would be identical and unchanging. The perceived wave or vibration is then the effect of these unseen causative, scalar, influences, attributes, parameters or currents. The details of these unseen causative, scalar, influences, attributes, parameters or currents are 5 case, 917 6 case, 281 29 7 Law of vibrating atomolic substances 8 case, 2828 4 9 case, 1861 16 6.2. A vibration is 95 the subject of this presentation and are also presented in Laws of Being 10, Laws of Being, annotated 11, Wave Function 12 and Part 12, Russell's Locked Potentials 13. These two states are governed in part by the Law of Harmony 14, Law of Harmonic Pitch 15, Law of Harmonic Vibration 16 and the Law of Repulsion 17. See also, Bjerknes effect, for a mechanical experiment demonstrating these two tendencies of vibratory attraction and repulsion. Vibrations manifest as three-dimensional, along X, Y and Z planes, expressions of these unseen creative currents. Vibrations are not well represented by the typical sine wave. The use of the sine wave graphic has become so ubiquitous it is often mistaken for the actual motions of a vibration. These three-dimensional expressions are a periodic expansion and contraction of the elements of the vibrating medium, that is, the air particles are mutually attractive then mutually repellent according to the law of attraction 18 and law of repulsion 19. The contraction is seen as the compressive wave front while the repulsion is seen as the vacuous backside of the compression front. This same dynamic can also be seen as the compressed air at the front of an airfoil and the rarefaction on top of that same airfoil or airplane wing or propeller. 6.2.13 Forces action on all matter and energy. All conditions of dispersion and focalization are accompanied by the celestial mind force acting upon terrestrial matter, corresponding to the mind force acting on the brain, which is only its molecular instrument. This force is the first seal of the Book of Vibrational Philosophy, the first stepping stone toward solution of the source of life. All nature's forces are mind forces: magnetic, electric, etheric, acoustic. 10 laws of being, 11 laws of being, annotated 12 wave function 13 part 12, Russell's locked potentials 14 law of harmony 15 law of harmonic pitch 16 law of harmonic vibration 17 law of repulsion 18 law of attraction 19 law of repulsion 96 Chapter 6. What is vibration? Solar. Any metallic mass can be so impregnated with certain vibrations that it will assume mental attributes, attraction and repulsion. We must first understand the triune conditions or laws of that sympathetic medium which interconnects matter with matter, the triune conditions or laws of sympathetic streams, and unites resonance of each of the 7 subdivisions before we can understand the induction by means of acoustic generators, of magnetic antagonisms in matter and the different forms of energy thereby liberated. 26.2.2 Law of Attraction. Centropy juxtaposed coherent aggregates vibrating in unison, or harmonic ratio, are mutually attracted. 21.6.2.3 Law of Repulsion. Entropy juxtaposed coherent aggregates vibrating in discord are mutually repelled. 22.6.2.4 Law of the Dominant, Celestial Mind Force. All wave propagations, electromagnetic or otherwise, by being thus refracted can be measured in regard to the time of their propagation, all of which are introductorily subservient to the luminiferous ether. 23.6.3 Rad energy, entropic dispersion. Rad energy 24 is radiant energy, expanding from a center. Sometimes this energy is referred to as dispersive, entropic or discordant, as it is both. According to the Bjerknes effect, 25 radiation or radiant energy disperses, because affected media is mutually repulsive according to the law of repulsion. 26, from a center, losing its amplitude and degree of discord following the square. 20 Snell manuscript. 21 Keely, Bjerknes effect. 22 Keely. 23 Keely, luminiferous ether. 24 Rad energy. 25 Bjerknes effect. 26 Law of repulsion. 6.4 Vibration v oscillation. 97 Law 27 Until it reaches zero amplitude and zero discordant content at Russell's plane of inertia. 28. The range of dispersion is dependent upon the introductory impulse. 29 And conductivity of the media. This dispersive energy affects the media in which it travels through modulation and heterodyning. 30. The overall effects of this process is governed by the law of transformation of forces. 31. 6.3.1 Introductory impulse. The introductory impulse sets the tone, so to speak, of the acoustic sound mentioned above. The introductory impulse may establish an entropic dispersion or syntropic condition according to its overtone content. When the partials are discords, the resultant sound will be entropic dispersion. When the partials are concords, the resultant sound will be syntropic concentration. The development of discordant overtones is a simple and low-powered occurrence. All sounds developing from an introductory impulse will create discords. It appears the more power initiating an introductory impulse, the more discords are developed according to the law of cycles. 32. 6.4 Vibration v oscillation. These two rhythmic motions of vibration and oscillation are not the same. Without vibration and oscillation, made distinct, seeming unfathomable paradoxes arise. For these paradoxes to be understood, the difference between vibration and oscillation has to be clarified. Vibration is the rhythmical motion of a body within itself. 33 Not unlike the rhythmic motions of or within the heart without change in spatial location of the heart. 27 Square Law 28 Plane of inertia 29 Introductory impulse 30 Heterodyne 31 Law of transformation of forces 32 Law of cycles 33 Keely 98 Chapter 6. What is vibration? Oscillation is a rhythmically recurring translatory movement. 34 Back and forth motion over space not unlike a child's swing or pendulum. In the ground state, at the moment of inflow of the sympathetic celestial streams or divine permeation, spark of life, vibration is, symbolically, 1 CPS and oscillation is 1 CPS. From that moment on in the process of progressive rhythmic devolution or evolution, due to the law of harmonic pitch 35, law of harmonic vibrations 36, law of transformation of forces 37 and law of cycles 38, acting together as one complex or orchestrated law, the one is refracted or differentiated into the multiplicity of materiality. The one becomes the many, in the natural formation of overtones sometimes called harmonics 39. These secondary and tertiary overtones are not separate from their source, the fundamental, but are inextricably linked to it as cause is linked to its effects. Demonstrating everything that is has a common origin or one source and state of being, sympathy, that is, love or harmony, regardless of outer appearance, opinion, of separateness and individuality. 46.5 What a vibration is not. A vibration is not a two-dimensional expression as a sine wave. Sine wave patterns are developed from measuring a wave front passing by a measuring device such as a microphone, accelerometer or transducer. As the amplitude changes, at the point of monitoring, a sine wave is traced of the varying amplitude over time. I spoke about this oversimplification in my 1994 SVP presentation in Milwaukee. 41 The sound wave front actually expands simultaneously along all three dimensions, X, Y and Z. A simple sine wave then is but a trace of what is happening at a given z point in space but says next to nothing about what is happening within the three-dimensional 34 Keely 35 Law of harmonic pitch 36 Law of harmonic vibrations 37 Law of transformation of forces 38 Law of cycles 39 In SVP harmonics are divisible by 2. All other developed secondary and tertiary tones are divisible by other divisors such as 3, 5, 7, etc. and are called overtones. Collectively they are called partials. 40 Dale Pond 41 See videos on page, Basic Principles 6.6. Wave propagation 99 Sound wave as per is originating forces, expanding and contracting dynamics and what is occurring with the periodic or aperiodic motions within the substance of the transmitting medium. The compression portion of the wave front is in actuality the mutual periodic attraction and subsequent concentration between the medium particles due to an increase in centropic force. Conversely, the less dense, rarefied, wave section is an effect of the entropic forces causing the media particles to be mutually repulsive, dispersing them into a relatively rarefied condition. Therefore the amplitude of a wave is predicated on the quantity of syntropy or entropy brought to bear on the vibrating media. The response within the media to an external excitation largely depends on the character, time, duration, condition and location, of the introductory impulse, 42 of the excitation. From the above sketch it can be readily seen how McVicker's law of assimilation, 43, Russell's rhythmic balanced interchange, 44, is active in every periodic motion. 6.6 Wave propagation in the air. The molecular wave front does not actually propagate as a wave. The wave is an effect of subtler causes which when viewed accumulatively have the appearance of a wave. Thus we are fooled when relying on our senses. The elements of the molecular medium, air particles, primarily rotate and oscillate about their centers depending on the nature of the disturbance. It is this disturbance that propagates, causing periodic expansion and contraction of that which it encounters along the way and before dissipation. The quantum scalar component propagates as a quantum disturbance through the molecular medium. This disturbance is rhythmical, that is, polar, intermittently centropic then entropic in its effects upon the molecular receptive centers. There occurs an increasing compression to the 4++ potential 45 level where a 90 transformation, via the law of cycles, converts centropic influence from centropic compression into entropic dispersion, gradients of vacuity. Logically then the time it takes for the invisible internal disturbance to become a visible external phenomenon is the apparent propagation rate. This is a periodic disturbance, time to reach the critical 4++ state plus Re 42 introductory impulse 43 law of assimilation 44 rhythmic balanced interchange 45 4++ 100 Chapter 6. What is vibration? Laxation time plus reformation time, and takes on the appearance of a wave or vibration. Of course, it should be noted not all rhythmic motions result in a complete 4++ transformation, as not all rhythmic motions have sufficient power to achieve transformation. Hence there are low-energy waves and vibrations that simply repeat themselves without self-destruction and rebirth in a new energy state. 6.7 Frequency. It can be argued Keely counted frequency as a dual motion of in then out or out then in depending where one begins counting. If this is true, then the apparent oscillation of a pendulum is two oscillations from side to side. It is not certain this method of counting carries throughout the Keely materials, but it is good to keep this in mind. Figure 6.1, 4 phases of a wave or oscillation image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link 6.8 Law of cycles. Coherent aggregates harmonically united constitute centers of vibration bearing relation to the fundamental pitch, not multiples of the harmonic pitch, and the production of secondary unions between themselves generate pitches that are discords, either in their unisons, or overtones with the original pitch. From harmony is generated discord, the inevitable cause of perpetual trans. 6.8. Law of cycles 101 Formation. 46 Keely 102 Chapter 6. What is vibration? Chapter 7 Laws of Being 7.1 Introduction. Professor Daniel Brinton 1, author of the following reviewed article, spent considerable time in Keely's nearby laboratory and workshop. It is believed this article is the clearest attempt to explain the basic concepts Keely discovered, developed and worked with, and how he used them. After all, Keely was present to directly answer Brinton's questions. Therefore it behooves us to closely examine this article to discern understanding and hopefully practical use. The terms and phrases in this article are linked to supporting materials within this vwiki.com, where the bulk of the known Keely materials are located. Comments are given immediately below a Brinton quote. These comments are quite important because they represent a synthesis of years of learning Keely's and Russell's jargons as well as comparative contemporary concepts and research. A careful reader will see an intermingling of materials from various sources that support each other. Most notably is the mutual affinities between the works and ideas of John W. Keely and Walter Russell. Brinton's words or quotes are preceded by Roman numerals in bold type. Numbers and brackets contain comments and links about Brinton's writings and Keely's concepts. These terms and phrases in brackets: 1 Daniel Garrison Brinton, May 13, 1837 – July 31, 1899, was an American archaeologist and ethnologist at the University of Pennsylvania. 103–104 Chapter 7. Laws of Being, can be searched in www.zvpwiki.com. The original unaltered Brinton text can be seen in Keely's Physical Philosophy, Appendix I, and Laws of Being, Appendix II at the end of this book or within zvpwiki.com. 7.2 Rhythmical Relations I. The fundamental conception of the universe is force manifesting itself in rhythmical relations. Continues to 2.7.2.1 Principle of Rhythmic Balanced Interchange. This principle of rhythmic balanced interchange 3 between Father 4, Centropy, Mother 5, Entropy, Lights of Gravitation, Centropy, and Radiation, Entropy, is fundamental in all creating things. 6 In other words, the principle of rhythmic balanced interchange 7 is a universal principle. 89, as Russell repeatedly emphasized, active in all things from molecular to mind energy subdivisions, states. Rhythmic balanced interchange is after all what every vibration and oscillation does that the ubiquitous and oversimplified sine wave does not reveal. 7.2.2 Every individualized object assimilates itself. McVicker 10 writes, every individualized object assimilates itself to itself in successive moments of its existence, and all objects tend to assimilate one another. 11.2 Rhythmic balanced interchange 3 Rhythmic balanced interchange 4 Father 5 Mother 6 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 150, see Chapter 6, What is Vibration? 7 Rhythmic balanced interchange 8 Principles 9 see Chapter 11 10 Drive. John Gibson, McVicker, Professor at University of St Andrews 1830. 11 Snell Manuscript, 3 Laws of Being, Law of Assimilation, Modes of Vibration annotated 7.2. Rhythmical Relations 105 Please note this law as expressed by McVicker is the same universal law in its essence and dynamic as expressed by Jesus, wherein he says, Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. Matthew 22-3738. And the second commandment is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these 2 commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Matthew 22-3940. SVP, nor this author, does not subscribe to or promote organized religions, but we are interested in universal laws and principles, applicable universally, regardless who revealed them or wherever they may be found. Love and sympathy are synonyms for affinity, assimilation, or being one with. These same dynamics apply everywhere and with everything, thus establishing sympathetic association 12 between all things, everywhere and at all times. To repeat, when the constituent frequencies of A and B are identical, A transmits to B and B transmits to A. Sympathetic association or mutual resonance, love or sympathy, occurs. These dynamics are as expressed in the following of Keely's 40 laws. 13. Law of harmonic vibrations. 14. All coherent aggregates are perpetually vibrating at a period frequency corresponding to some harmonic ratio of the fundamental pitch of the vibrating body. This pitch is a multiple of the pitch of the attomoles. 15. See Overtone Series 16. 12. Sympathetic association. Entangled. 13. Keely's 40 laws. 14. Law of harmonic vibrations. 15. Attomoles. 16. Overtone Series 106. Chapter 7. Laws of Being. Law of transmissive vibraic energy. 17. All oscillating and vibrating coherent aggregates create, in the media in which they are immersed, outwardly propagated concentric waves of alternate condensation and rarefaction, having a period frequency identical with the pitch of the aggregate. Scholium: all forms of transmissive energy can be focused, reflected, refracted, diffracted, transformed, and diminished in intensity inversely as the square of the distance from the originating source. See also Square Law. 18. Law of sympathetic oscillation. 19. Coherent aggregates immersed in a medium pulsating at their natural pitch simultaneously oscillate with the same frequency, whether the pitch of the medium be a unison, or any harmonic of the fundamental pitch of the creative aggregate. As the attomole is the constructive constituent of all atoms are therefore in sympathetic association at, by and through these attomoles. All is one at this level or state of being, even though at the physical level of our perception everything appears to be separate and individual. 17. Law of transmissive vibraic energy. 18. Square Law. 19. Law of sympathetic oscillation. 7.2. Rhythmical relations. 107. Figure 7.1. Sympathetic vibration, entanglement. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link 7.2.3. These modes are today much like phase. These modes, or periodic change of state, are today much, but not exactly, like what we call phase of a wave. Usually conventional phase is undistinguished in construction as to its causative, aliquot/scalar, forces and dynamics being primarily intermittence entropic and entropic. Phase in modern usage is almost exclusively linked to the positive or negative halves of a sine wave, which does not convey all that is occurring in the wave under investigation. 22. This definition, from I, is exhaustive, including both thought 21 and extension 22, mind and matter. The law for the one is the law for the other. The distinction between them is simply relative, that is, quantitative, not qualitative. As above so below, all forms of matter and energy regardless of frequency, subdivision or state are involved in a periodic rhythmic balanced inter-20. See chapters Chapter 6, What is Vibration? And Chapter 8. Modes of vibration. 21. Thought. 22. Sympathetic outreach. 108. Chapter 7. Laws of being. Change between their polar states, where one polar state becomes the other intermittently. 3. The rhythmic relations in which force acts are everywhere, under all conditions, and at all times, the same. They are found experimentally to be universally expressible by the mathematical relations of thirds. 23. Rhythmic relations indicates all vibratory and oscillatory motions are effects of this periodic interchange of intertwined poles between centropic contraction or assimilation and entropic expansion or dispersion. This interchange occurs as these two states are in the relative proportion, ratio, of third parts to one another. Figure 7.2, chart showing location of the three-mode frequencies. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link. That three or threeness is fundamental is now seen to be valid in the rule of threes 24 rediscovered by Vitaly Efimov and is called the Efimov trimer or Efimov state. 25. Likewise, both Keely in the 1880s and Russell in the 1920s clearly comment on the value of threes. 26. Rest and action are 3. Space and matter are 3. Equilibrium and 2314.35.1, Keely 3, 6 and 9, and rhythmic balanced interchange. 24 Rule of threes proven. 25 Wikipedia/Efimov state. 26 37.3. Threefold relations. 109 Motion are 3. Dimensions and pressures are 3. The heartbeat of the universe, and yours, are 3. Likewise, its breathings and yours, its temperatures and yours, and all things else of the universe, and you, are 3. 27 7.2. 4/3 is usually a mathematical relationship of proportion. Within this and related SVP documents, the concept and use of the term thirds is usually a mathematical relationship of proportion of wave function parameters. 28, of volume, force, density, etc., and not always a musical relation. A given whole, being one whole, has 3 parts always in varying yet relative proportion to one another. The overall or resultant expression of the one whole is dependent on the ratios being applied. More syntropy makes the whole more syntropic. The more entropy, the more entropic will be the one whole. Therefore, and their bipolarity is not fundamental but may be modified or manipulated by altering the ratios of these proportions held as thirds or third parts. 29 7.3 Threefold relations. These threefold relations may be expressed with regard to their results, appearances, as assimilative, attractive, aggregating, individualizing, dispersing, dissociating, dominant or resultant, controlling, determining. 27 Russell, Atomic Suicide. Chapter 5, Prelude, The Transformation of Man. 28 18 Attributes or Dimensions. 29 Chapter 10, Proportions, Ratios, of Relative Values. 110 Chapter 7, Laws of Being, Figure 7.3. Triune forces / modes / proportions combined as one force. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link. 7.3.1 Each of the above dynamics, 4, is a 31-part or current of a 33 stream. Each of the above dynamics is a 13-portion or current of a 33 stream, rhythmic flow of force or energy. 30. These threefold relations are resultant dynamics of threefold relations of these 3 currents acting as one, constituting a single compound stream or chord tone, that is, combine proportions of each with the others. This combination of 3 entities to make one compound entity works the same way 3 musical notes may be sounded at one time as a triplet chord. Hence Keely's constant use of triplet chord notations throughout his charts. It is further presumed the ratios of the musical notes within a triplet chord on his charts 31 are the same ratios when specifying any other applied proportional values such as frequency, amplitude, etc. regardless of frequency range or subdivision. 30 In this system, sympathetic vibratory physics, force and energy are classified as opposites, working in antagonism to each other. Force as a positive power which initiates aggregative motion, and resists separative motion, in 3 postules, of ponderable matter in the etheric medium. Energy as a negative power, which initiates separative motion, or disintegration, and resists aggregative motion, in 3 postules of ponderable matter, also of the etheric medium. Bloomfield-Moore, What Electricity Is, Bloomfield-Moore 31 Part 25, Keely's Wonderful Charts of Vibratory Etheric Science 7.4. 3 Actions and Laws of Being 111 7.3.2 Ratios of harmonic and inharmonic potentials. It is further assumed, until bench testing shows otherwise, these triplet chords when considered as a singular tone each represents a different degree of concord and discord. Tables would have to be developed from bench testing. These ratios of concord and discord would also parallel in some regards Russell's concepts of locked potentials because that is what they are. Figure 7.4, Typical Triplet Chords in Keely's Charts. Image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link 7.43 Actions and Laws of Being V. From these 3 actions are derived the 3 fundamental laws of being. Law of assimilation, every individualized object assimilates itself to all other objects. 32 Law of individualization, every such object tends to assimilate all other objects to itself. 33 Law of the dominant, every such object is such by virtue of the higher or dominant force which controls these 2 tendencies. 32 Law of assimilation 33 Law of individualization 34 These 3 laws act according to and with the law of sympathetic association, and law of the dominant 112 Chapter 7. Laws of Being 7.4.1 Law of Sympathetic Association The effects of the Law of Sympathetic Association 35, which Mr. Keely demonstrated as the governing medium of the universe, find illustrations in inanimate nature. What else is the influence which one string of a lute has upon a string of another lute when a stroke upon it causes a proportionable motion and sound in the sympathizing consort, which is distant from it 36, and not perceptibly touched? It has been found that, in a watchmaker's shop, the timepieces, or clocks, connected with the same wall or shelf, have such a sympathetic effect in keeping time, that they stop those which beat in a regular time, and, if any are at rest, set those going which beat accurately. Norman Lockyer 37 deals with the law of sympathetic association as follows. While in the giving out of light we are dealing with molecular vibration taking place so energetically as to give rise to luminous radiation, absorption phenomena afford no evidence of this motion of the molecules when their vibrations are far less violent. The molecules are so apparent to vibrate each in its own period that they will take up vibrations from light 38 which is passing among them, provided always that the light thus passing among them contains the proper vibrations. 39. Let us try to get a mental image of what goes on. There is an experiment in the world of sound which will help us. Take 2 large tuning forks, mounted on sounding boxes, and tuned to exact unison. One of the forks is set in active vibration by means of a fiddle bow, and then brought near to the other one, the open mouths presented to each other. After a few moments, if the fork originally sounded is damped to stop its sound, it will be found that the other fork has taken up the vibration, and is sounding distinctly. If the 2 forks are not in unison, no amount of bowing of the one will have the slightest effect in producing sound from the other. 4035 Law of Sympathetic Association. 36 Spooky Action at a Distance. 37 Sir Joseph Norman Lockyer, F.R.S., May 17, 1836, August 16, 1920, known simply as Norman Lockyer, was an English scientist and astronomer. 38 Etheric Disturbance of Equilibrium. 39 Law of Force. 40 Clara Bloomfield Moore, CJBM, Keely and his discoveries, tuning forks, sympathy. 7.4. 3 Actions and Laws of Being. 113 7.4.2 Law of Assimilation. The law of assimilation. 41 Acts according to the laws of sympathetic attraction and oscillation, as also the law of sympathetic oscillation. 42. This law is to the effect that every individualized object tends to assimilate itself to itself, in successive moments of its existence, and all objects to assimilate one another. 43 7.4.3 Law of Attraction Juxtaposed. 44 Coherent aggregates vibrating in unison, or harmonic ratio, are mutually attracted. 45 Here then is the great law of attraction properly explained. When 2 or more objects are vibrating in unison, they are sympathetic to each other, and what occurs to one occurs to both. The objects are linked by sympathetic vibration and/or sympathetic oscillation. This phenomenon is recognized today as entanglement or spooky action at a distance. 46 Where objects are equally and uniformly spaced, we see the basis for geometric shapes such as tetrahedrons, etc., thought so much of by so many these days. Uniformity of design elements or dimensions, geometry, is therefore an attribute of harmony and therefore attraction or assimilation. Lacking entropic, discordant, elements of dispersion, numbers and ratios other than those forming unisons or harmonic ratios. 7.4.4 Law of Sympathetic Oscillation. Coherent aggregates immersed in a medium pulsating at their natural pitch simultaneously oscillate with the same frequency, whether the pitch of the medium be a unison, or any harmonic of the fundamental pitch of the creative aggregate. 47-41 Law of Assimilation. 42 Law of Sympathetic Oscillation. 43 Law of Assimilation. 44 Equally and uniformly spaced. 45 Keely, 1894, c. Jerkins effect. 46 Sympathetic vibration, sympathetic oscillation, entanglement. 47 Keely, 1894. 114 Chapter 7 Laws of Being. This coincidental and synchronous action is seen in the coordinated motion of seeming separated clock pendulums, all immersed in the common medium of the atmosphere or sharing contact through a wall or shelf. In a similar fashion, this is the basis of dissolving foreign materials, aggregates, by solvents in solutions. Curiously, it is the same dynamic at work in the Stockholm Syndrome. 48. See 2 above why this is so. 7.4.5 Infinite neutral mind centers and controls all motion. Should we replace the non-existent infinitely small strings as held in the string theory with infinitely small centers 49, to which are applied the above 3 laws, it can be seen how every center is sympathetic, in sympathy, with every other center, and are therefore quantum entangled, that is, sympathetic one to all others, and clearly reflects the above 3 laws and their dynamics. This would of course imply a single fundamental chord at the very heart or core of the universe. This highly sympathetic universal chord could be the cosmic microwave background '50 that vibrates and oscillates everything in the universe at a common pitch, thus sympathetically connecting, entangling, every seeming individuated thing to all other seeming individuated things regardless of space. At certain subdivision levels it may therefore be presumed all things regardless of location are sympathetically linked and behave as one thing, thus all things may be considered as one yet having individual exist and experience. 51 case mentions this seeming duality of one yet individual state of affairs as described by the above laws, states and circumstances thusly, that it, the entity, may know itself to be itself and part of the whole, not the whole but one with the whole, and thus retaining its individuality, knowing itself to be itself, yet one with the purposes of the first cause that called it, the entity, into being, into the awareness, into the consciousness of itself. That is the purpose, that is the cause of being. 52 underlines added 48 Wikipedia/Stockholm Syndrome 49 Center Theory 50 Cosmic Microwave Background 51 What is sympathy 52 Case, 826 11 7.4 3 Actions and Laws of Being 115, Figure 7.5, From the One Comes the Many. Image PonscienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. And of course this illusion of separateness carries on into the affairs of each individual and hence into society. As can be seen from the above, the totality of the universe is one totality with seeming separate individualizations. Science sees it when it insists on creating experiments isolated from all outside influences. This of course can work in purely mechanical experiments, but once the threshold of the atom is breached into the quantum world, nothing can be isolated from these higher and finer outside forces and influences. Indeed, even the atom is affected by these higher finer forces. We simply do not know how to pay attention to the effects, which includes the existence of the atom itself being created and maintained by these unseen forces. 53. How the many forms of matter and substance develop through evolution. 54. From the seeming void of mind or consciousness is not the topic of this book. Perhaps we'll get around to writing such a book in the future. 7.4.61 Substance is mind. There is but one substance in the universe, and that substance is mind, which some have called light, as in the light of mind. Being of the light or ether, quarter of subdivided being. The ancients called it luminiferous. 53. 7.9 Ultimate constitution of matter and action of force regulating its phenomena. 54 Bookstore.com, Hughes, F. Harmonies of Tones and Colors, developed by Evolution 116. Chapter 7. Laws of Being. Ether. 55. Walter Russell expressed it thusly: light units have the appearance of individuality, even as you and I. There is no individuality in this universe of mind. There is but an appearance of individuality. This is a universe of the one thing. That one thing is mind. The substance of thinking mind in action is light. There is but one substance. The one substance cannot be divided into many substances, or many parts. Individuality is but an appearance, an effect of potential in the periodicity of thinking. 56 Thus it can be seen mind centers. 57 All things, because all things are motions centralized about a common center originating of mind as source. 58 Or the interetheric realm or subdivision, sixth subdivision, of being. Figure 7.6, Mind centers all motion. Image PonscienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy Vi. Applying these fundamental laws to an explanation of the universe, as it is brought to human cognition, All manifestations of force may be treated as modes of vibrations. Simplistically, everything vibrates and oscillates perpetually. 59 But not all. 55 Luminiferous ether. 56 Russell, The Universal One, Book 02, Chapter 01, Dynamics of Mind, Concerning Light Units of Matter. 57 Figure 12.06, Mind Centers and Controls Motion. 58 Very important article by Keely, 7.9, Ultimate Constitution of Matter and Action of Force Regulating Its Phenomena. 59 Law of Harmonic Vibrations. 7.5, 3 Modes of Vibration. 117 Vibrations and oscillations are equal, bringing us to the subject of this book. The great secret to understanding is to see and know the unseen working constituents of vibrations and oscillations such that we can engineer them to create the precise waveforms and effects we want. These periodic motions are not solely about sine, square, sawtooth and pulse-shaped waves. Carefully sculpting a waveform synthesizing specific partials and harmonics allows a fine precision in applying these waveforms. Likewise, understanding how waves interact with each other, as shown in Keely's 40 laws, 60 gives us mastery over such vibrating and oscillating dynamics and media. 7.53 Modes of Vibration. 7. The essential differences give rise to 3 modes of vibration: the radiating, called also the dispersing, the propulsive, the positive, and the inharmonic. 61 The focalizing, called also the negative attractive, the polarizing, and the harmonic. 62 The dominant, called also the etheric, or the celestial. 63 7.5.1 Polarity, duality, bias and potential. Polarity is usually understood as two seemingly opposing forces or states, as in for instance the two poles of magnetism. Neither Keely nor Russell saw polarity in this simplistic manner. To them there are two composite poles and a centering fulcrum or neutral point, neutral center or neutral line. All 3 states are effects of subtler unseen forces united in discrete proportions of 3 united and manifesting as one. A key here is preponderance, as in one composite force is preponderant over the other within a triplet configuration. 60 Keely's 40 laws. 61 Anthropic. Russell also calls this mother, or magnetic. 62 Centropic, or negentropic. Russell also calls this father, or electric. 63 Mind, etheric elements, scalar, spirit. 118 Chapter 7. Laws of Being or Pole. Each pole then is a result determined by predominance of one composite force over the other 2 within each pole. 7.63 Laws of Being. 8. These, it will be noted, correspond to the 3 laws of being. Continues to 9 Syntropy, neutral entropy, the focalizing, the dominant, the radiating, absorbing, centering, emanating, accumulating, balancing, dissipating, plus fulcrum minus assimilating, neutralizing, dispersion, heating, zero, cooling. Table 7.1, 3 Polarity states and effects. 6465. 7.6.1 Dominant mode. By use of the dominant mode, which is allied to the order of etheric vibrations, we can induct sympathetic negative attraction or sympathetic positive propulsion in any mass, according to its mass core. 66 The dominant mode is of the etheric and interetheric subdivisions that governs the 2 lower order, molecular and atomic, subdivisions party to the polar triplet. 66 This quote is from Sympathetic Induction, Snell. It says there is a polarity to the etheric, quantum, range of vibrations, row 4 in the above table. This also implies that two polar streams are different and therefore must be created and applied as separate streams. 7.6. 3 Laws of Being. 119. All the dominant conditions of nature represent the focal centers towards which like surrounding ones become sympathetically subservient. 67. By use of the dominant mode, which is allied to the order of etheric vibrations, we can induct sympathetic negative attraction or sympathetic positive propulsion in any mass, according to its mass chord. 68. The magnetic cannot lead the electric, nor the electric the gravital, nor the gravital the magnetic. All are subservient to the dominant, as a train of cars is subservient to the locomotive which pulls it along. The only difference between the two is that one is sympathetic, the other mechanical. Though this is a crude illustration, it conveys a great truth in sympathetic philosophy. All sympathetic flows have this triune condition associated with them, the same as the molecular, atomic and etheric aggregations of all forms of visible matter, the compound etheric, or dominant, being the leader and yet one of the constituents of the molecule itself. The dominant we may call the etheric portion of the molecule, the harmonic, the atomic, and the inharmonic, the molecule itself. The dominant parts of the triune combination of the sympathetic streams are the leaders, toward which all coordinate to make up the sympathetic terrestrial envelope of the Earth, the cerebral being the high dominant, or compound etheric, the luminiferous proper. 69, underline added 67. Keely and his discoveries. Page 179. 68. Sympathetic induction, Snell, 69. Keely and his discoveries. 120. Chapter 7. Laws of Being. 7.7. Table of Modes. Correspondences, source from Center 70 to Center 71. Balancing or controlling Keely, SVP 6. Inharmonic harmonic dominant modern waveform longitudinal 2, transverse 3, Rayleigh 10 angle of incidence 450 450 900 900 path / motion 3, straight zigzag circular Keely, SVP dispersing centropic dominant, dipolar Keely. SVP entropic centropic dominant / dipolar Russell 4, plus minus fulcrum Russell 4, gravitation radiation balance, void Charles Henry 7, gravitation electromagnetic biopsychic possible correspondence 5, 3rd 6ths 9ths, Table 7.2, Table of Mode Correspondences 7.7.1. The above dynamics are to the following effects: many to one to many, polar to polar, unbalanced to balanced to unbalanced, split to whole to split, dispersed to concentrated to dispersed, differentiated to voided, undifferentiated to differentiated, discord to harmony to discord. Table 7.3. Some mode effects 7.8. 3 modes, currents and streams 121. 7.7.2. Relations of thirds. Thirds refers to molecular subdivision. Physical movements, classical physics and mechanics. Sixths refers to atomic subdivision. Sympathetic impregnation of electromagnetism in matter. Operations of thermism 72 and low light. Ninths refers to etheric subdivision. Sympathetic transfer from the celestial luminous or solstice radiation 73, also chemism. 74. Table 7.4, thirds, sixths and ninths 75. 7.83 modes, currents and streams 9. It is not to be understood that any one of these 3 modes of vibration can exist independently. Each by itself is called a current, and all 3 must be present in every stream or flow of force. The relations of the currents in every flow are expressible in thirds, and it is experimentally demonstrable that the relation of the three are in the order named, as 3313, 6623, 100. 7.8.1 Ratios and proportions of thirds. The ratios and relations below are logical determinations, best guess, and are not to be taken as established or proven fact. Lots of lab work is needed here. 75 See Chapter 9, Modes of Vibration for more details on structure of thirds. See also, Newton of the Mind, Law of Cycles. 122 Chapter 7. Laws of Being. E equals 3313 equals dispersing, positive, inharmonic, depolarizing, entropic, mother, magnetic. S equals 6623 equals concentrating, negative, harmonic, polarizing, centropic, father, electric. D equals 100 equals etheric, celestial, mind, spirit when defined as proportional parts. E equals S equals 33 66 13 2 3 equals 13 parts of A. 2 equals 3 parts of A. D equals 100 equals 100 parts of A. So if D equals 100 parts, then S equals 23xa, or 6623 parts, and E equals 23xa, or 3313 parts. When applied to vibratory or oscillatory rates, if D equals 100 cps, then S equals 6623 cps. E equals 3313 cps. Certainly this applies to amplitude and power as well. 76 These proportions most assuredly apply to states of compression, centropy, and disperse, where E equals entropy, dispersion, S equals centropy, contraction, D equals dominant, controlling or regulating. 76 Potential. 7.9. Evolution of matter. 123 7.9 Evolution of matter. The evolution of what is called matter from the different modes of vibration is through the action of the second law, that of focalization, or negative attraction, or negative affinity. 77 Conventionally and generally speaking, this assimilating and accumulating into seeming solid matter process would be akin to the forces involved in the formation of bosons and in Bose-Einstein condensation nuclear fusion, BCNF, or boson cluster state nuclear fusion, BCSNF. 78 7.10 Neutral center. Where the vibrations under this mode meet, and are maintained in a state of mutual affinity or equilibrium, there is established what is called a neutral center, or, as otherwise expressed, a center of sympathetic coincidence. 79 77 Syntropy, negentropy, harmonic concentration or aggregation, via sympathetic affinity, inverse square law, and sympathetic association. 78 Wikipedia/Bose-Einstein condensation. 79 Keely's Physical Philosophy, Snell, Neutral Center, Center of Sympathetic Attraction. 124 Chapter 7. Laws of Being, Figure 7.7. Every point in the universe is a gravitative center. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. 7.10.1 Center of Sympathetic Coincidence or Neutral Center. The neutral center is that protean, uncreated, indestructible, forever existing first causality. Without hands, without tools, without thought, without emotion, without love, without form, without substance, it, of itself, created all these. All that we see or can see in the objective universe exists because of and by means of the properties and powers of the neutral center. 81 neutral centers are the focalized seat of sympathetic concordance for controlling any differentiation 82 that may exist outside, or in the mass that surrounds them. 83 I like to think of the power of the neutral center to be much like the power of a conductor wielding control over his orchestra. He sets the tone with 81st cause 81 Keely, first cause. Neutral center 82 differentiation 83 Keely and his discoveries, pg 255 7.11. Centropy orgone mutual affinity 125 his pitch pipe and moderates the time, coordinates activity, harmony, and amplitude of each section and individual within his domain, the orchestra. Neutral centers are the center of sympathetic coincidence 84. 85 7.11 Centropy or mutual affinity 12. The terms neutral attraction, neutral affinity, negative attraction, or polar negative attraction, are employed to express the property of a mode of vibration to direct its components towards such center. 86 These center directing forces are by definition centropic, derived from mutual affinity itself, born of harmony. They are born of harmonic, sympathetic, vibrations as discussed in the Bjerknes effect 87, law of harmonic vibration, law of attraction and law of cycles. The etheric or dominant level frequencies appear to possess a predominant proportion of syntropic, center-seeking, forces which increase with velocity. Hence the centralizing power of tornadoes and hurricanes, all vortex motion. Taking into consideration even the introductory conditions of the etheric stage, etheric vibration has proved to me that the higher the velocity of its rotating stream, the greater is its tendency towards the neutral center or center of sympathetic coincidence. Were it otherwise, how could there ever be any planetary formations or the building up of visible structures? If a billiard ball were rotated to a certain velocity, it would separate in pieces, and the pieces would fly off in a tangent, but if it were a ball of ether, the higher the velocity of rotation, the stronger would be the tendency of its corpuscles to seek its center of neutrality, and to hold together. 88. Underline added 84 Sympathetic coincidence 85 Keely and his discoveries, pg 220 86 Centropy, negentropy, father forces 87 Bjerknes effect 88 Keely, attraction propulsion etc. 126 Chapter 7. Laws of Being 7.12 Subdivisions of individualized being 13. As no current or flow of force can be composed of one mode of vibration only, but must always be composed of three modes uniting in varying thirds, we have 1 by 2 by 3 equals 6 as the total possible forms of sympathetic coincidence, or, to speak in ordinary terms, there can be 6, and 6 only, possible forms of individualized being. These are what Keely calls the 6 orders of atomic subdivision, or orders of vibratory motion, and he names them as follows: molecular, intermolecular, atomic, interatomic, etheric, interetheric, compound, interetheric, added by editor 89 7.12.1 Table of subdivisions of matter and energy, figure 7.8. Table of 7 subdivisions or orders. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com Web link 89 Compound interetheric, subdivision, etheric elements, magnetic still light 7.13. Arithmetical and geometric progressions 127 7.13 Arithmetical and geometric progressions 14. In this list, forms of matter are arranged in the mathematical sequence of the rapidity of the oscillations of their constituent members, the proportion being proved by experiment to be as follows for the molecular orders: 91, 3, 9, 27, 81, 243, 1, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. 7.14 Progressions of orders 15. The arithmetical progression changes in the atomic orders to a geometrical progression as follows: 3, 9, 81, 6561, 43,046,721, 31, 32, 34, 38, 316. 91, 7.15 Infinite range of vibration 16. This same method of progression is believed to hold in all the orders of vibrations above the molecular, and soon passes into mathematical infinity. 90 Figure 8.14, Some basic waveforms and their constituent aliquot parts. 91 Part 12, Russell's locked potentials, covering Russell's locked potentials, square law. 128 Chapter 7. Laws of being, mode subdivision, octave, Hertz controlling law, enharmonic, centrifugal, molecular, intermolecular, 1 first, 21st octaves, law of oscillax, 100 minus latting atomic, 2.09715 by 106 substances, 92 harmonic, centripetal, atomic, interatomic, 21st, 42nd law of sonoctaves, thermity, 93 2.09715 by 106 minus 4.39805 by 109 dominant, controlling, etheric, interetheric, 42nd, 63rd law of oscillatives, latting atoms, 94 4.39805 by 109 minus 9.22337 by 109, table 7.5, mode frequency ranges 95 7.16 progression types 7.16.1 Arithmetic and geometrical progressions. Arithmetic progression. In mathematics, an arithmetic progression or arithmetic sequence is a sequence of numbers such that the difference between the consecutive terms is constant. 96 Geometric progression. In mathematics, a geometric progression, also known as a geometric sequence, is a sequence of numbers where each term after the first is found by multiplying the previous one by a fixed, non-zero number called the common ratio. 97 Linear progression. In music, a linear progression, Auskompanierungszug or Zug, German, train, abbreviated, ZG, is a passing note elaboration involving stepwise melodic motion in one direction between two harmonic tones. 98 Melodic progression may be explored in harmonies of tones and colors. 96 Wikipedia, arithmetical progression. 97 Wikipedia, geometric progression. 98 Wikipedia, linear progression. 7.17 Three major orders. 129 Developed by evolution. 99 And the scientific basis and build of music by Ramsey. 100 Music, vibrations and oscillations of a string, is linear arithmetic progress. Science 101 While energy expansion and contraction is volumetric with geometric progression. 102 As is described in Russell's scale of locked potentials. 103, the square law and inverse square law. 104 7.173 Major orders. 17. Actually, however, all matter of which we are capable of cognition through the medium of our senses. 105 is in one of three forms of aggregation: molecular, atomic, etheric. 7.17.1 The above are not things. The above states constitute our sensorial world. They are not solely things but are also considered as states, phases, forms or dynamic structures resulting from specific combinations of the dynamic three modes of motion. Each state has a respective combination or proportion of the three modes. The higher three forms of aggregation are not perceptible to our senses and are therefore considered extrasensory, unseen, spiritual, subtle, scalar, non-classical, etc. 99s of bookstore.com 100s of bookstore.com 101 Arithmetical progression 102 Geometric progression 103 Scale of locked potentials 104 Progressive evolution 105 Sense 130 Chapter 7 Laws of Being 7.18 Controlling Mode 18, in each of which the controlling mode of vibration is respectively, the enharmonic, entropy, dispersive, controls molecular, the harmonic, centropy, attractive, controls atomic, the dominant, neutral, controlling, controls etheric. 7.18.1 Modes combine in unique proportions. The above three modes combine in unique proportions to create orthogonal 106 stabilized centralizations of forces that have the appearance of seeming solid matter. The following table is a supposition about the mixing of mode proportions in the third and fourth columns for each aggregation. They seem reasonable but only bench testing will proven them out. Aggregation governing mode: dominant mode, subservient mode, molecular 100x, enharmonic 6623, harmonic 3313, dominant atomic 100x, harmonic 6623, enharmonic 3313, dominant etheric 100x, dominant 6623, harmonic 3313, enharmonic thirds 321, proportion 963, portion ninths, sixths, thirds. 107, Table 7.6, Hypothetical controlling modes and proportions. 7.19 Modes as actual components. 19. But it must be understood that each of these modes is a positive and real constituent of every atom and molecule. 106 Ideally speaking, as is demonstrated in carbon crystallization. 7.20 Foundational concepts. 131 Considering an atom or molecule as a balanced dynamic of centropic and entropic forces, they must then by definition have these three component modes as essential to their existence. This concept is not unlike Buckminster's tensegrity 108 idea. 7.20 Foundational concepts. 20. It will be seen that as every form of material aggregation is to be considered as a neutral center of attraction, where the vibratory force of all three orders are held in sympathetic coincidence, that is, in balanced activity or harmonized motion, and not by any means cancelled or mutually destroyed. There is no diminution of force, but only temporary suspension of its radiating or propulsive activity or expression. 109, underline added 7.20.1 Balance or equation of father-mother forces. This balance or equation of father-mother forces 110 is not a perfect balance where there is no motion. There is in all seeming solid and still matter a near imperceptibly tiny periodic motions Russell referred to as rhythmic balanced interchange. McVicker called this balanced periodic motion the cosmical law of assimilation. 111. The range of motion of this periodic motion when considered as stable does not exceed 50% of the molecular dimension. 112 Conventional science refers to this natural residual vibration as vacuum fluctuations, quantum jiggle or zero-point energy. See 25 below. If access to the zero-point energy (ZPE) reservoir is successful, one needn't worry about either depletion of this resource or creating an imbalance in the local environment. It is the electromagnetic equivalent of scooping cupfuls of water out of the ocean, with replacement occurring at the velocity of propagation of electromagnetic waves, the velocity of light. As to the ultimate 108 Wikipedia/10 Segrity 109 Neutralization 110 Father-Mother Principle 111 14.32, Law of Assimilation 112 Aqueous Disintegration, Snell 132 Chapter 7. Laws of Being Origin of the ZPE. Two views are discussed in the physics literature: 1. That it is simply part and parcel of the energetic legacy that emerged with the Big Bang, and another that it is an energetic substratum that preceded even the Big Bang, with our universe emerging as the result of a giant vacuum fluctuation. 113 In any case, an argument can be made that it is sustained by a cosmological feedback cycle in which charged particles radiate due to their quantum jiggle, and the particles jiggle due to being caught up in the collective radiation of all the other particles, an electromagnetic equivalent of placing a microphone near a speaker and generating a squeal. 114 7.21 Latent force 21 This is the foundation of Keely's doctrine of latent force 115. And of the indefinite power which can be obtained by breaking up the harmonious balance or equation of forces of every mode, which exists in every neutral center, that is to say in every mass of matter. 7.21.1 Matter is the result of three forces or modes of vibration in SVP. Every form of matter is the result of three forces or modes of vibration that are balanced or equated to a determinable degree. Disturbing this balance or equation of forces liberates them, not the breaking of a solid appearing atom. Increasing centropic force, for instance, will instantly evoke the law of cycles, thereby causing transformation into intense dispersion, emission, radiation. Liberated entropy will instantly disperse. An example of this process of liberation is the well-known atomic and nuclear detonations as seen in cavitation or implosion processes. The use of these principles in atomic weapons is an extreme liberation of 113. A third view is this persistent periodic motion is that which maintains the physical universe. 114 H. E. Puthoff, on the source of vacuum electromagnetic zero-point energy, Phys. Reverend A., Volume 40, p. 4857, 1989, Phys. Reverend A. Volume 44, p. 3382, 1991. 115 Latent force 7.21. Latent force 133 The contained latent force within a very short time span. The designer's intent of such weapons is to get the biggest bang possible. In the real world we have no need of such gigantic liberations of energy. It is possible and desirable to perform smaller releases over longer periods of time, such as is done with dissociation of water via electrolysis and similar means. In this case it would be prudent to use materials containing less latent energy on the molecular level and perhaps the atomic order. These releases of energy would be more than sufficient for most any application serving humanity's needs. Such liberations would be saner, simpler, safer, non-ionizing and sustainable. Keely was able to release these forces in a gentle or violent manner depending on the stage of the law of cycles progression. Sudden unition induces the same effect, but demonstration shows that the concentration of this triple force is as free of percussion as is the breath of an infant against the atmosphere, for the three currents flow together as in one stream, in the mildest sympathetic way, while their discharge after concentration is, in comparison to their accumulation, as the tornado's force to the waft of the butterfly's wing. 116 Water molecules, Keely's favorite medium for creating his all-powerful and useful etheric vapor, can be easily dissociated in the molecular order with an electric current, AC or DC, X-rays, cavitation 117, ultrasound 118, microwaves 119, radio waves 120 and even vacuum. This molecular dissociation liberates a gas composed of the atoms of hydrogen and oxygen. These as gases constitute the next higher level or order of being, the atomic level of being. This atomic level can be dissociated with an electric spark 121 igniting or rendering, dissociating, the atomic order into the next etheric level or order being plasma, that is, flame made of ionized gases possessing great pressure as discordant radiating entropy mode preponderates. The process is more complicated than the above, but you get the essential points. As Humanity 116 Keely's contributions to Science 117 15.12, Dissociating Water with Acoustic Cavitation 118 15.09, Dissociating Water with Ultrasonic Vibration, Puharek 119 Dissociating Water with Microwave 120 15.08. Dissociating water with X-rays, radiolysis 121. But then what is a spark if not the electric stream preponderant with the individualizing, centropic, mode? See, Spark, Introductory Impulse 134 Chapter 7. Laws of Being masters these low levels of dissociation. The higher levels liberating greater quantities of useful energy may be accessed. It was this etheric vapor under immense pressure derived from dissociated water that Keely had intended to use to power his original Keely motor. After designing and building over 120 models and 30 years of effort, he gave up on that approach when he discovered the etheric vapor is not the source of power but instead is a carrier 122 of the force he wished to liberate. Figure 7.9, Keely motor activated by slow-released etheric vapor image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link. There was one instance where Keely did use this etheric vapor under immense pressure and released or liberated quickly was in his etheric cannon 123. He demonstrated this cannon on many occasions and once before the U.S. Navy at Sandy Hook Naval Yard, New Jersey. The Navy turned it down because they thought the mechanism too complex. 122 Connecting link 123 Cannon 7.21. Latent force 135, figure 7.10, Keely's cannon fired by quick release of etheric vapor image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link 7.21.2 Latent force, Keely with our present, 1880s, knowledge, writes Mr. Keely, no definition can be given of this latent force, which, possessing all the conditions of attraction and repulsion associated with it, is free of magnetism. If it is a condition of electricity, robbed of all electrical phenomena, or a magnetic force, repellent, sick, To the phenomena associated with magnetic development, the only philosophical conclusion I can arrive at is that this indefinable element is the soul of matter. 124. Were not every form of matter, even to the cerebral convolutions of the brain, impregnated with this latent element of force, which is sympathetically subservient to celestial radiation, nature would be like a stillborn child, or a marble statue, dead to the sympathetic association that induces motion. Matter could not exist without this element, this spiritual essence, this impregnation from the deity, which is its soul, any more than a man with an ossified brain could have motion or life. 125. This new higher state liberated energy, not having any detectable magnetism or electricity, must by definition be a higher subtler subdivision than the atomic or etheric orders of being, both having these two attributes. These new subdivisions then would be the subquantum levels of light, photonic, and finer quantum divisions such as quarks, gluons, etc. 124. Soul of matter. 125. What electricity is. Bloomfield Moore. 136. Chapter 7. Laws of Being. 7.22. Sympathy and Resonance. 22. Insomuch as every mass of matter consists thus, in fact, of vibrations in harmonic equilibrium, related by simple proportions of thirds, it follows that every mass of every description stands in harmonic relation to every other mass. This is, in part, what is meant by the sympathy of all forms of matter and of motion, that is, entanglement, bonding, coupling or love, and it is through the study of the methods of increasing or diminishing 126 this sympathy that we reach practical results in this field of research. At present this is best accomplished by resonance. 127, that is, through the harmonic vibrations created by musical instruments, or signal generators, bringing out the acoustic world as the microscope reveals the hidden visual world. 7.22.1 Attraction and a repulsion between all things. There exists, by virtue and attributes of harmonic vibrations or sympathy, acoustic entanglement, an attraction and a repulsion between all things. The nature of this attraction and repulsion is discussed in Chapter 2, Love in Science and Physics. This sympathetic association can be modified at will according to the law of sympathetic association. 128 Keely referred to this process as disturbance of equilibrium. 129 where he disrupted the harmonic equilibrium, thus exciting the dynamics of balanced systems. Centralized forces in a state of coincidental harmony contain latent force. 130. The quantity of that latent force is determined by the subdivision or order of the material. This force is liberated into unusable force by an outside acoustic disturbance upsetting that balance. This would be not unlike a frequency and amplitude modulation, FM and AM, of existing chordal, complex frequency, patterns. 126 Disturbance of equilibrium. 127 Established with sympathetic vibration or oscillation, c. Law of Force. 128 Bjerknes effect, Love in Science and Physics, 3 Laws of Being, Law of Assimilation. 129 Disturbance of equilibrium. 130 Latent force. 7.23 Matter composed of molecules. 137 7.23 Matter composed of molecules. 23. Every visible or tangible mass of matter must be regarded as an aggregation of molecules, the molecules being the true centers of the equated forces of neutralized attraction. Neutralized attraction is where the two forces of syntropy and entropy are equated to a balanced state or condition. A stable molecule has such a center of neutralization of forces, and every molecule, according to Keely, whether singularly or in a larger mass, have this distinction. Disturbance of one molecule of such a mass is disturbing all molecules of the mass. Disturbance is accomplished with an exciter '131 being an acoustic pulse 132 possessing certain characteristics such that it is received and remodulates the molecule into a discordant condition. 7.23.1 Attraction is an effect of syntropy. We now know that attraction is an effect of syntropy, which is an effect of sympathetic association or harmonized frequencies or unisons. Syntropy unopposed is pure active attraction or affinity. Neutralized attraction then would be syntropy balanced by entropy when the rates of vibration or oscillation form in unison with the fundamental or harmonics. 133 Regarding attraction or bonding as an effect of harmonized vibrations and oscillations is decidedly different than force carrier particles. The first condition is a dynamic condition of the forces involved in the interaction. The second is an isolationist viewpoint requiring an unnecessary additional player on stage. Although a unit measure of attractive force, a quantum, least measure or quantity such as a gluon, of attractive force, could be assigned to these entities for mathematical purposes, which I feel is how all this quantum business got started in the first place. 131 Exciter 132 or any other frequency within the three main modes. 133 Law of attraction, Jerkin's effect, Law of sympathetic oscillation, Law of force, Law of chemical affinity, and, voiding 138 Chapter 7. Laws of being. 7.24 Molecules are sensitive to modes. These molecules have been experimentally proved by Keely to be formed of all three modes of vibration, the proof being that they respond to all three modes when subjected to the tests of compound concordant impulses, chords. 134 An example of a compound concordant impulse would be a musical triplet of say C, E and G sounded together with a sharp attack and little decay within its signature envelope. Logic indicates at least one of those frequencies is concordant with natural tones, eigenfrequencies, of the target molecule. In which case power from the exciter chord is added, sympathetic and syntropic addition, to the molecule, thus offsetting its original concordant equation of forces or balance. 7.25 Oscillations of molecules when in that state of neutral aggregation which we know as matter. 11. Each molecule is in perpetual oscillation, the range of the oscillation being 1/3 of the molecule, and its rapidity 20,000 oscillations in a second. 135 This has always been a curious statement, that all molecules oscillate about their center at a fixed rate of 20,000 Hz. Why hasn't this been found by conventional science? Perhaps it has, but I've not found any reference to it, yet. In today's world there are countless types of molecules and many of them are artificial, such as are found in plastics and new metal alloys. Does this statement apply to all of them? One would presume, to err on the safe side, that Keely is referring to naturally occurring molecules. That would be a big and perhaps dangerous assumption. 136 Nevertheless, it is something to explore. The effort may be well worth it. 134 C26, Law of Force, Law of Chemical Affinity, 15.18. Keely's process for liberating ether from water. 135 Molecular dissociation. 136 See section 6.5 Frequency, where frequency of oscillation is twice the ordinary count. 7.26 Disturbance of equilibrium. 139 7.26 Disturbance of equilibrium. 26 It is through the disturbance of this oscillatory equilibrium, by means of resonant impulses, that Keely alters the relations of the vibratory impulses which constitute matter. 11 This he does by striking the same chord in 3 octaves, representing the third, sixth, and ninth of the scale. 137 The above quote is the beginning of the description of how Keely modulated the eigenfrequency or chord of the mass 138 being acted upon. The following sections give insight into how he approached and did this using the thirds, sixths and ninths of a scale constructed upon the tonic or fundamental of the mass being acted upon using the quantization method. 139 Here lies perhaps one of Keely's greatest secrets, the application of the much verbalized 3, 6 and 9 inches so often attributed to Tesla. 140 Somewhere I read Tesla stated he had figured out Keely's secret. This may be the secret he referred to. I do not have that quote nor a link to the original material. In music theory, intervals are expressed as ratios. In standard music theory there are major and minor thirds, and Keely does not specify which. Normally a major third is considered as the quantity 5 to 4. Translated, this quantity is the fundamental frequency divided by 4, which quotient is then multiplied by 5 gives the frequency of a major third. A minor third is considered as the quantity 6 to 5. Translated, this quantity is the fundamental frequency divided by 5, which quotient is then multiplied by 6. The same treatment applies to all music intervals. These intervals form a 3-tone chord, musical triplet, when sounded simultaneously. Multiply each of these frequencies by 2 and 4 creates Keely's triple triplet. 141 Of same chord in 3 octaves. 137 Triple triplet flows, inversion. 138 Chord of the mass. 139 Quantization, SVP 140 14.35, Tesla's 3, 6 and 9. 141 Triple triplet flows, triple triplet. 140 Chapter 7 Laws of being. Interval ratio: minor third 6 to 5, major third 5 to 4, minor sixth 8 to 5, major sixth 5 to 3, augmented sixth 125 to 72, minor ninth 32 hours 15 minutes, major ninth 9 to 4. Table 7.7, thirds, sixths and ninths. Intervals. 7.26.1 Disturbance of equilibrium. Gravity. Disturbance of equilibrium, like gravity, is inherent, an eternal existing force. 142 It is possible these two phases, gravity and disturbance of equilibrium, are simply the two opposite poles of matter, the physical universe, the positive and negative poles of matter, controlled by the third or controlling principle, the universal will. Unstable equilibrium, like gravity, is a condition born in each neutral center at the time of birth, and thus designed by the architect as the connective link. 143 Between the dispersing positive 144 and the attractive negative 145. The action inducing this link I call sympathetic planetary oscillation. The inharmonic portion of the electric current carries the power of propulsion that induces disturbance of negative equilibrium. In his, Keely's, Experiments of aqueous disintegration 146 Disturbance of aqua 142 13.12.1 Disturbance of equilibrium 143 Connecting link 144 Radiation 145 Contraction 146 Aqueous disintegration 7.27 Sixths induces neutral radiation 141 Librium was brought about by using mediums of differential gravity in the disintegrator 147, air as one, water as the other. 148 Forces are held in a dynamic state of equilibrium, a neutral state, until disturbed by an excitation or stimulation. Adding either harmonic, centropy, or inharmonic, entropy, excitations will evolve into opposite conditions, either attraction or repulsion. This dynamic holds true on all subdivisions. On the lower subdivisions, these disturbances must be sympathetic to that being stimulated, which is to say acoustic waves or pulses. On the higher etheric subdivisions, a sympathetic excitation would be the infinite exciter as thought or a form of thought such as desire, intent, etc. Matter is not directly created by these incoming sympathetic streams. The incoming etheric, celestial, streams impact, bombard, a neutral center which differentiates them, and matter results from the effects of this impact or antagonism, developing summation and difference modulations, tones, during its progressive evolution into being. The incoming excitations need not be all frequencies, as countless frequencies may develop during the impact or antagonism. Any tone instantly generates an overtone series. These secondary and tertiary partials or tones spring into existence the instant any tone is sounded. These many tones are effects of the one causative tone and cannot be separated from their cause. They are entangled everywhere, experiencing summation and difference modulations, tones, originating from everywhere. Each experience is of course unique because of local influences or modulations. 7.27 Sixths induces neutral radiation 27. Of these, the sixth reduces the range of molecular oscillation, and thus tends to give greater tenuity to the mass. It induces trajectile velocity from neutral centers, or neutral radiation. 147 Disintegrator 148 Snell Manuscript 142 Chapter 7. Laws of Being 7.27.1 Seeming paradox. The first part of the first sentence of 17 appears to contradict the second part of the same sentence, thus creating a seeming paradox. However, the two sentences taken together illustrate quite clearly the function and dynamics of the law of cycles, said dynamics elsewhere discussed. Experiment shows that molecular dissociation does not take place until the molecule attains an oscillation approaching, if not fully reaching, 2/3 of its diameter. This can be effected by means of the action of the enharmonic or radiating current applied to the mass, after its molecules have been disturbed by an introductory impulse, that is, by the musical note 149 above mentioned. 7.27.2 Exciting the molecular mass. First excite the molecular mass with a strong pulse, then continue this disturbance at resonance with its natural eigenfrequency, chord of mass, until a certain amplitude of oscillation occurs where dissociation takes place. These quantities of applied excitation, amplitude, duration, attack, sustain and decay, could be determined through experiment. 7.28 Third is the dominant 29. The third represents the dominant, and when brought under control of a harmonic resonant impulse induces a complete rearrangement of the modes of vibration and oscillation, in other words, will transform the mass either into its component initial forces, or into some other form of matter. 7.28.1 Harmonic resonant impulse. Harmonic resonant impulse means an impulse that is harmonic, in tune with, that is, sympathetic, not unlike a singer singing the correct pitch that is in sync or establishes a chord of resonance 150 with that of a wine glass to 149. A musical note is a specific pitch in mathematical relationship with other pitches. 150 chord of resonance 7.29. The dominant orgone etheric mode 143b shattered. Also called resonant impulse. 151. Of course Brinton, Keely is talking about none other than transmuting the mass being experimented upon, whether that be water or some other molecular substance, transform the mass either into its component initial forces, or into some other form of matter. Component initial forces means liberating these awesome atomic forces whether slowly or instantly. Of course the slower the liberation the better. Matter is bound up energy and energy is liberated matter. Keely, 1893. It is astonishing these ideas were first published in 1894, well before orthodox science acknowledged splitting the molecule or atom was even possible. Not only does Keely say this is possible, but he says how to do it and that he had been doing it for some years already prior to 1894. Realizing the above, it is obvious why no one in Keely's day had any idea what he was doing. In Keely's ultimate constitution of matter and action of force regulating its phenomena 152, he lays out the basic concepts of matter, force and their interactions, such as converting one into the other. 7.29 The dominant or etheric mode 30. It is the study of the dominant 153 to which Keely has devoted his recent researches. He aims to control the power he evolves by altering the dominant or etheric mode of vibration in the triplicate flows of force. 7.29.1 Etheric current. The etheric, dominant, current is the controlling medium in the triune flows. 154 It is the switch or regulator that actuates the power of the other two currents or forces, thus disturbing the triune balance. The key phrase in the above is control the power he evolves, indicating he doesn't want an all-at-once release as in a destructive explosion. 151 Law of transformation of forces, transmutation. 152 7.9 Ultimate constitution of matter and action of force regulating its phenomena. 153 Dominant. 154 Keely's, three modes of vibration, for range of frequencies of the etheric current, one universal controlling medium. 144 Chapter 7. Laws of Being. 7.30 Centers of harmonized vibration. As all molecules and masses are mere centers of harmonized vibrations. 9. Temporarily held in suspension by simple laws. 155 Identical with those of resonance, it follows that these centers can be broken up or divided by certain orders of vibration impinging upon and disturbing them. 156 See the above sections and subsections describing this equilibrium and its disturbance. The idea that the control of the forces of a molecule can be addressed via the molecule's center of balanced forces represents a major diversion from conventional thought. It is far easier to modulate this center of balanced forces than any other condition of motion of a molecule, be it electrons or atoms forming part of the molecule. The point or center of balance of forces is not unlike that point in a child's swing when the highest or furthest point of motion is reached and all motion stops for an instant then reverses direction. This point coincides with Russell's zero plane of inertia 157. This instant of dipolar non-motion is where the kinetic outswing and inswing are neutralized, conjugated, summed to zero, and energy of the system becomes latent, potential. At this point it is easiest to add additional outside power to maintain or increase motion. It is the optimum point of modulation. Attempting to add power at other points of the swing are either impossible or difficult. 7.31 Sympathetic outreach, sympathy/resonance field effect. It is a familiar fact that a chord in vibration tends to produce a similar vibration in a chord placed near it. 158 This property belongs to all vibrations, whether resonant or not, and they exert it in proportion to the order to which they belong. The distance in space to which this power extends, or can be extended, is what 155 Keely's 40 laws 156 Disturbance of equilibrium, Snell, 13.12.1 Disturbance of equilibrium, 7.1 Matter is centralized motion 157 Plane of inertia 158 Sympathetic oscillation, tuning fork 7.32. Etheric outreach 145 is called the sympathetic outreach '159 of the current or flow. Sometimes the effects of this property are referred to as internment 160. Sometimes as coupling 161, as in the case where multiple oscillating mechanisms will synchronize their motion in and over time. The linking between mechanisms in sympathetic oscillation 162 is referred to as the connecting link 163 or the unseen etheric communication mechanism spanning space and time. This connecting link is the purveyor of so-called spooky action at a distance 164. These sympathetic properties can be quantified and therefore engineered. They have for instance an outreach or field effect that can likewise be quantified and engineered. This outreach or field effect is an extension of sympathy from the mass and affects other masses within reach of its field effect depending on the degree of sympathetic vibration or oscillation of other nearby masses. Degrees of sympathetic association can be determined by the degree of harmony or discord in their respective chord of mass, vibration or oscillation signature. This property is governed by the law of sympathetic oscillation 165. 7.32 Etheric outreach 33. In this manner we have sympathetic negative attraction, and sympathetic positive propulsion, with reference to the outreach of the third or dominant current of the stream, which is allied to the order of etheric vibrations. 166 The effect of this field or outreach can be either attractive or repulsive on nearby objects according to the degree the creative and receptive chords are harmonic or inharmonic with each other. 167 The outreach or field effect of the etheric current is as mentioned above the connecting link between masses. 159 Sympathetic outreach 160 Internment 161 Coupling 162 Sympathetic oscillation 163 Connecting link 164 Action at a distance 165 Law of sympathetic oscillation 166 Sympathetic transmission Subdivision 167 Law of force 146 Chapter 7 laws of being. This condition of synchronous motions is described in the 7.32.1 law of transmissive vibraic energy. All oscillating and vibrating coherent aggregates create, in the media in which they are immersed, outwardly propagated concentric waves of alternate condensation and rarefaction, having a period frequency identical with the pitch of the aggregate. Scholium. All forms of transmissive energy 168 can be focused, reflected, refracted, diffracted, transformed, and diminished in intensity inversely as the square of the distance from the originating source. These outwardly propagating waves can be in harmony or discord with other masses, creating sympathetic resonance. If the waves from the masses are in tune or harmonic, they will be attracted to one another. If they are discords, the masses will be repelled. These tendencies and motions of attraction are governed by the laws of attraction 169 and repulsion 170. If these waves are in harmony, the masses are then coupled sympathetically, and what occurs to one occurs to the other. They become as one. 7.32.2 Etheric vibration is the cause of sympathetic association. Etheric, quantum, vibration is the cause of sympathetic association, sympathetic vibration and sympathetic oscillation, also known as entanglement, coupling, quantum entanglement, etc. This etheric vibratory force 171 can be either syntropy, sympathetic negative attraction, or entropic, sympathetic positive propulsive. This phenomena may also be related to Russell's lens 172 idea. 168 Law of Force, 169 Law of Attraction, 170 Law of Repulsion, 171 Etheric vibration. The key force 172 Figure 3.4, focalizing lenses at nested cube faces 7.33. Chord of mass 147 7.33 Chord of mass 34. Each molecule of a given mass of matter represents the same harmonic chord or note in its oscillatory motion. The chord of the mass is, therefore, the chord of every molecule of the mass. 7.33.1 Qualifiers. The above sentence, 34, contains several qualifiers. 1. Each molecule of a given mass of matter, each and every molecule of a specific mass. Therefore a given mass has a single chord being the same as each molecule participating in that mass. 2. Same harmonic chord or note in its oscillatory motion, to the degree of syntropy the molecule, mass is, that is, represented by a musical note or pitch, in the mass oscillatory, translation, motion, not its internal vibration. 3. The chord of mass 173 is of course the vibration or oscillation signature, a collection of the fundamental and all partials resulting from that fundamental as per the law of harmonic pitch. 7.33.2 Law of harmonic pitch. Any aggregate in a state of vibration develops in addition to its fundamental pitch a series of vibration in symmetrical submultiple portions of itself, bearing ratios of 1, 2, 3, or more times its fundamental pitch. 174 7.34 Controlling chord of mass 35. But as the condition of absolutely stable equilibrium is theoretical only, and does not exist in nature, the chord of the mass is constantly changing. Yet we must learn to control this chord of the mass by resonant induction 175, if we would gain command of the molecular forces. 173 Chord of mass 174 Keely. 1894 175 Resonant induction 148 Chapter 7 Laws of being 7.34.1 Equilibrium or balance cannot exist. The states or conditions of equilibrium or balance cannot exist in the material world of seen effects, as everything or force is in perpetual transformation because of the ever-present law of cycles and the law of transformation of forces. Everything is always in motion, as motion is life activity, a resultant of dynamic polarity of force and energy in their perpetual and persistent efforts to void. 7.34.2 Law of cycles. Coherent aggregates harmonically united constitute centers of vibration bearing relation to the fundamental pitch, not multiples of the harmonic pitch, and the production of secondary unions between themselves generate pitches that are discords, either in their unisons, or overtones with the original pitch. From harmony is generated discord, the inevitable cause of perpetual transformation. 176 7.34.3 Table of transformation over time, Figure 7.11. Table of transformation of forces over time. Image, PonscienceInstitute.onrev.com. Web link. 176 Keely, 1894. 7.35. Harmonizing chord of mass. 149 7.34.4 Law of transformation of forces. All forces are different forms of universal energy, unlike in their period frequency, merging into each other by imperceptible increments, each form representing the compass of 21 octaves. Each form or pitch may be transformed into an equivalent quantity of another pitch above or below it in the scale of 105 octaves. The transformation can occur only through its static effect, developing vibrations of harmonic pitches above or below their fundamental vibration, or developing with juxtaposed aggregates, resultant and difference, or third order, as the case may be. Scholium, a table of the intervals and harmonics of the normal harmonic scale, will indicate the ratios in which the transformation of forces will occur. 177 7.35 Harmonizing chord of mass. Keely believes he has solved this problem, by the invention of a mechanical device which brings the chords of all masses within the conditions of a few simple acoustic tests. 178 It is not known what this mechanical device is, specifically. It is presumed by this writer this device is the Trigger 179 and similar wires Keely made with specific proportions of specific metals. These wires appear to have the property of superconductivity at room temperature. See section 7.37 below. 7.36 Molecular oscillation. The range of molecular oscillation is affected differently in different substances when submitted to the same vibratory impulse, and these ranges can be measured. Again, more careful bench work is called for to determine these effects or modulations. 177 Keely, 1893. 178 Chord of mass. Keely's Mechanical Inventions and Instruments, Mechanical Inventions and Instruments. 179 Trigger, Drexner 150. Chapter 7. Laws of Being. 7.37 Transmitting concordant impulses. 38. In the three metals, silver, gold, and platina, we obtain the proportions 3, 6, 9. As this is the primary relation of the modes of vibration, a wire 8, made of these three metals is peculiarly adapted to transmit concordant impulses, and nodes made of these substances placed upon a wire, transmitting resonant vibrations, indicate, by the different orders of vibration induced in them, the rate of oscillations of the atomic constituents. 180. The first part of the above concerning transmission of concordant impulses is determined by the 7.37.1 law of vibrating atomolic substances. Atoms are capable of vibrating within themselves at a pitch inversely as the dyne, the local coefficient of gravity, and as the atomic volume, directly as the atomic weight, producing the creative force, electricity, whose transmissive force is propagated through atomolic solids, liquids, and gases, producing induction and the static effect of magnetism upon other atoms of attraction or repulsion, according to the law of harmonic attraction and repulsion. Scholium. The phenomenon of dynamic electricity through a metallic conductor and of induction are identical. In a metallic conductor, the transmission is from atom to atom, through homologous interstices, filled with ether, presenting small areas in close proximity. In crystalline structures, heat, which expands the atoms, by twisting them produces stria, increases the resistance, etc. between parallel wires, and through air the induction takes place from large areas through a rarefied medium composed of a mixture of substances, whose atoms are separated by waves of repulsion of various pitches, discordant to electric vibrations. The said atoms sympathetically absorb the vibrations and dissipate from themselves, as centers, concentric waves of electric energy, which produces heat and gravism. 181. 182. The second part of the above concerns measuring frequencies. The exact 180 Trigger, law of force, law of chemical affinity, disturbance of equilibrium. 181. Gravism. 182. Keely, 1894. 7.38. Vibratory rotation. 151. Method of this detecting process is not known. Below are some frequencies apparently detected using this or a similar method. 7.37.2 Frequencies of the modes. Keely mentions the following frequencies, measured in sound colors. 183. Molecular frequency inducted in Home-Exer. 184 by harmonic thirds, 100 million, 100 MHz that inducted by anharmonic sixths, 300 million, 300 MHz that induced by diatonic ninths, 900 million, 900 MHz that inducted by dominant etheric sixths, 8,100 million. 8.1 GHz, microwave, that inducted by interetheric ninths, 24,300 million. 24.3 GHz, microwave, in the Trigger. 185. The compounding of the triple 186 will give a frequency from the ninth node that, set down, would make a string of figures a mile long. 187. 7.38 Vibratory rotation. 39. The phenomenon of rotation arises from the harmonic interaction of the dominant and inharmonic elements of the flow, in other words, the first and third, the third and ninth, etc., those whose vibrations bear the proportions to each other. 3313:100. 188,189. 7.38.1 Microwave radiometer. According to the listing of frequencies above, 7.37.2, microwaves were part of Keely's vibratory toolbox. Today, we have ready access to these frequencies. 183 Music note or sound colors. 184 Home-Exer. 185 Trigger. 186 triplet. 187 From, vibrational frequencies. 188 See 7.7.2 Relations of thirds. 189 See Chapter 10, Proportions, Ratios, Of Relative Values 152 Chapter 7. Laws of Being. For instance, the effects of these waves can be readily seen by placing an ordinary radiometer or even a typical incandescent light bulb into a typical high-power kitchen microwave oven. The radiometer vanes in such an environment and under microwave excitation spin too rapidly to see. The incandescent bulb flashes brilliantly white light. The effects are quite dramatic when these dominant waves interact with the enharmonic or molecular, atomic elements within these bulbs. Experiment: a microwaved radiometer, with sufficient power, rotates at high velocity, flashes brilliantly and gets very hot very quickly. Enharmonic or molecular, atomic elements are argon gas, metal of vanes, black and white coatings. Each of these has their own vibration frequency and figure into the process. 7.39 Rotation 7.39.1 Medium for inducing a neutral center. In the conception of any machine heretofore constructed, the medium for inducing a neutral center has never been found. If it had, the difficulties of perpetual motion seekers would have ended, and this problem would have become an established and operating fact. It would only require an introductory impulse 190 of a few pounds, on such a device, to cause it to run for centuries. In the conception of my vibratory engine 191, I did not seek to attain perpetual motion 192. But a circuit is formed that actually has a neutral center, which is in a condition to be vivified by my vibratory ether 193, and while under operation, by said substance, is really a machine that is virtually independent of the mass, or globe, and it is the wonderful velocity of the vibratory circuit 194 which makes it so. Still, with all its perfection, it requires to be fed with the vibratory ether 195 to make it an independent motor. 196–190 Introductory impulse 191 Compound vibratory engine 192 Perpetual motion 193 Etheric vapor 194 The operation of the vibratory circuit 195 Vibratory ether 196 Keely and his discoveries. More Science 7.39. Rotation 153 7.39.2 Keely on rotation. Rotation arises from the harmonic interaction of the dominant and enharmonic modes of vibration, which are in the ratio of 3:9. See 38 Harmonic interaction, where the frequencies of the dominant and enharmonic are harmonized or made coincident. 197 Keely is here referring to the dynamics operating in and through his globe motor 198 or Dynasphere 199, which was his experimental base or model to demonstrate and prove out his theories on vibratory rotation and power development. It was in this design he first began to use his etheric vapor as a carrier. 200 of these higher rotating vibratory forces herein explored. Figure 7.12, Globe motor actuated by rotary vibratory dynamics image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com Web link 197 Figure 9.4. Radiation and absorption interactions with neutral center 198 Globe motor 199 Dynasphere 200 Connecting link 154 Chapter 7. Laws of Being, Figure 7.13, Keely's globe motor and provisional engine image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com Web link, Figure 7.14. Keely and his globe motor or Dynasphere image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com Web link 7.39. Rotation 155, Figure 7.15, Ponce replication of the globe motor or Dynasphere image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link 7.39.3 Power of rotation. Power of rotation comes on the positive power of negation, arising when the receptive flows become independent of the circular chord of resonation. 201, set up mechanically or otherwise, breaks up the rotational power. Rotation is caused by the receptive concussion of the positive and negative forces as they come together at the neutral center and as each seeks its coincident biharmonic waves, flows or streams. 202I. Two concepts here: power of rotation, torque. Power of rotation comes on the positive power of negation, arising when the receptive flows become independent of the circular chord of resonation, set up mechanically or otherwise, breaks up the rotational power. Rotation itself. Rotary motion 201 Figure 20.13, 2 rings, outer and inner. 202 Keely, Snell Manuscript, Philosophy of Transmission and Rotation of Musical Sphere 156 Chapter 7. Laws of Being. Rotation is caused by the receptive concussion of the positive and negative forces as they come together. 203 At the neutral center and as each seeks its coincident apostrophe. 204 Biharmonic waves, flows or streams. 7.39.4 Receptive transmittive concordance induces rotation. Every body capable of rotation is susceptible to the operation of force, which, applied, impels motion. Receptive transmittive concordance 205 induces rotation. This simply means, the reception of streams of energy by the neutral center, and the transforming of them into radiant outflowing streams of energy causes rotation of the molecule or mass. All the magnets in the world, no matter how differentiated, cannot induce rotation, but polar negative attraction 206 induces rotation. The Earth's rotation is caused and kept in continuance rotation by the action of the positive and negative sympathetic celestial streams. 207, that is, by the inflowing celestial 208 from the Sun and the outflowing radiant celestial dispersing this same energy to all planetary masses in space. 209,210 7.39.5 Polar and bipolar differentiation result in motion. Polar and bipolar differentiation 211 result in motion. The compound interetheric or seventh subdivision is the soul of matter 212, from which all 203 centropically and, law of cycles 204 vibrational coincidence 205 receptive transmittive concordance 206 polar negative attraction 207 sympathetic celestial streams 208 celestial 209 law of cycles 210 Keely, Snell Manuscript, Philosophy of Transmission and Rotation of Musical Sphere 211 Differentiation 212 Soul of Matter 7.39. Rotation 157 Forms of matter receive their introductory impulse. 213 214 Polar and bipolar is Keely's way of saying having two poles, as in a magnet or electric circuit, or not. 7.39.6 Neutral center or fulcrum represents focalization. The neutral center, fulcrum, represents focalization of centropic forces, and distribution of the streams of entropic energy. It is not associated with magnetism. When the radiant elements generated by the focalizing chord are submitted to compound vibration of their mass thirds, those radiant elements become magnetic and rotation ceases. Rotation is induced by submitting the mass to 3 different orders of vibration simultaneously, giving the majority to the harmonic third. 215.7.39.7 Rotation of the ether produces condensation. When we rotate a mass with sufficient rapidity, the particles of that mass ultimately overcome cohesion by dispersing as fragments at a tangent. But should we cause rotation of the ether, this would produce condensation, which is opposite in effect. This condensation effect increases with the velocity of rotation of the ether. This is the direct cause of formation of molecules as well as planetary masses. 216 The above describes the difference between centrifugal, dispersive, and centripetal, attractive, forces. The first belongs to the molecular and atomic domains or orders, while the latter is a function of the etheric order or domain. In this we can see when the etheric is the exciter rotation of the molecular results, when preponderance is given the etheric order or third. 213 Introductory Impulse 214 Keely, Snell Manuscript, Philosophy of Transmission and Rotation of Musical Sphere 215 Keely, Snell Manuscript, Philosophy of Transmission and Rotation of Musical Sphere 216 Keely, Snell Manuscript, Philosophy of Transmission and Rotation of Musical Sphere 158 Chapter 7. Laws of Being 7.39.8 Controlling negative attractive. To control rotational force or produce commercialized energy, we must control through its properties the negative attractive or inharmonic current. This will solve the problem up to any limit of power. 217 7.39.9 Testing positive and negative rotation at the same time. Keely was completing his third system. 218 He was also completing an experimental sphere in which he intended to test the combination of the positive and negative rotation. This experiment was at least entirely successful, which showed the explanation of rotation given above to be correct. The sphere even rotated with physical vibrations from the positive and negative interchange of positive and negative waves, not streams in this case. He had a desperate struggle in seeking to learn these laws of polarization and depolarization. 219 It was necessary for him to understand these laws before he could unfailingly secure rotation and control the reversions. 220 Which so often had made wrecks of his machines. 221 7.39.10 Russell on rotation. Mass is an accumulation of the universal constant of energy. 222 Into higher potential. The greater the mass, the greater the potential. Mass accumulates inductively along the centripetal lines of closing spirals, and is rotated by the impact of generative force. Mass dissipates conductively along centrifugal lines of opening spirals, and is rotated by the expulsion of radioactive 223 force. These opposite forces are the cause of rotation of mass. 224-217 Keely, Snell Manuscript, Philosophy of Transmission and Rotation of Musical Sphere 218 Keely's Three Systems. 219 refers to the laws of being herein explained. 220 Reversion. 221 Snell Manuscript. 222 Universal Constant of Energy. 223 Radioactive. 224 Russell, The Universal 17.40. Controlling Negative Attraction. 159 7.40 Controlling Negative Attraction XL. A practical example of rotation is a wheel in revolution on its axis. This is force in its commercial or economic aspect. To accomplish this result by molecular vibratory action, We must gain control of the negative attractive 225 or inharmonic current 226 of the triple flow, and the problem is then solved up to any limit of power. End of Brinton article. 7.41 Notes also called circular wave, curl, love wave, lamb wave, surface wave, etheric. Power of rotation comes on the positive and power of negation, arising when the receptive flows become independent of the circular chord of resonation, set up mechanically or otherwise, breaks up the rotational power. 227 Rayleigh wave 228 Vortex 229 Also called compression wave. The vibratory velocity governing the magnetic flow ranges from 300,000 to 780,000 per second and comes under the first interatomic. This is the first order above odor and permeates the molecules of glass in the compass cover as air passes through a sieve. Being governed by the full harmonic chord, this flow moves in straight lines free from molecular interference. 230. When free of this differentiation are in straight lines. See, discordant figure 8.3. Coiled spring showing longitudinal wave 225 negative attractive, sympathetic negative attraction 226 enharmonic 227 rotation, Snell 228 Rayleigh wave 229 Vortex 230 magnetic engine, Snell 160 Chapter 7. Laws of being longitudinal Longitudinal waves in vacuum. Discordance in any mass is the result of differentiated groups, induced by antagonistic chords, and the flight or motions of such, when intensified by sound, are very tortuous and zigzag. See, discordant figure 8.4. Transverse wave wave field 12.05, 3 main parts of a wave 12.09, the minus side 12.08, the plus side figure 2.12.1, polarity or duality figure 15.03, opposing forces of gravity and radiation 7b.16, polarity. Principle of Polarity artwork by Jeremy Pfeiffer, et al. The 7 subdivisions of matter and energy, vacuums from vibratory induction. Jose Argales, Earth Ascending, page 21, 1996, 3rd edition, C. Binary triplet Trigzer, Drexstrinaer, Trigzer, Snell, Drexnaer 7.1. Matter is centralized motion etheric vibration. The key force 7.9, ultimate constitution of matter and action of force regulating its phenomena. Chapter 8 Modes of vibration 8.12 Models of 3 modes. There are 3 distinct modes of vibration in the standard acoustic model. These are the compression or longitudinal wave, shear or transverse wave, and Rayleigh, Lamb or love wave. There are 3 distinct modes of vibration in the Keely, SVP model. These are the harmonic, inharmonic and dominant modes. Each of these modes have distinct attributes such as mode of motion, angle of incidence, relative frequency or pitch, and creative aliquot component signatures. The 2 sets of 3 modes do not appear to be directly translatable. However, they do possess common characteristics. 161–162 Chapter 8. Modes of vibration 8.23 Modes of vibration 8.2.1 Compression or longitudinal wave or mode. Longitudinal wave 1 Same as compression wave or sound wave. A wave incident or normal to a surface of a medium. A vibration moving directly away from a sound source in a straight line. Generally, considered as a motion to and from a center or source. when harmonic is generally considered centropic and when enharmonic considered entropic. Vibration in which the principal motion is in the direction of the longest dimension. A vibrating medium must lengthen and shorten 2 times per each lateral, transverse, oscillation, so 1 longitudinal motion equals 2 lateral or transverse motions. Longitudinal frequencies are independent of string tension. 8.33 Modes of vibration, Figure 8.1, coiled spring showing longitudinal wave image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com Web link 1 Longitudinal wave 2 Rossing, Thomas D. The Science of Sound. Addison Wesley Publishing Company, 1982 3 Tyndall, John, Sound, Longmans, Green, and Co., London, 1893 8.3. 3 Modes of vibration 163 The above and below are but an illustration commonly held of how a longitudinal wave behaves. This is a good working model, but it does not explain the complex dynamics in vibrations, which dynamics are touched upon in Chapter 6 and 7, where particles in a vibrating medium mutually attract, centropy, then mutually disperse, entropy, periodically. Figure 8.2, compression and rarefaction in a wave image. ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com Web link 8.3.1 Transverse or shear wave or mode waves 45 degrees and higher to normal incidence. Waves moving at 90 degrees to the direction of longitudinal propagation. Figure 8.3, transverse wave image. ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com Web link 8.3.2 Rayleigh, Lamb or love wave or mode Rayleigh waves are circular vibrations. They travel along the surface of a vibrating object when the angle of incidence exceeds 90 degrees or nearly parallel to the surface. This behavior is not unlike the idea electrons or electricity travels along the outside surface of a conducting wire and not through the conducting wire. This is the same form and motion of the curl suggested 164 Chapter 8. Modes of Vibration by Maxwell IV in 1871 and so often spoken about by Beard and Five. Thus this circular form and motion would be universal principle of all periodic motion. With this idea we can say with some confidence power travels longitudinally through the wire. Amplitude and polarity forms 90 degrees to the longitudinal and the Rayleigh wave is the circulating path. Skin effect 6, around a conducting wire, all 3 waveforms are 90 degrees to each other. Think about that for a while. Triple axis of the 3 modes of vibration drawn in reference to a circle and sphere. The 3 modes working together develop rotation by and through each other's motion. The rotation is the Rayleigh wave or surface wave mode component. The first 2 modes cause, or are, straight line and zigzag motions only. The third or Rayleigh wave travels in a circular motion. Figure 8.4, Relationship of 3 modes image. ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com Web link 4 James Clerk Maxwell, June 13, 1831 – November 5, 1879, was a Scottish theoretical physicist and mathematician. C. James Clerk Maxwell 5 Thomas E. Burden, Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army, retired. Born December 17, 1930, Chenier, Louisiana. C. Bearden 6 Wikipedia/Skin Effect 8.4. Introduction to Keely's Wave Function 165 8.4 Introduction to Keely's Wave Function. Perhaps one of the more interesting aspects of Keely's work is his wave function. The wave function is comprised of those foundational forces and attributes creating all oscillation and vibration, which are seen effects of those unseen modal causes, forces and attributes. Fundamentally, these forces are in the 3, 6 and 9 proportions discussed in Chapter 7. Figure 8.5, Suppositional Math and Symbolic Structure Image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link. The above table is an attempt to correlate some of what has been discussed. Elements include the 3 modes, their combinations, 7 subdivisions and Russell's indig numbers 7. The following table is another presentation of a portion of the above data. 7 indig numbers 166 Chapter 8. Modes of vibration: aggregation, governing mode, dominant mode, subservient mode, molecular 100x, enharmonic 6623, harmonic 3313, dominant atomic 100x, harmonic 6623, enharmonic 3313, dominant etheric 100x, dominant 6623, harmonic 3313, enharmonic thirds 32 1 proportion 963, portion 9/6 thirds. Table 8.1, Modes of Vibration 8.5 Feynman Morphology. Richard Feynman's Morphology 9 from his book, The Strange Theory of Light and Matter 10, depicts Keely's 13 and 23 nested triune structure concept. Figure 8.6, Feynman's triplet structures of the proton and neutron image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link 9. Figure 4.14, Feynman's triplet structures of the proton and neutron 10 The Strange Theory of Light and Matter, Princeton Science Library, ISBN 10:0691125759. 8.5. Feynman Morphology 167. Thus we see again Keely anticipated the quantum world decades before conventional science even had a glimmer of its existence, as we also saw in the Rule of Threes, Section 7.2.3, the Rule of Threes, and elsewhere. Figure 8.7, Table of Ranges of Forces, Forms and Laws image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link. See Law of Transformation of Forces 11 and Subdivision 12 for explanation of the above table. 11 Law of Transformation of Forces 12 Subdivision 168 Chapter 8. Modes of Vibration. Source from center to center controlling Keely, SVP 6. Enharmonic, harmonic, dominant, modern waveform, longitudinal 2, transverse 3, Rayleigh 1, angle of incidence 00-450 450-900 greater than 900 path/motion 3, straight zigzag circular Keely, SVP focalizing radiating dominant Keely, SVP centropic entropic dominant Russell 4, plus minus fulcrum Russell 4, gravitation radiation balance, void Charles Henry 7, gravitation electromagnetic biopsychic possible correspondence 5, thirds 6ths 9ths. Table 8.2, Table of Attributes of the 3 modes. Mode subdivision: octave, Hz equals 2 octave. Law enharmonic molecular, intermolecular 121 Law of oscillating atomic substances 13 Harmonic atomic, interatomic 2142 Law of sonothermity 14 Dominant etheric, interetheric 4263 Law of oscillating atoms 15. Table 8.3, Keely's 3 modes, subdivision, octave and law. By use of the dominant mode, which is allied to the order of etheric vibrations, we can induct sympathetic negative attraction or sympathetic positive propulsion in any mass, according to its mass chord. 1616 Sympathetic induction, Snell 8.6. Footnotes 169 8.6 Footnotes also called circular wave, pearl, love wave, lamb wave, surface wave, etheric. Power of rotation comes on the positive and power of negation, arising when the receptive flows become independent of the circular chord of resonation, set up mechanically or otherwise, breaks up the rotational power. 17 Rayleigh wave vortex, also called compression wave. The vibratory velocity governing the magnetic flow ranges from 300,000 to 780,000 per second and comes under the first interatomic. This is the first order above odor and permeates the molecules of glass in the compass cover as air passes through a sieve. Being governed by the full harmonic chord 18, this flow moves in straight lines free from molecular interference. 19 When free of this differentiation are in straight lines. 20 Figure 8.3, coiled spring showing longitudinal wave, longitudinal wave. Longitudinal waves in vacuum. Discordance in any mass is the result of differentiated groups, induced by antagonistic chords, and the flight or motions of such, when intensified by sound, are very tortuous and zigzag. 21 Figure 8.4, transverse wave. Transverse wave C, wave field. Three main parts of a wave. 12.09, the minus side. 12.08, the plus side. 17 Rotation, Snell 18 Full harmonic chord. 19 Magnetic engine, Snell 20 Snell manuscript, discordant. 21 Keely and his discoveries, pg 275, discordant. 170 Chapter 8. Modes of vibration. Figure 2.12.1, polarity or duality. Figure 15.03. Opposing forces of gravity and radiation. 7b.16, Polarity, Principle of Polarity. Artwork by Jeremy Pfeiffer, et al. The 7 subdivisions of matter and energy, vacuums from vibratory induction. Jose Argales, Earth Ascending, page 21, 1996, 3rd edition. C. Binary triplet. C. Musical chords, triplet. Chapter 9 Keely wave function. 9.1 Introduction to Keely's wave function. One of the keys to Keely's mastery of matter and energy lies in what I call the Keely wave functions and his ability to manipulate it. A wave function is a mathematical description of the factors involved in a sine-like wave, vibration or oscillation expressed over time. Generally, science considers a wave function of one dimension or within a closed and defined range of frequency, to put it simply, which includes the constructive attributes of amplitude, time and space, wavelength. In Keely's case, the wave function is composite three-dimensional wave function that operates within 3 levels, orders or ranges of frequencies, simultaneously and having additional constructive attributes or aliquot parts within those orders or levels. Thus it is more complicated but also more inclusive of the factors operating naturally within a wave, vibration or oscillation. The Keely wave function would include some if not all of the dimensions of the Russell wave function too. Perhaps one of the more interesting aspects of Keely's work is his wave function. The wave function is comprised of those creative foundational forces creating all oscillation and vibration which are seen effects of those unseen causes. Fundamentally, these forces are in the 3, 6 and 9 proportions discussed in the Laws of Being, annotated, and Modes of Vibration, annotated, and hinted at by Nikola Tesla and discussed in this book primarily 1 Keely wave function 2 18 attributes or dimensions 171-172 Chapter 9. Keely wave function in Chapter 7 and 8. The wave function preforms not too unlike complex impedance 3 calculations over time but with more variables or dimensions. The Keely wave function operates, is on 3 levels or orders simultaneously, molecular atomic ether. Each level or order has 3 motions/dynamics. Harmonic equals syntropic, inharmonic equals entropic, dominant equals neutral. This table below shows the 3 main levels or orders plus a 4th level or order and the forces active in each, as also the law governing each specific frequency range. 3 Impedance 9.1. Introduction to Keely's wave function 173, Range 1. Octave CPS range, sound type, sound effect, action, vibe type, govern and law of force, creative, transmissive, static, atomolic 65 105 minus. Atomility, gravism, gravity, atoms oscillate, law of oscillating atom, moles, etheric 43 64 4398046511104 to 1.80143985009 E plus 19 Thermism, rad energy, cohesion, chemism, atoms oscillate, law of oscillating atoms, atomic 2142 2097152 to 4294967296000 sonotherm, adhesion, disintegration, internal vibrations, law of sonothermity, molecular 121 to 1,048,576 sonity, sound, sonism, atomic oscillation, law of oscillating atomic substances. Table 9.1, ranges of forces, vibration forms, types and laws. Table 9.1 shows the breakout into orderly detail the components, activity and functions of Keely's law of transformation of forces. 4. 9.1.1 Law of transformation of forces. All forces are different forms of universal energy. 5. Unlike in their period frequency, merging into each other by imperceptible increments, each form representing the compass of 21 octaves. Each form or pitch may be transformed into an equivalent quantity of another pitch above or below it in the 4 Law of transformation of forces. 5.12.02, Universal Energy Unit Constant or Impulse 174 Chapter 9. Keely wave function scale of 105 octaves. 6. The transformation can occur only through its static effect, developing vibrations of harmonic pitches above or below their fundamental vibration, or developing with juxtaposed aggregates, resultant and difference, or third order, as the case may be. Scholium, a table of the intervals and harmonics of the normal harmonic scale, will indicate the ratios in which the transformation of forces will occur. 7. It is said energy cannot be created or destroyed, however energy can be transformed or transmuted into different forms. These vibratory forces, states and conditions have reciprocity and are expressed in ratios of relative values or modes, thus they can be changed one into the other under special circumstances as described in Keely's law of transformation of forces. 9.2 as ratios within a whole. In Brinton's Laws of Being, Chapter 7, we can see the description of Keely's thirds, sixths and ninths as learned, understood and presented by Professor Brinton during his visits to Keely's laboratory. We can also see these terms are not specifically musical intervals of thirds, sixths or ninths, as considered by musicians, but they are musical in terms of relativity, proportion and value. They are relative proportions within a whole. Flows and currents can be understood by the metaphor of a river or stream. The stream flows as a whole and has within this stream many currents. Herein the centropic flow to a center is composed of 3 currents. Each current is a third 13 of the whole flow or stream. These currents are expressed as ratios within a whole of 100, that is, 3313, 100 or 6623, 100. The whole wave, flow or stream, regardless of polarity, is 100. Exploring the literature a bit further, we find the following relationships: silver represents the third, gold the sixth and platinum the ninth, in their respective relative molecular oscillating ranges. This triune condition will equate thirds in vibratory frequencies, that is, chords in intervals of thirds will set up disturbances in the trigger, and these disturbances will be equated 6 scale of the forces in octaves 7 Keely, law of cycles, 12.06, midtones and neutral centers, scale of the forces in octaves 9.2. Thirds as ratios within a whole 175 so as to be transmitted as thirds from the positive or farthest end of the wire. 8 Trigger, Snell 176 Chapter 9. Keely wave function thirds sixths ninths silver gold platinum 3313 66 23 100 neutral dipolar polar 3313 attractive. Equation 100 repulsive, equation 66 23 100 neutral entropic centropic celestial terrestrial, matter dissolving terrestrial, matter forming dominant individualizing assimilative mind as intent, will, volition, desire. I want to be one with everything, I want everything for myself, ideals service to others, service to self, fulcrum. Neutral, balance radiating from center, contracting to center, controller dispersing, dissociating, concentrating, associating, neutral minus plus dominant, inharmonic, harmonic, neutral, magnetic, electric, fulcrum, void, mother, father, now life reducing, death, life enhancing, neutral, chords dispersing, chords assimilating, chords. Table 9.2. Neutral, thirds, energy radiates from center, sixths, force contracts to center, ninths. The above 3 levels and 3 forces acting in each are delineated in the pages listed below, especially within the laws of being. Annotated, and 9.2. Thirds as ratios within a whole 177 modes of vibration, annotated. All subject of this book, especially Chapter 7. The action of each mode is determined by their composite proportions or modal preponderance. Hence a mode may have different action in different contexts, use or circumstance. 178 Chapter 9. Keely wave function Chapter 10 Proportions, ratios, of relative values 10.1 Proportion is the ratio, relativity, of 2 or more numbers or quantities to each other as have been presented in the preceding chapters. The same of course applies to notes in a music chord. While the individual frequencies are important, they take on a new meaning according to their proportion within the scale, chord and to each other. This gives us an insight into why Keely used music notation to such an extent. On Keely's charts can be seen the following terms of numeric relationship. Proportion is in 3 kinds: 1. Multiplex. 2. Superparticulares. 3. Superpartions. Proportio multiplex is when a larger number contains the smaller so many times without a remainder, as 2 to 1, dupla 3 to 1, tripla 4 to 1, quadrupla. Proportio superparticularis is when the larger number exceeds the smaller by 1 only, as 3 to 2, sesquialtra 179-180 Chapter 10. Proportions, ratios, of relative values 4 to 3, sesquitertia, 5 to 4, sesquiquarta. Proportio superpartiens is when the larger number exceeds the smaller by more than 1, as 5 to 3, superbipartiens tertias 7 to 4, supertripartiens quartas 9 to 5, superquadripartiens quintas. Thus, it will be understood that instead of giving simply the ratio between two numbers, early writers on arithmetic and geometry, as well as music, coined a single word to express that ratio. For example, 17 to 5 was said to be tripla superbipartiens quintas, that is, that the larger number contained the smaller number 3 times, tripla, with 2 remainder, biparians. Again, tripla supertripartiens quartas proportio signified that the larger contained the smaller 3 times and 3 over, as 15 to 4, 27 to 8, etc., the last part of the compound word always pointing out the smaller of the numbers compared, or an exact multiple of it. Lastly, the addition of sub showed that the smaller number was compared to the larger. For example, 415 would be called subtripla supertripartiens quartas proportio. This system of proportion was used not only with reference to intervals but also to the comparative length of notes, time. An excellent booklet on proportion is Propositions of Proportions 2 in the svbookstore.com online catalog. 10.2 Reciprocating proportionality. Reciprocating proportionality means what is added to one side must be simultaneously subtracted from the other. A children's seesaw is a perfect analogy. Whatever quantity or rate of change added to one side must be subtracted from the other. Another good analogy is a mathematical equation where what is added to one side must be subtracted from the other side, or where one side is multiplied the other is divided. A dynamic balance. 1 Stainer, John, Barrett, W. A Dictionary of Musical Terms, Novello, Ewer & Co., London. Pre-1902 svbookstore.com 10.3. Reciprocating proportionality. 181 Where the whole is always 1 while the two balanced forces in opposition, for example, centropy and entropy, are constantly changing in direct proportion to one another. The square law and inverse square law is another good example. This equal and balanced reciprocating dynamic is at the root of Russell's rhythmic balanced interchange 3 and McVicker's cosmical law of assimilation 4. Figure 10.1, 1 balanced whole and 2 reciprocating dynamics. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. 10.3 Reciprocating proportionality. The underlying law of creation is rhythmic balanced interchange in all transactions in nature. It is the one principle upon which the continuity of the universe depends. Likewise, it is the one principle upon which the continuity of man's transactions, his health and happiness depend. It is the manifestation of God's two opposing desires in all processes of creation. Balance is the principle of unity, of oneness. In it is the stability which lies in cause. Balance is the foundation of the universe. 3 Rhythmic balanced interchange. 4 Law of assimilation. 182 Chapter 10 Proportions, ratios, of relative values. Balanced interchange simulates oneness by interchange between pairs of opposites. It is the principle of equal giving between all moving pairs of unbalanced opposites which constitute this dual electric universe. In it is the instability of effect. Instability is forever seeking to find stability. It can never find it, but it can simulate it by balancing its instability through a quality of interchange. Rhythmic balanced interchange is the principle of continuity of effect. Balanced interchange between opposites repeats simulation of stability, and rhythmic balanced interchange continues that repetition. 5. The degree to which a vibrating or oscillating system is either one polarity or the other can be pictured or expressed in relative and accumulative numbers. Russell used the plus sign to indicate accumulating, concentrating, centropic, quantities and a minus sign to indicate dispersive, radiating, entropic, quantities. Russell used his scale of locked potentials 6 to measure degrees of polarity, and this author believed Keely similarly used his mysterious thirds, sixths and ninths as part of his referencing method where proportions or parts of a whole were given proportioned or ratioed values. 7.10.4 Reciprocal proportion increases and decreases, establishing polar preponderance, are in inverse or direct proportion to rate of change or delta. Energy at plane of inertia is neutral or dipolar. -00 plus. 5. Russell, The Secret of Light, page 106-107. Scale of locked potentials 7. 3.13, Reciprocals and proportions of motions and substance. 10.4. Reciprocal proportion 183, figure 10.2, plane of inertia image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Degree of concord or discord is determinative anywhere from -00 plus to 4 plus 8. Figure 10.3, scale of 0 to 4 to 0 image. ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link. When preponderantly harmonic a larger volume -00 plus condenses to smaller volume of -11 plus progressively to 4 plus. When preponderantly anharmonic a smaller volume 4 plus dissociates and expands to larger volume of -3 plus progressively to -00 plus 9. 8 4 plus 9 4 plus 184. Chapter 10. Proportions, ratios, of relative values, figure 10.4. Nested cubes or increasing and decreasing proportions image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Volume decreases with increased potential. Volume increases with decreased potential. For numeric details and relationships on the above see, cube sphere, and, cubing the sphere. Transformations occur at the -00 plus and 4 plus points, states or conditions. The first according to Russell's principle of regeneration 10, Keely's static effect, and the latter by Keely's law of cycles 11. See figure 12.8 for an animated graphic show progressive generation of discords until dissociation. 10.5 Reciprocals and proportions of motions and substance. The following fundamental laws governing mathematical relations will briefly convey the idea of the principles governing universal ratios, which is in every effect of motion the direct and inverse square of the distance, area or time dimensions and the cube of volume or potential dimensions. The direct and the inverse are the two-way indicators of direction, the latter belonging to 10 principle of regeneration. Russell, 13.13, Principle of Regeneration, and Principle of Regeneration Bearden 11 Law of Cycles 10.6. Thirds as ratios within a whole 185 gravitational and the former to radiational effects. 12. Notice the reference to the reciprocals square law and inverse square law in the above Russell quote. These two laws are reciprocals of each other and reflect the natural ways force and energy. 13. Interchange in nature when forming pressures, vacuity, rotation, gyroscopic motions, or vortices. All dimensions. 14. Simultaneously expand and contract in opposite directions of the same ratio. 15. 10.6 Thirds as ratios within a whole. In the above quote we can see the description of Keely's thirds, sixths and ninths as presented by Professor Brinton after his visits to Keely's lab on Chestnut Street, Philadelphia. We can also see these terms are not specifically musical intervals of thirds, sixths or ninths, as considered by musicians, but they are musical in terms of relativity, proportion and value. They are proportions within a whole. Flows and currents can be understood by the metaphor of a river. The river flows as a whole stream and has within this flow many currents. Herein the centropic flow to a center is composed of 3 currents. Each current is a third, 13, of the whole flow. These currents are expressed as ratios within a whole of 100, that is, 33-13, 100 or 66-23, 100. The whole wave or stream, regardless of polarity, is 100. Exploring the literature a bit further we find the following relationships: silver represents the third, gold the sixth and platinum the ninth, in their respective relative molecular oscillating ranges. This triune condition will equate thirds in vibratory frequencies, that is, chords in intervals of thirds will set up disturbances in the trigger 16 and these disturbances will be equated so as to be transmitted as thirds from the positive or farthest end of the wire. 1712 Russell, General-Radiative Concept, Part 6b 13 in SVP, force, is considered centropic while energy, is considered entropic. 14 Dimension 15 Russell 16 Trigger 17 Trigger, Snell 186 Chapter 10. Proportions, Ratios, of Relative Values Chapter 11 Universal Heartbeat, Figure 11.1, Universal Heartbeat Image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Universal heartbeat equals dynaspheric force 1 equals rhythmic balanced interchange 2 equals triune polar flows 3 the eternally conscious entity, call it by whatever name we please, moves 1 dynaspheric force 2 rhythmic balanced interchange 3 triune polar flows. Figure 13.12, Triune Polar Stream Characteristics 187-188 Chapter 11. Universal Heartbeat in cycles as eternal and infinite as itself, it oscillates and vibrates perpetually. For the universal heartbeat is the periodic flow of a polar system from a preponderance of one pole then to preponderance of its seeming opposite pole. This is the action of all vibration, oscillation and waves no matter what order or level, frequency or media, it is. Russell mentions in the wave lies the secret of creation. 5 The secret then of creation. 6 is the unseen dynamics of the wave, vibration or universal heartbeat, the essence of this book. The following are primarily Russell quotes describing this universal dynamic or dance of polarities. 11.1 The love cycle energy accumulates during generative inhalation by rising potential, and is dissipated during the radioactive 7 exhalation by lowering potential. The periodicities of inhalation and exhalation in all mass are absolute. 8 All the force of electricity is exerted in the attempt to create the illusions of form and dimension. All the force of magnetism is exerted in the attempt to destroy all illusion, all form and all dimension. Neither force completely fulfills its desire, for each partially thwarts the other. The energy of magnetism is the elastic energy of expansion, a straining energy ever pushing toward the inertial line of equalized pressures which lies between any two masses, while the energy of electricity is ever pulling toward the pulsing heart, the gravitational nucleus of every mass. 9.4 Keely's description of that state of being commonly known as God, dashed against the rock, c. 14.30, effect of preponderance, and 14.31, preponderance Russell 5 In the wave lies the secret of creation 6 Creation 7 Radioactive 8 Russell, the Universal 1 9 Russell, the Universal 1 11.1. The love cycle 189 To these periodic oscillations, alternating in sequence, is due the revolution and rotation of all mass. 10 All evolving and evolving mass beats time in accord with its periodic sequences of alternating electromagnetic oscillations. All mass beats time in accord with its varying potential. The electromagnetic oscillations of the universe are the heartbeats, the life pulsations of the universal one. 11 The misconception of gravity as a force of attraction which pulls inward from within. The only force which motivates the heartbeat of this universe is the cyclic wave force of gravity which expands and compresses, heats and cools, integrates and disintegrates, centripetally and centrifugally. 12 Waves of motion spring from the stillness of the universal equilibrium. They are the universal heartbeat which manifests eternal life and power in God's stillness by eternal repetitions of simulated life and power as expressed in waves of motion. 13 Each interchange between the invisible omnipresent universe where motion begins and ends, and the visible transient universe, which multiplies and divides the speed and power of motion, is a cycle. Pulsing cycles constitute the heartbeat of this universe, which simulates mind idea through pulsing cycles of two-way motion. Every pulsation of the life principle of multiplying motion creates divided electric male and female bodies, which seek rest in each other from the strains and tensions of their division into pairs of opposites. This shows how the heartbeat piston operates between the vacuity of the 10C7.39.4 receptive transmittive concordance induces rotation. 11 Russell, the Universal 1, Book 02, Chapter 03, New Concepts of Electricity and Magnetism. 12 Russell's optic dynamo generator. 13 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 115-190 Chapter 11. Universal Heartbeat Creators Magnetic Light. 14 Universe of Mind Energy. 15 And the potential of the electrically pressured universe to create cycles of two-way motion. 16 The sexless Father-Mother Creator is one. His extended sex-conditioned, male and female bodies are the completion of his trinity. Rest and action are 3. Space and matter are 3. Equilibrium and motion are 3. Dimensions and pressures are 3. The heartbeat of the universe, and yours, are 3. Likewise, its breathings and yours, its temperatures and yours, and all things else of the universe, and you, are 3. 17 To account for this unnatural phenomena the Coulomb law was adopted, which says that opposites attract, meaning oppositely sexed mates, and likes repel, meaning similarly sexed pairs. This law is invalid, for oppositely sexed mates do not attract. They are forced into collision by the electric action of dividing oneness into unit pairs. The instant that they do collide, they use their utmost endeavors to reattain the sex-divided condition by recharging their discharged condition. Nature helps in this process by assisting to recharge with every heartbeat, every breathing cycle, and the food one eats. 18 By turning on the current, it will be found that the spot between the two electrodes is of zero potential, and that many lines of radiation extend from that center and cause a moving electric current to spin around the zero fulcrum center where the ring is located. Not only that, but an electrode placed in contact with a ring will convey current away from it. This effect of electric current extending from a still center to convey its power to the ring, and other outside conductive matter, is identical with the mental example quoted in Figure 48. 14 Magnetic still light. 15 Mind force. 16 Russell, Atomic suicide. Chapter 4, The true nature of this mind and motion universe. 17 Russell, Atomic suicide. Chapter 5, Prelude, The transformation of man. 18 Russell, Atomic suicide. Chapter 8, The oneness of gravity and magnetism. See also, Paul, Chapter 9. 11.1. The Love Cycle. 191, Figure 11.2, Neutral Center 4 ++ extension to periphery 0 image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Anyone who may question this fact may not only prove it by this simple experiment but can also move the two electrodes away from the center of the rim so that their centering 0 occupies an eccentric position, as the human heart does in relation to the chest, and as the 0 center of the heart itself is eccentrically placed in relation to its mass. A different wave pattern will result, but the electric qualities will remain the same. There is always a neutral center which centers the birth point of any action. Motion spins around that neutral center, but there is no motion at that center. 19 Say also thou to man who thinketh of his heartbeat as his own alone, unbound to all things else, that all creating things unfold with the pulse beat of my cyclic thinking. As my thinking is universal, so likewise is my pulse beat universal. And furthermore I say that every blade of grass and leaf of oak in mighty forest pulseth with the heartbeat of man and all things else, yea even down to microcosmic cells of forming things of earth, and sea, and sky, for even the most minute of these pulse with the electric waves of my cyclic thinking, as the mightiest of stars in my heavens likewise pulse. For I, God of light, Thy Father Mother God of love, am the one whole. 19 Russell, Atomic suicide. Chapter 9, The mind nucleus of the atom. 192 Chapter 11. Universal heartbeat. From me all unfolding refolding things extend, and to me they return for re-extension. All things go from very heart of me into my imaged universe, and when they disappear from there I also take them back to very heart of me. For I'm the soul of art. To him whose soul would touch my soul, and feel the heartbeat of its mighty rhythms, I say, in so far as thou knoweth thyself as light, thou shalt know me as light. 20 God has two desires, the desire to unfold his creations, to give them form and set them into action, and the other desire is to refold his forms and take them back to him for rest and resurrection so that they may repeat their action. That is the basis of the entirety of creation, the two desires of God, to act, to create, and to take back for recreation. That is why God divided everything into pairs of opposites, the desire to express action, the desire to separate from oneness, God's oneness desiring to be manifested as many ones, the idea of separation and action, and the desire for return to rest from which that action sprang for the purpose of repeating the action in cycles, countless millions of cycles of action and rest, in breathing, out-breathing, the pulse beat of the universe, the heartbeat of all things pulsing in all things to manifest life in action and reaction from the stillness of God's one light in which there is no action and reaction. 21 God's universe is entirely composed of microcosmic and macrocosmic masses of pulsing electric waves, which we call matter. These pulsing waves constitute the universal heartbeat, or universal breath of God's body. God's body continues its manifestation of the life principle by breathing outward and inward sequentially, just as you breathe out and in balanced sequences to continue your appearance of existence. Every mass in the universe breathes out and in, rhythmically. There are no exceptions to this law which every nebula, sun, planet or electron of an atom obeys, but in varying frequencies appropriate to their potential. Your breath frequency may be 10 cycles per minute while the sun's frequency is 20 Russell, the message of the divine Iliad 21 Russell, 5th Kingdom, the beginning of man 11.1. The love cycle 193 one cycle in 11 years. The most obvious fact of nature is its repetition in reverse of every effect of motion in two-way pulsing cycles. It is unaccountably strange that science has never observed this most obvious of all of nature's characteristics. Every cycle in nature is a two-way, equal interchange between pairs of opposite conditions. That interchange between the equally balanced anodes and cathodes of this electric wave universe constitute its pulsing heartbeat, which likewise is cyclic. Otherwise it would not continue. 22 The test for ascertaining the average number of those who are ready for this higher step upward in the unfolding of the man idea is not a religious one, it is a cultural one. In New York City, for example, about 7,000 people out of 8 million people love the higher inspirational rhythmic creations of the world's great geniuses who interpret the heartbeat of nature for the souls of men. These same few shun noisy crowds, shudder at jazz music, which distresses them acutely, in order to seek aloneness in the forests or ocean's shores where they can hear nature's silent whisperings and rhythmic sounds within their very souls. 23 There is an indescribable glory all along the road which leads from your active thinking to the stillness of deep meditation. If you cannot actually go to the forest or sea, the better to commune with God, go there in your imagination. If some problem demands your thoughts, let the imagined tones of the sea drown them out. If you imagine the sea and hear the rhythms of its waves pounding upon the shores as echoes of the heartbeat of the universe resounding within you, or if you hear the breezes whispering in the pines with your inner ears, the glory of that ecstasy will soon drown out dross thoughts of earth. Earth music is melodic and chains you to earth. The music of the spheres which you hear with inner ears, is deeply tonal, not melodic. The rhythms and tones of nature's music which sing its octaves in the language of light have always within them the pulsing rhythms of the universal heartbeat, always the 1-2, 1-2 Pulsing of the father-mother heartbeat of borning-reborning forms of things, which manifest the father-mother pulsing rhythms. 22 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Prelude. 23 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 1.1 194 Chapter 11. Universal Heartbeat of the Soul's High Heavens. Always in your deep meditation the music of the silences from which sounds of earth spring is like unto the aftermath of the great symphonies by cosmic masters, which have refolded from sounds of earth which your ears have heard, into your very soul, which still hears them in the pulse beat of your imagining. 24 And as love is rhythmically repeated in its givings and regivings to synchronize with the givings of your outward breath to the heavens and their regivings to you, and as such balanced rhythmic interchange between your heartbeat pulsings and all other electric extensions from the stillness of your soul is law, the basic fundamental law of all creating things in all this electric universe. Your own masterpiece is the measure of how divinely you have conceived it and how worthily you have rendered it in balance with universal law. To the extent that you can extend the beauty of your imagined rhythms to material bodies built in the images of your spiritual conceptions, those rhythms which you create are masterpieces of great art. The very measure of the quality of your material interpretation lies in your ability to translate imagined forms and rhythms of the universal heartbeat into bodily forms and rhythms which can re-inspire others with the ecstasy of your inspiration. 25 Your transcendent genius is the result of your communion with God. By your masterly interpretation of the rhythmic heartbeat of His thinking you have caused others to commune with you and God. Your meditation and theirs are one. You have made them to forget their sensed bodies and dwell in the mind kingdom of your high heavens with you and all illumined souls who dwell in God's kingdom of light. 26 Imagine yourself communing with God indirectly, such as listening to the heavenly rhythms of God's heartbeat in a masterly symphony. While thus enraptured by the divine rhythms reaching your very soul, can you possibly 24 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 1.225 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 2.126 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 2.211.1. The Love Cycle 195 Imagine yourself thinking evil, or thinking sinfully by planning to cheat, or lie, or steal. No, of course you cannot. The reason you cannot is because you are reflecting the love nature of the universe in your spiritual self in its entirety, and there is no sin in that love nature to reflect. 27 The entirety of creation is the manifestation of love. Every effect of motion in nature is a manifestation of the nature of God, for nature gives of its all in every action and gives equally in every reaction. If that were not so, the movements of the planets would not be predictable. The electric heartbeat of nature expresses love in both halves of each cycle of the universal heartbeat. Nature never takes, for God never takes. Nature never gives unequally, for God never gives unequally. God's equally balanced giving for regiving is never violated in nature. It could not be violated, for nature is an extension of God's nature. For this reason the balance of nature can never be upset. You can know music and think it without having acquired the technique of expressing it, or without producing sounds to give it a body. Your inner ears can hear the music in the silence of God's eternal rhythms, and you can interpret your moods into the rhythms of the universal heartbeat, as Beethoven interpreted the mood of the moonlight into the rhythms of it without having any teacher but his God self. Consider the life of any great musical genius. What he finally produces in a written composition first begins in his soul. He must first find aloneness with his self by getting away from all other people, and even from his own body awareness. He must suppress all outer influences to seek that stillness from within, from which the inner ears of his soul can hear the rhythms of the universal heartbeat of God's creative thinking. To find that stillness in the light of knowing, he must stop thinking, in order that he can conceive idea from the light of all-knowing. From the ecstasy of that stillness the inspiration is born in his very soul. The motive for his symphony gradually takes form through the heartbeat of his thinking. 27 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 3.1 196 Chapter 11. Universal heartbeat, which he extends from the stillness of his soul, then ceases to extend it to again find the stillness of the light which is gradually giving him his motive by its inspiring illumining within him. 28 Second. Your desire is written upon your heart. It is registered in your soul. It is no longer your body desire, it is your soul's desire. You are in communion with God about it, not in words but in light. You have an increasing sense of joyousness. Your desire is written into the universal heartbeat rhythmically. You are responding to it rhythmically. You are no longer just body, you are soul, slightly aware of body, slightly aware of earth, and the heavens above, and of creating things. You are not thinking of extraneous things. You cannot think of objective things of earth while in the spirit. 29 The key to that answer is that God's universe is founded upon balance, one balanced condition which he divides into two equal and opposite conditions of his electric thinking. This electric universe of matter is composed entirely of these two equal and opposite conditions. Every effort of every creating thing is expressed by the motion of interchange between those pairs of opposite conditions, such as matter and space, which constantly interchange equally by breathing into and out of each other equally. Without that equality of rhythmically repeated interchange the universe could not continue. That rhythmic interchange constitutes the heartbeat of God's body. Its rhythm and balance are absolute because the division of God's electric thinking is equally balanced. 30 Meditation transports one from the transient world of matter to the real world of dreamings, visions, and imaginings where ideas and concepts are born. That is the world where sounds are heard in the silence of your soul, where no sound is, where rhythms of symphony and poem are the rhythms of cosmic pulsings of God's thinking manifested in the heartbeat of his universe. 31-28 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 3.229 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 4.130 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 4.231 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 4.411.1. The Love Cycle 197. When you pray for God to show His love for you by giving your field good crops, you must yourself give your love to your fields to re-give His giving. Your love given to them is God's love given to you for re-giving. Your love and God's love are one. Its manifestation is two in giving and re-giving, but that too is the one heartbeat of God's body, even as the swinging of the pendulum is the two of the one source of their manifestation. He who knows the light of love in him does not beseech the Father-Mother of the universe for his next breath, nor for his next heartbeat, for he fully knows that his heartbeat is one with the universal pulse, and that for which he would needlessly ask is already his. And as there is not a time when God centers you, and an interval elapses in which he again centers and controls your balanced heartbeat to synchronize with his. So is there not a time when you should pray to him, and another time when you should not? 32 The love-born symphony is prayer for love fulfilled in the composer and again fulfilled in the hearts of those whose heartbeat feels the ecstasy of God's heartbeat as expressed in those heavenly rhythms. 33 I instantly, and timelessly, knew the still magnetic light which is the fulcrum of life and power. Also I knew the heartbeat of the electric universe which manifests love, life and power in matter. I also instantly and timelessly knew that the magnetic light of the God of love was all that is, and that the sensed electric wave universe of motion which simulates love, life and power, had no reality whatsoever. I knew it for what it was, God's thinking, God's imagining, pure illusion, simulation, self-voiding forms thrown on the screen of space to manifest changeless idea by setting it in motion to produce the effect of change. Thus knowing the universal heartbeat I knew the electric wave, or universal pulse, to which all moving, creating things were geared. Thus knowing the wave and its octave pulse beat in cyclic rhythms which spelled their rhythms. 32 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 6.1 33 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 6.2 198 Chapter 11. Universal heartbeat out for me always as +0 +1 +2 +3 +4 +0 4 3 2 1 0 I then knew all cause and comprehended all effect. There was nothing to know but God's one whole idea of creation, which is represented in the following diagram by the changeless zero of the spiritual mind universe of rest, and nothing to comprehend but the heartbeat of this pulsing electric wave universe of motion which is represented in the diagram by the numbers. Figure 11.3, the basic formula of creation image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. This diagram is given to you now as the first simple step toward your acquisition of all knowledge of cause and all comprehension of effect. During the whole construction of this electric universe in this entire course of study, the basic principle above diagrammed will never be departed from, or exceeded. For there is nothing in nature, nor in your own life, nor in your thinking, nor in any action of yours which can vary one whit from this basic formula of creation. Nor is there anything the chemist, physicist, metallurgist or engineer can exceed beyond this formula or vary it in their work. Likewise the poet, painter, inventor, musician or architect is limited to this simplicity beyond which he cannot go, and to which he must conform. 11.1. The love cycle 199. Likewise the healthy growth of your body, or the conduct of your friendly or business relations must conform to this principle of balance or else suffer the consequence of whatever unbalanced residue remains from lack of conformity with the heartbeat of the universe. The reason why I have been able to do so many things during life, and do them in a masterly manner, was because of my lifetime growing knowledge of the universal heartbeat which fully unfolded in one timeless flash in 1921. It may not suddenly unfold to you, as it did to me, but you can very greatly accelerate its unfolding if you will open your heart to these lessons and get what I am telling you into your consciousness instead of just photographing them into your brain. 34. Figure 11.4, Formula of Rhythmic Balanced Interchange Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. As you see, I have again used the same formula of rhythmic balanced interchange in all transactions of nature. I have but used different words to express different ideas. 35-34 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 7.335 Russell, Home Study Course, Unit 1, Lesson 7.4 200 Chapter 11. Universal Heartbeat Chapter 12 Vortices and Toroids 12.1 Vortices combine their many complex motions to create compound vortices or toroids composed of several parts and dynamics. In other words, a toroid of rotating motion is the effect of vortex dynamics. These dynamics are the combined effects of differential densities 1, temperatures, pressures and tensions. These interactions between differences in density, potential, pressure, temperature and mass are the cause of motion, which is the system attempting to regain balance in all its parts. These dynamic systems are in turn governed by simple laws as are discussed in this book. The forces creating vortices are the same forces creating vibration and oscillation but with different parameters. 1. Differential densities, 2.7, differential densities, 16.13, differential densities, 3.6. Differential densities begin to form 201-202 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids. Figure 12.1, Differential Densities, Pressures and Masses Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. In examining the dynamics of a vortex, it is obvious there are many subtle polar dynamics converging to create a typical vortex such as are witnessed in a tornado or hurricane. These polar striations too, flows of differing energy states, would include differences in pressure 3, mass, potential, velocities and tensions caused by the differences of these states. Vortex action, is, induced by differential conflict between the low and high tensions. For all such experiments invariably resulted in vortex motion, whether induced sympathetically or otherwise. All corpuscular action in nature is vortex motion. The undulatory theory 5 of light is only hypothetical. The conditions of two striations, stria 3 figure 3.6.1, tornadoes also have a downdraft caused by its vacuous center, figure 3.6. Tornado vacuums up everything for redistribution. For Keely, light, Snell 5 wave theory 12.2. Vortex components 203 electromagnetic radiation, on the same plane of matter as light, disprove the undulatory theory in many particulars. The vortex action induced by differential conflict between the low and high tensions shows conditions analogous to those in the molecular dissociation of water 6 into hydrogen and oxygen. In other words, vortex action of the highest order but peripheral only. Were it otherwise, the ether could not be held suspended or enclosed in the molecular or atomic envelopes. 7. 8. Figure 12.2, Tornado Vortex Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link 12.2 Vortex Components Cone base, large opening cone apex, gravity center, neutral center centropic still magnetic light, gravity or mind shaft, hollow center etheric vacuous center entropic rotating periphery. Striated with high and low pressures and tensions. Pressure striations and tropic equator. 90 to formative forces. 6 Aqueous disintegration, Part 15, Dissociating water, aqueous disintegration, Snell, theory and formula of aqueous disintegration. 7 Rotating envelope 8 Light, Snell 204 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids, Figure 12.3, vortex showing a few of its many components. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. 12.3 Vortex dynamics. Centropic, sympathetic, formative forces. 9 Attracting to center. Entropic, repellent, dispersive forces dispersing from center. Neutral center dynamics, dominates/controls above 2 dynamics. 12.4 Vortex action is rotary. All such experiments invariably resulted in vortex motion, whether induced sympathetically or otherwise. All corpuscular action in nature is vortex motion. Keely. A vortex rotates on a divided horizontal plane along its extension, length or altitude from the ground to the clouds. The high and low tensions 10, pressures, temperatures and densities, are in constant conflict seeking balance. Or 9 Figure 4.12, Keely's formative structural dynamic morphology. 10 Antagonism. 12.5 Vortex center 205 Voidance through and against each other. This assertive seeking for balance or voidance is the cause of the vortex's violent motions, a sex act if you will allow such term. The base universal state is desire for balance, harmony or equilibrium. Desired because no state of perfect balance can permanently exist. A system disturbed from this balance of forces will reassert itself in an effort to restore a stable state of balance or harmony, love or sympathetic association, but such action is like a dog chasing its tail, and never catching it. 12.5 Vortex center. A tornado's center is an etheric vacuum having centripetal forces powerful enough to suction asphalt from paved roads. 11 Or lift cows, people and houses. This central vacuous column has been described as being luminous by those fortunate enough to have seen it and survived to tell about it. Walter Russell referred to this center as the magnetic still light of mind. 12. It may also be the fabled luminiferous ether. 13 Of the ancients. Know thou that God does not extend his self into his moving universe, for the God light is still. Its stillness centers all things and it, likewise, centers the shafts of all motion which turns around it. Shafts which are levers of fulcrums and end at poles which measure extensions. 14 Electricity, a polar condition, is the divider of the invisible white. 15 Still magnetic light of gravity, which mind is, into the red and blue halves of the visible light spectrum for the purpose of creating male and female bodies, in motion, which alone constitute all matter. 1611 Figure 3.6, tornado vacuums up everything for redistribution. 12 Magnetic still light. 13 Luminiferous ether. 14 Atomic suicide. Chapter 5, Prelude, The Transformation of Man, Part 2 of 215. In Figure 12.4 the white light is shown as yellow. Hughes in her book Harmonies of Tones and Colors considered yellow as the source from which discord, form, originates and progresses. 16 Walter Russell, Notation on Chart, 1955. C. First Cause 206 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids, Figure 12.4, the dipolar one divides into duality, polarity. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. The one begat the two which begat the three, and from the three all things are made. Lao C17 The two initial polar states being 1, to separate or be individual, and 2, be unified or one are nothing more than tendencies or desires. Entropy tends in a direction away from the center, under certain circumstances, in a spiral path. Syntropy tends to a direction towards the center, under certain circumstances, in a spiral path. Interestingly, the two opposing states, forces or poles become each other intermittently 18. Since there are only two states, they are initially in seeming perfect equilibrium one against the other. There is no motion or substance, with the desire and tendency to direction and motion held latent. In this state of perfect latency on the etheric level, there is pure potential waiting to be transformed into motion and matter by introducing idea, desire, or disturbing excitation. 19 But such a static state cannot persist. On the molecular and atomic levels, disturbance of this static equilibrium can occur with simple acoustic impulses. 17th Tao Te Ching, n.ykiko.org. Web link 18 Law of Assimilation 19 2.11, beginning as undifferentiated 112.6. Vortex polar forces 207 12.6. Vortex polar forces. Russell's reference to creating male and female bodies refers to the still magnetic light as dividing itself, creating the two seeming polarities, the two seeming opposing forces of entropy and syntropy, whose mutual conflict 22 void or balance results in the motions of the vortex. The two poles' prime objective is to void against, through each other, that they may regain the oneness, balance, harmony or love, from whence they came. These are the dynamics of the universal heartbeat, rhythmic balanced interchange or dynospheric force. In the simplest terms, the vortex is comprised of three currents acting as a whole stream or flow, the same as has been described in Chapter 7 and as shown in Figure 12.5. Figure 12.5, Triune Forces of a Vortex Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link 12.7. Vortex periphery. The periphery is molecular rotation governed by centrifugal forces counterbalanced by centripetal forces. In this section of the vortex, molecular substances, gases, evacuated debris, etc., orbit around the vortex rotating center at high velocities and constitutes the visible form of the vortex. 20 Antagonism 208 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids. 12.8 Vortex wall. The wall or border condition between the still magnetic light and whirling molecular gases is where centripetal forces, syntropy, are transformed to centrifugal energies, entropy. Obviously, this conversion zone is created by a dynamic balance between the inward pulling centripetal or centropic forces of the vacuous etheric center and the outward flinging centrifugal entropic forces maintained by sufficient velocities. 21 If we picture three tornadoes rotating at 90 to each other, would the combined forces tend in close themselves to create a sphere much like Keely's description of corpuscles formed via rotating envelopes? 22. Of course they would. Figure 12.6, Typical idealized torus, toroid or donut concept image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link courtesy anonymous web artist. 12.9 Toroid. Idealized toroids are essentially composed of two opposing vortices meeting at their two apices, forming a mutual center of neutrality, voidance or transformation. Being resultants of vortex structural components and dynamics, they exist by virtue of these defining attributes. Of course, this is a preliminary study and does not include all the myriads of structural and dynamical properties of all the different vortex forms. Please note these dynamics are inherent causative properties and not a mathematical description of Phenom 21 Law of Cycles, Law of Transformation of Forces 22 Rotating Envelopes 12.9. Toroid 209 which would be elegant in and of itself 23 yet just a facsimile of what is really taking place. Figure 12.7. Ideally toroids are two vortices meeting apex to apex image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link 12.9.1 Sympathetic associative attraction. The two apices come together by virtue of sympathetic associative attraction or syntropy according to the law of harmony. They meet in this fashion at Russell's 4++ wave crest where the law of cycles kicks in and the law of repulsion assumes preponderance. 23 For a good example, vortexmath.webs.com 210 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids, Figure 12.8, Wave elements of time, compression and dispersion image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link Figure 12.8 shows an idealized structure of a wave being a sine wave. Some of the functional elements are included for identification purposes. In reality the left upward moving slope is syntropic, law of harmony, and will usually be a longer time interval than from upper center to lower center, law of repulsion, which time may be greatly reduced. This is the time interval when compression, harmony, reverts to dispersion, repulsion, according to the law of cycles and may be of negligible duration. Hence the overall sine wave form will become a sawtooth wave as harmonics are generated and synthesized into the wave form according to the same law. An excellent animation of this process can be found on Wikipedia. Sawtooth wave here. n.wikipedia.org Web link Wave Media Viewer /file synthesis sawtooth.gif 12.9.2 Law of cycle. This sympathetic associative attraction increases until the conditions for the law of cycles to assume dominance, at which point the sympathetic associative attraction reverts to anti-sympathetic mutually repellent discords 24 of increasing amplitudes. These discords will increase until their power of repulsion exceeds the power of attraction, at which point the associating forces become repellent and the center discharges at 90 to the formative sympathetic associative forces, thus forming the expanding energies outward through the equator. Russell proposed a four-step compression to the 4++24 by formation of secondary and tertiary pitches not harmonic with the fundamental. 12.9. Toroid 211 Point of transformation discussed in previous chapters 25. Figure 12.9, compression to center then equatorial dispersion image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy 12.9.3 Neutral center repulsion. The now highly anti-sympathetic, inharmonic, centralized bipolar center goes critical, so to speak, when the participant substances mutually repel each and all other participant substances as they override the harmonic syntropic forces of attraction and compression. The mutual repulsion occurs 90 to the sympathetic associative forces outwards towards and through the equatorial plane. Figure 12.10. 4++ at center of transformation image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy 25 Figure 10.3, Scale of 0 to 4 to 0 212 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids. 12.9.4 Periphery neutralization or depolarization. As these substances move away from the center and nearing the end of influence of sympathetic outreach, they begin losing their polar condition or state until such point as they become again depolarized or neutralized. The center represents Russell's 4++ state. The polar substances becoming dipolar at the zeroth state of Russell's scale of locked potentials. 26 Beginning at the vortex center with 4++ maximum polarization, expanding outward, dispersing according to the square law, gradually losing polarization until all polarization is lost, depolarization. At the zeroth state of Russell's scale of locked potentials, which he defines as the cube wall of neutrality, plane of inertia, or the limit of Keely's sympathetic outreach. 27. At this plane of inertia, reversion takes place where the dipolar state becomes polarized and begins the journey back to the 4++ state or condition. Figure 12.11. Dipolar state at plane of inertia. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. 12.10 Plane of inertia. We can see from photographs of hurricanes the tops are generally flat. These flat tops appear to coincide with Russell's plane of inertia, which coincides with the wall of his cube structures. Physically, this is a zone where there is no polarity or is dipolar. This extending downward as polarity increases to where the maximum, 4++, zone is reached at or near the surface of the Earth, where most polarity occurs and hence the most violent action or motion. 26. 12.01 Scale of locked potentials. 27 Sympathetic outreach. 12.11 Free space. 213. 12.11 Free space with hurricanes and tornadoes. The plane of inertia is in higher altitudes if not space itself, and the vertex at the surface of the Earth are mostly molecular structures and are bound by gravity and other terrestrial dynamics. In the case of free-forming quantum entities, these bounds do not exist, as these formations form in etheric space or vacuum. According to Keely and Russell, there are two vortices per axis coming together at their mutually attractive centers, or vortices, making 6 in number. Do all 6 have the exact same wave function? No. Else they would all be exactly the same, which is an impossibility. Figure 12.12 Triune polar forces as one force about a common center. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link Following the logic of Russell's cosmogony, there are virtual cubes in free space having 6 sides. These 6 sides are the planes of inertia or depolarization. These correspond to Keely's juxtapositioning of atomolic centers of mutual attraction, which would be an alignment with the x, y and z vectors, each forming their own respective virtual cubes, as these would align. 214 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids with the planes of said virtual cubes. Therefore there would be 3 of these double vortices forming along these vectors, each 90 to the others. Each would possess its own center line of mutual attraction. At the compound center there would therefore be 3 atomolic, etheric, centers of mutual attraction and 6 vortices. Figure 12.13 3 double vortices. Image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com. Web link courtesy anonymous web artist. According to Keely, these atomolic centers bear the burden of all structure and motion it controls. Consequently, each of the three centers is autonomous and independent of the other two, though the three mutually interact to some degree and manner yet to be determined, as they mutually occupy the same coordinates at the center of the structure. Therefore a quantum or etheric torus would have three orthogonal axes, each with two mutually attracted vortices. This compound torus would in structure be a compound spheroid with a surface of complex motions or encapsulated rotating envelopes 28, so long as their three centers are coincident. 2928 Rotating envelope 29 Etheric capsule, affinity of etheric capsules, disintegration of etheric capsule, rotation of the etheric capsule. Measuring the velocity of the etheric capsule 12.12. Etheric envelopes 215 12.12 Etheric envelopes. Here is one of the concepts where Keely and Russell diverge in their theories. Russell has the three planes and six vortices. Keely has the three planes as axis where the etheric substance rotates at 90 degrees to the axis, resulting in an envelope or shell spinning at tremendous velocities, establishing the circumference of the centralization 30. This results in three envelopes or shells spinning at 90 degrees to each other, thus forming the entirety of the corpuscle. Each shell acts together geometrically to fully enclose the corpuscle as they seal each other's non-rotating poles. Figure 12.14, Keely's three envelopes or shells image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link 30. Figure 7.3, Step 3. Sphere forms orthogonally triple compressing shell layers 216 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids, Figure 12.15, 3 overlapping envelopes or shells sealing poles image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link. This configuration 31 is fundamentally important to Keely's work with splitting the atom or molecule, releasing its latent forces bound within. He said the ether, quantum substances, when given sufficient velocity, will rotate and centripetally seek its controlling neutral center. The greater the velocity, the greater the syntropic force, the greater the compression inward, and greater the contained latent energy to be liberated. He did this by manipulating these envelopes or shells, rupturing them whether instantly or gradually. 323334 It is not the purpose of this book to go into the details of how Keely manipulated these molecular and atomic envelopes, splitting the atom, to produce his etheric vapor and other forces and quantum substances. To do so would require a doubling or more of its volume, and time to write, and it is already near too much to digest. Perhaps a subsequent volume would be appropriate, covering his dissociation and disintegration processes 35 with water and other 31. Figure 4.12, Keely's formative structural dynamic morphology 3215.18, Keely's process for liberating ether from water 33, vibratory physics, true science 34, etheric vapor 35, aqueous disintegration, theory and formula of aqueous disintegration, disintegration of etheric capsule, disintegration, dissociation 12.12. Etheric envelopes 217 elements. Ashen, disintegration of matter, 3 systems 218 Chapter 12. Vortices and toroids Chapter 13. Electricity and magnetism 13.1 Electricity is a polar state dipole. Contrary to popular belief, the common generator of electricity flow or current does not generate electrons, then pushes them along a conductor. The generator creates a polarity, potential, dipole or bias between the positive electricity and negative electricity streams where prior to this condition of separation neither poles seem to exist. This creation of this bias or potential is in fact a differentiation or splitting into three flows of an undifferentiated compound triune flow. I believe electricity to be a substance, not a force. 1. Electricity is the result of three differentiated sympathetic flows, brought together by combining the celestial flow with the terrestrial flow through a certain degree of negative attractive assimilation. Electricity is one of Nature's efforts toward restoring attractive differentiation, for it has the highest degree of assimilative affinity. 213.1.1 Voiding the dipole or polarity. Once the two dipole electric streams are created, thus creating a potential, they have a natural tendency to re-emerge or assimilate each other through one. Keely quoted in Pittsburgh Dispatch April 07 1892. Keely and sympathetic streams, Snell 219-220 Chapter 13. Electricity and magnetism. Voiding as Russell calls it, and neutralization or depolarization as Keely calls it. This voiding, neutralization or depolarization is accomplished by providing a conductor and a place or load where the separated streams can and will recombine, re-emerge, unite, assimilate or void the created polarity, dipole or bias, returning back to their natural undifferentiated state. Heat, light and rotation are produced at the point of voiding, neutralization or depolarization by the interaction, antagonism, of these streams against each other. 13.1.2 Conduction. The conduction of the electric current along a conductor is governed by Keely's law of electric conductivity. 13.1.3 Polar and dipolar states. An electric dipole is mutually attractive and will do everything possible to neutralize itself. A magnetic dipole is mutually repulsive and will retain its polar state. The difference between these two states of attraction and repulsion is explained in Keely's law of attraction and law of repulsion, governed by R as explained in the laws of being. See also, Jerton's effect. 13.2 Keely on electricity. Should we bring our understanding from previous chapters to bear upon electricity and magnetism, a paradigm forms somewhat different than the standard model but which appears to make sense and evidently works as Keely produced electricity from etheric space, vacuum, in 1893.3. Nikola Tesla, for reasons that need not be explained, would not have been able to serve on the committee. It is well known that he is striving to draw power from space by purely scientific methods, which Keely succeeded in doing. 3. Dogmatism of science. Keely, electricity from space, Newton of the mind, free energy, the operation of the vibratory circuit. 13.2 Keely on electricity. 221 in 1893 by unscientific methods. For electricity is the result of three differentiated sympathetic flows, combining the celestial and terrestrial flows by an order of assimilation negatively attractive in its character. It is one of nature's efforts to restore attractive differentiation. In analyzing this triple union in its vibratory philosophy, I find the highest order of perfection in this assimilative action of nature. The whole condition is atomic, and is the introductory one which has an affinity for terrestrial centers, uniting magnetically with the polar stream, in other words, uniting with the polar stream by neutral affinity. The magnetic or electric forces of the Earth are thus kept in stable equilibrium by this triune force, and the chords of this force may be expressed as first, the dominant, second, the harmonic, and third, the enharmonic. The value of each is, one to the other, in the rates of figures, true thirds. E flat, transmissive chord or dominant, a flat, harmonic, a double flat, enharmonic. The unition of the two prime thirds is so rapid, when the negative and the positive conditions reach a certain range of vibratory motion, as to be compared to an explosion. During this action the positive electric stream is liberated and immediately seeks its neutral terrestrial center, or center of highest attraction. For Bloomfield Moore in Dogmatism of Science, Keely, Electricity from Space 222 Chapter 13. Electricity and Magnetism, Figure 13.1. Neutral center governing seeming opposite potential states image, ponscienceinstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. The power of attractive vibration of the solar forces is the great coincidence towards which the terrestrial magnetic sympathetic flow is diverted. This force is the celestial current that makes up the prime third of the triple association. It also induces aqueous disintegration 5 and thermal concentration, the two prime conductors towards this coincident chord of sympathy with itself. Without this aqueous disintegration there would be no connective link 6 between the celestial and terrestrial. There would exist nothing but a condition of luminous radiation on the order of the aurora, a reaching out for the concordant without any sympathetic diversion to create unstable equilibrium of terrestrial magnetism. In fact, under such a condition, the absence 5 aqueous disintegration 6 connective link 13.2. Keely on electricity 223 of the Sun on one side, or the absence of water on the other. The magnetic or electric force would remain in a stable state of equilibrium, or the highest order of the chaotic. Disturbance of equilibrium 7 and sympathetic equation 8 constitute the dual power that governs all the varied forms of life and motion which exist terrestrially, of which the electric or magnetic is the prime mover and regulator. All electrical action, no matter of what character, has its sympathetic birth by the intervention of that current of the triune flow, which I call the dominant, with the polar harmonic current, all sympathetic flows being composed of 3 currents. They become associative one with the other only near the junction of terrestrial interference. The great vacuous field which exists between the planetary ranges holds this portion of the etheric flow free of all antagonisms, molecularly or otherwise, till the associative point is reached, so wonderfully planned by the great Creator, for instant electric evolution and assimilation with terrestrial centers of attraction. I call this intervention atomic intermolecular and molecular density. The combination of the action of the triune sympathetic celestial stream with the same intervening medium induces heat and light as the resultant of these corpuscular confliction with sympathetic celestial and terrestrial focalized centers of neutral radiation. I do not recognize electricity, nor light, nor heat as coming from the Sun. These conditions, according to my theories, emanate from atomic and interatomic interference on induced molecular vibration, by sympathetic etheric vibration, the celestial attractive being the prime mover. In my estimation this is not at all phenomenal, it is only phenomenal as far as the knowledge of its action in mechanical physics is concerned. Physicists have been working in the wrong direction to lead them to associate themselves with nature's sympathetic evolution. The expression electricity attracts at a distance is as bad as, if not worse than, the microbe of the magnet. Clerk Maxwell seems, when theorizing on sound transmission by an atmospheric medium, not to have taken into consideration the philosophy attending the phenomena of the origination of electric streams in celestial space. Light is one of the prominent evolved mediums in electric action, and is evolved by corpuscular bombardment and induced by sympathetic streams acting between the neutral centers of planetary masses, all of which are under a condition of unstable equilibrium. These unstable conditions were born in them, and were 7 disturbance of equilibrium, 8 sympathetic equation, 9 antagonism, 10 interatomic bombardment. Bombardment 224 Chapter 13. Electricity and magnetism, thus designed by the architect of creation in order to perpetuate the connective link between the dispersing positive and the attractive negative. The action that induces this link I call sympathetic planetary oscillation. 11 Light is induced by electromagnetic percussion emanating from the ether, and in its action represents the plane of magnetism. In fact, it is the plane of magnetism when under polarization. Platina wires the thickness of a fine hair associated with each of the 9 nodal beads, and concentrated towards a general center of focalization, attaching the other end of the wires to the focal center, will determine, by the magnetic conduction, the number of corpuscular oscillations per second induced by a thought, either positive or negative, in the central centers. These are the only conditions, those of magnetic conduction, whereby the evolution of a thought can be computed in regard to its force under propagation, as against the amount of latent energy set free to act as induced by such thought on the physical organism. Some scientific theories of the past have taught us that electricity and magnetism are one and the same thing. Sympathetic vibratory philosophy teaches that they are 2 distinct forces of one of the triune sympathetic family. 12. Underline added Maxwell's theory. 13 is correct that the plane of polarized light is the plane of magnetic force. The sympathetic vibrations associated with polarized light constitute the pure coincident of the plane of magnetism. Therefore, they both tend to the same path, for both are interatomic, assimilating sympathetically in a given time, to continue the race together, although one precedes the other at the time of experimental evolution. The time is approaching when electromagnetic waves with an outreach of 2 feet will be produced, having an energy equal to that now shown up on the magnet when it is about to kiss its keeper, and showing a radiating force too stupendous for actual measurement. 14 Professor Fitzgerald '15 lecture on electromagnetic radiation shows that Psi 11 vibratory physics, the connecting link between mind and matter. 12 Snell manuscript 13 Maxwell equations 14 Snell manuscript 15 Professor George Francis Fitzgerald, Irish professor 1851–1901, specializing in electromagnetic theory and physics. 13.2. Keely on electricity. 225 Scientific men are beginning to realize and that fairly, the truths appertaining to the new philosophy. The professor admits that electricity and magnetism are of differential character, and he is right. The progressive subdivision, induced by molecules by different orders of sympathetic vibration, and the resultant conditions evolved on the intermolecule 16 and interatom 17, by introductory etheric dispersion, prove that the magnetic flow of itself is a triple one, as is also the electric. 18, Figure 13.2, Triune forces of magnetic field in magnet image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link. Keely says the iron of the magnet has no magnetism of itself. The iron atoms of the magnet diverts a portion of the terrestrial streams. In the above image, this diversion is clearly shown where the streams come into the South Pole and exit via the North Pole. Also shown are the two modes of syntropy, S, entropy, E, as also the 3, 6 and 9 modes. His explanation is, 16 intermolecule 17 interatom 18 Snell, Snell Manuscript 226 Chapter 13. Electricity and magnetism. The explanation of the magnetic flow is very simple. The harmonic attractive chord, thirds, induces nodal interference on the harmonic current in the Earth's polar stream, and it moves toward the negative pole to flow out through the positive end. The diversion of the harmonic portion of the stream from the dominant portion causes the magnet to assume its position. 19 Again, the professor says that electricity and magnetism would be essentially interchangeable if such a thing existed as magnetic conduction, adding, "It is in this difference that we must look for the difference between electricity and magnetism." Thus you see how plain it is that progressive scientists are approaching true science. The rotation of the magnetic needle 20, as produced in my researching experiments, proves conclusively that the interchange spoken of, in Professor Fitzgerald's lecture, is a differentiated vibratory one, in which the dominant and inharmonic forces exchange complements with each other, in a differential way, thus inducing rotation, in other words polarization and depolarization. 21 In electric lighting, the velocity of the dynamos accumulates only the harmonic current, by atomic and interatomic conflict, transferring 1/200,000th, 1/200,000, of the light that the dominant current would give, if it were possible to construct a device whereby it could be concentrated and dispersed. 2213.3 Russell on electricity. Electricity is the servant of the God mind. Electricity expresses the desire in the God mind for creative expression by seemingly dividing the one still light into transient waves of spectrum-divided positive-negative colors of light. 23 Electricity is the motivative force which projects the one light of mind two ways to create cycles of light waves for the purpose of expressing thought. 19 Polarization and depolarization. 24.2.5 Rotation of compass needle, disturbance of magnetic needle. 21 Snell, Snell Manuscript 22 Snell, Snell Manuscript 23 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 50. 13.3 Russell on electricity. 227 cycles. 24, underline added, figure 13.3, white light of mind divided into red and blue halves. Image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com. Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Electricity is the divider of the invisible white still magnetic light of gravity, which mind is, into the red and blue halves 25 of the visible light spectrum for the purpose of creating male and female bodies which alone constitute all matter. 26 As servant of mind, electricity gives moving form to the idea by performing the work necessary to produce it. 27 Electricity is forever winding light up into hot spheres, surrounded by cold cube wave fields of space, and likewise sequentially unwinding them for rewinding. While winding them into compressed light masses, they are simultaneously unwinding to a lesser extent. Conversely, while unwinding they are simultaneously rewinding to a lesser extent. 28-24 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 57. 25 Chemism, Rad Energy. 26 Walter Russell, Notation on Chart, 1955. 27 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 114. 28 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 124–228 Chapter 13. Electricity and magnetism. The farther removed from rest, the greater the strain or tension. That which we call high electric potential is merely great strain to maintain a condition which is far from the condition of rest. 29. Figure 13.4. Attractive, centropic, power of electricity image. PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Electricity is the strain or tension set up by the two opposing desires of universal mind thinking, the desire for balanced action and the desire for rest. 30. Electricity creates life by dividing stillness into two-way, polar, motion. It creates death by rest, dipolar, from motion. 3129 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 139. 30 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 139. 31 Russell, Atomic Suicide. Figure 9 and 10, page 88. 13.3. Russell on Electricity. 229, figure 13.5. Polar Dynamics of Electricity Image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. Electricity is the strain or tension set up by the two opposing desires of universal mind thinking, the desire for balanced action and the desire for rest. 32 As rest cannot be unbalanced save by illusion, electricity which causes that illusion has no existence. 33 Electricity is the servant of mind. It does all of the work of creating this light wave universe in unfolding ray-folding sequences which mind desires. The universal mind has two desires, the desire for creative expression through the action of concentrative, polar, thinking and the desire for rest from action through decentrative, dipolar, thinking. 34-32 Russell, Walter, The Secret of Light, page 139. 33 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 141. 34 Russell, The Secret of Light, page 144. 230 Chapter 13. Electricity and Magnetism. 13.4 Tesla on Electricity. The day when we shall know exactly what electricity is will chronicle an event probably greater, more important, than any other recorded in the history of the human race. 35 Below is a quote from William Lyne's book 36 discussing Tesla's ideas about electricity and magnetism. We will see Tesla's ideas were decidedly different than Keely's or Russell's. Incidentally, Tesla knew of Keely and he knew Russell personally, as mentioned in Russell's Atomic Suicide book. In his 1891 AIE lecture at Columbia College, Nikola Tesla said in pertinent part, "What is electricity? And what is magnetism? We are now confident that electric and magnetic phenomena are attributable to the ether, and we are perhaps justified in saying that the effects of static electricity are effects of ether in motion. We may speak of electricity or of an electric condition, state or effect. We must distinguish two such effects, opposite in character neutralizing each other. For in a medium of the properties of the ether, we cannot possibly exert a strain, or produce a displacement or motion of any kind, without causing in the surrounding medium an equivalent and opposite effect. Its condition determines the positive and negative character. We know that it acts like an incompressible fluid. The electromagnetic theory of light and all facts observed teach us that electric and ether phenomena are identical. The puzzling behavior of the ether as a solid to waves of light and heat, and as a fluid to the motion of bodies through it, is certainly explained in the most natural and satisfactory manner by assuming it to be in motion, as Sir William Thomson 37 has suggested. Nor can anyone prove that there are transverse ether waves emitted from an alternate current machine. To such slow disturbances, the ether, if at rest, may behave as a true fluid. In his statements, Nikola Tesla was balancing the various arguments in preparation for his decision: electricity, therefore, cannot be called ether in the 35 Nikola Tesla 36 Summation of Tesla's Dynamic Theory of Gravity, an excerpt from Occult Ether Physics by William R. Line 37. William Thomson, 1st Baron Kelvin GCVO, PC, PRS, PRSE, June 26, 1824. December 17, 1907, was a Belfast-born British mathematical physicist and engineer. 13.4. Tesla on electricity. 231 Broad sense of the term, but nothing would seem to stand in the way of calling electricity ether associated with matter, or bound ether, or, in other words, that the so-called static charge of the molecule is ether associated in some way with the molecule. It cannot differ in density, ether being incompressible. It must, therefore, be under some strain or in motion, and the latter is the most probable. Nikola Tesla obviously believed in an ether, quantum substances, which was in motion relative to Earth, because the Earth is in motion. The thing which Nikola Tesla had realized, was that ether possesses electric charges which are deposited on or contained within atoms. In supporting the dynamic ether concept, he was supporting the stationary ether concept, since the motion he referred to was apparent motion of the ether perceived by an observer on Earth, relative to a stationary ether. The importance of cosmic motion to the electromagnetic effects of static charges was brought up by Nikola Tesla in his lecture, about 15 years ago. Professor Roland 38 demonstrated a most interesting and important fact, namely, that a static charge carried around produces the effects of an electric current. And conceiving the electrostatically charged molecules in motion, this experimental fact gives us a fair idea of magnetism. We can conceive lines or tubes of force which physically exist, being formed of rows of directed moving molecules. We can see that these lines must be closed, that they must tend to shorten and expand, etc. It likewise explains in a reasonable way, the most puzzling phenomenon of all, permanent magnetism, and, in general, has all the beauties of the Ampere theory without possessing the vital defect of the same, namely, the assumption of molecular currents. Without enlarging further upon the subject, I would say, that I look upon all electrostatic, current and magnetic phenomena as being due to electrostatic molecular forces. In these statements, Nikola Tesla showed he was aware that any stationary locale on Earth is actually in fantastic motion, 70,000 miles per hour. The Electro 38 Henry Augustus Roland, November 27, 1848 – April 16, 1901, was a U.S. physicist. Between 1899 and 1901 he served as the first president of the American Physical Society. He is remembered today particularly for the high quality of the diffraction gratings he made and for the work he did with them on the solar spectrum. 232 Chapter 13. Electricity and magnetism. Static charges carried around are currents between atoms and the ether, which produce magnetism. The phenomena of permanent magnetism or cosmically induced magnetism are apparently due to electrostatic charges carried around by cosmic motion, in the universal ether field. Since no one can hold an atom or molecule perfectly still, because it is in fantastic motion, all atoms and molecules carry currents producing magnetic fields. Since a magnetic field is the product of a current, no one can produce a magnetic field without electricity, moving through or along a conductor, or as electrostatic charges in local or cosmic motion. 39 Now, I must tell you of a strange experience which bore fruit in my later life. We had a cold snap observed even drier than before. People walking in the snow left a luminous trail. As I stroked Macaque's back, it became a sheet of light and my hand produced a shower of sparks. My father remarked, "This is nothing but electricity, the same thing you see on the trees in a storm." My mother seemed alarmed. "Stop playing with the cat," she said, "he might start a fire." I was thinking abstractly. Is nature a cat? If so, who strokes its back? It can only be God, I concluded. I cannot exaggerate the effect of this marvelous sight on my childish imagination. Day after day I asked myself what is electricity and found no answer. 80 years have gone by since and I still ask the same question, unable to answer it. Tesla 4013.4.1 Summary Keely's definition of electricity in this writer's opinion seems to address the issue best of the three because he details causative forces, when allied with some of Russell's ideas. More research into Tesla's ideas is required. We know ether is quantum and supports electric and magnetic phenomena. To fully understand Keely's definition requires a re-education to more fully grasp his concepts, discarding, or at least setting aside, descriptions of phenomena, effects, to the contrary. 39 Summation of Tesla's Dynamic Theory of Gravity, an excerpt from Occult Ether Physics by William Orr. Line 40 Nikola Tesla, Lord of Lightning, by Nikola Tesla, edited by William Kern. Chapter 14 Gravity 14.1 Keely on Gravity. Gravity is nothing more than an attractive, sympathetic stream 1, flowing towards the neutral center of the Earth, emanating from molecular centers of neutrality, concordant with the Earth's centers of neutrality, and seeking its medium of affinity with a power corresponding to the character of the molecular mass. Gravity, he defines as transmittive interetheric force under immense etheric vibration. He continues, the action of the mind itself is a vibratory etheric evolution, controlling the physical, its negative power being depreciatory in its effects, and its positive influence elevating. 2. Gravity is transmittive interetheric force under immense etheric vibration. 3. Gravity is the mutual attraction of atomoles. 4. Gravity is an eternal existing condition in etheric space, from which all visible forms are condensed. It is inherent in all forms of matter, visible and invisible. It is not subject to time or space. It is an established connective link 5 between all forms of matter from their aggregation. Time is annihilated by it, as it has already traversed space when the neutral centers 1 Sympathetic stream 2 Keely and his discoveries. Chapter 5 3 Keely 4 Keely 5 Connecting Link 233-234 Chapter 14 Gravity of the molecules were established. It is nothing more than an attractive, sympathetic stream, flowing towards the neutral center of the Earth, emanating from molecular centers of neutrality, concordant with the Earth's centers of neutrality and seeking its medium of affinity with a power corresponding to the character of the molecular mass. 6. Nature has established her sympathetic concordance from the birth of the neutral centers of the planets. This is gravity, therefore gravity is fixed, inherent. There is no flight of gravity. 7. Gravity is polar propulsion, the sympathetic concordant of the ninths and but one of the triune combinations. Magnetism is polar attraction, while gravity is polar propulsion. By proper vibrations, the action of both magnetism and gravity can be intensified or accelerated. 8. The sympathetic outreach. 9. Of negative attraction. 10 is the power that holds the planetary masses in their orbital ranges of oscillatory action. 11. Gravity is not subject to time or space. It pervades the universe without reference to time or space, instantaneously and without intermission. It is, however, a sympathetic flow, proceeding from the molecular or mass neutral centers to the Earth's neutral center with a power corresponding to the character of each individual molecular mass. Keely, believed gravity dependent on the medium of the polar stream, for he says if the sympathetic negative polar stream were cut off from the Earth, the molecular neutral centers would float away into space like a swarm of bees. Under my system, the gravital flow comes under the order of the sympathetic concordant of the ninths and is that third of the triune combination called the polar propulsive. Gravity is polar propulsion while magnetism is polar attraction. Both magnetism and gravity can be accelerated by proper 6. John Worrell Keely circa 1886. Snell Manuscript 7. Snell Manuscript 8. Magnetic Engine, Snell 9. Sympathetic Outreach 10. 7b.18, Sympathetic Negative Attraction, Neutral Negative Attraction, Polar Negative Attraction, Sympathetic Negative Attraction 11. Keely, Snell Manuscript, Sympathetic Negative Attraction 14.2. Keely and Anti-Gravity 235 Vibrations. He believed gravity to be the result of a law which provides for a reversion of attraction and repulsion, and which acts by transmission of force under immense etheric vibration through the interetheric subdivision. He also showed that gravitation acts as a lever. McVicker states every individualized object assimilates itself to itself in successive moments of its existence and all objects tend to assimilate one another. Keely says gravity is a never-existing eternal force, coexistent with the compound etheric or high luminous, seventh subdivision, since it entered into, and is an inherent property of, all forms of aggregated matter from their birth. It is the source from which all matter originated and each substance unit or neutral center is a concordant link, attractive and dispersive, to all other neutral centers. Each neutral center is the nucleus of what we recognize as substance and is potentially the nucleus of a planet. 12.14.2 Keely and Anti-Gravity. Keely not only had a working theory of what gravity is and how it functions, he also developed experimental models which he demonstrated to scientists of his time and an actual heavier-than-air flying craft. 13 From dashed against the rock, a small instrument, having 3 gyroscopes as a principal part of its construction, is used to demonstrate the facts of aerial navigation. 14. These gyroscopes are attached to a heavy, inert mass of metal, weighing about 1 ton. The other part of the apparatus consists of tubes, enclosed in as small a space as possible, being clustered in a circle. These tubes represent certain chords, which were coincident to the streams of force acting upon the planet, focalizing and defocalizing upon its neutral center. The action upon the molecular structure of the mass lifted was based upon the fact that each molecule in the mass possessed a north and south pole, more strictly speaking, a positive and negative pole, situated through the center, formed by the three atoms which compose it. No Mach 12 gravity, Snell 13 airship model, figure 19.17. Keely's airship, 17.15, theory of vibratory lift for airships 14 aerial navigation 236 chapter 14. Gravity which way the mass of metal is turned, the poles of the molecule point undeviatingly to the polar center of the Earth, acting almost exactly as the dip needle when uninfluenced by extraneous conditions, electrical and otherwise. The rotation of the disks of the gyroscopes produces an action upon the molecules of the mass to be lifted, reversing their poles, causing repulsion from the Earth in the same way as like poles of a magnet repel each other. This repulsion can be diminished and increased according as the mechanical conditions are operated. By operating the three disks, starting them at full speed, then touching two of them, so as to bring them, according to the tone they represented by their rotation, to a certain vibratory ratio, the weight then slowly sways from side to side, leaves the floor, rising several feet in the air, remaining in that position, and as the disks gradually decrease their speed of rotation the weight sinks to the floor, settling down as lightly as thistledown. Where one molecule can be lifted, there need be no limit as to the number in a structure that may be operated upon as easily as one. The vessel in contemplation, the aerial navigator, will be over 200 feet long, over 60 feet in diameter, tapering at both ends to a point, made of polished steel, and will be capable of being driven under the power of dipolar repulsion, at the rate of 300 miles an hour. It can be far more easily controlled than any instrument now in use for any phase of transit. Another very remarkable feature connected with this system of aerial navigation, is that the vessel is not buoyed up or floated in the air through the medium of the air, so that if there were no atmosphere it would float just as readily, hence, under mechanical conditions most certainly capable of production, involving massive strength of resistance to interstellar vacuity, this can be made capable of navigating even the remote depth of space, positions between planets where polarity changes being controlled by other adjuncts of concentration for that purpose. Safely enclosed within this structure, a man possessing the chemical knowledge these new laws 15 give, with sufficient supply of material from which to make oxygen, by the enormously increased rate of speed attained by such navigator where atmospheric friction is avoided, the time occupied in traveling from one planet to another would be amazingly brief, and one can travel to other planets in this system of worlds as easily as the same ship could navigate the depths of the ocean. 15 Keely's 40 Laws 14.3. Levitation Experiments 237. The great obstacle hitherto preventing the solution of this problem has been the strength of structure needed under conditions above presented. With this knowledge of matter, the size of structure is unimportant, the heaviest can be as easily controlled as the lightest. 16. Figure 14.1, Keely's experimental airship image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com. Web link 14.3. Levitation experiments. No less intriguing are Keely's experiments showing principles of levitation. 16 Levitating gyroscopes, dashed against the rock 238 Chapter 14. Gravity, Figure 14.2, Levitating Weights Image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com. Web link from Pittsburgh Dispatch, April 07, th 1890. Mr. Wilcox 17 and Dr. Leedy 18 then examined the platinum wire, the metal disc on which the magnetic needles rested, the cupboard, the base of the cupboard and the table on which the disc and needle rested. When asked if there was, in his opinion, any possibility that the force which made the needle revolve 19 was electricity, compressed air or steam, Dr. Leedy looked thoughtful and said he could not see the possibility of any of those forces producing the result attained. What you have seen was shown you in order to illustrate the ease with which this force can be made to do work, said Keely. Of course the work just done was trifling. But I hope now to show you what will look very differently. 17 Drive. James M. Wilcox, Ph.D., Wilcox 18. Joseph Leedy, September 9, 1823 – April 30, 1891, was an American paleontologist. Leedy was professor of anatomy at the University of Pennsylvania, and later was a professor of natural history at Swarthmore College. 19.4.2.5, Rotation of compass needle, disturbance of magnetic needle. 14.3. Levitation experiments. 239. He pointed out then two glass jars, such as chemists use, on a table nearby. The jars were of the same size, about 40 inches high, and 10 inches in diameter. They were filled with what is said to be, and certainly smelled and tasted like, Schuylkill 20 water. In the bottom of one jar lay a copper globe, cut in half to show, Keely said, just what it was, and filled, in each hollow half, with iron nails. Another peculiar experiment. In the other jar were 3 brass balls of different sizes. The copper globe and nails were weighed by Dr. Leedy and found to kick the beam at 5 pounds and 6 ounces. The brass balls or eggs, they were egg-shaped, weighed less. Everybody sat down, altered the weighing, and Keely fastened another platinum-silver wire to the cylinder on the cupboard and, detaching the one already in use from the magnetic needle disc, was about to fasten the loose ends of each to the metal discs that covered the tops of the jars when someone asked if the wires were hollow. The suggestion was followed by a smile from Keely, who at once cut off the end of one of them and handed it around. Professor Rowland, of Baltimore, had declared that this was a fraud, because the wires were hollow, said the woman, but Keely asked him how he could explain what Keely did even on the hypothesis that the wires were hollow, and he didn't answer. Then Keely got mad and would not let him cut the wire, as he wanted to do. Dr. Leedy followed everything closely. Keely fastened the loose ends of both wires into the metal caps of the cylinders. The string an important feature. Again he spun the spindle on his cupboard with the twine string he had used before. Again with his gnarled fingers, the joints of the first 2 fingers of his right hand being as big as walnuts, he pounded the harp in the cupboard and the resonant bars on top of it. "What are you doing now?" asked Dr. Leedy. 20 River that passes through Philadelphia. 240 Chapter 14. Gravity. I am trying, said Keely, to get the mass cord of that copper sphere full of nails. Every aggregation of molecules or of matter, I claim, or, in other words, every mass of matter, has a sympathetic cord, through the medium of which I can operate my vibratory force. The cord was not found for some minutes. Again the spindle was spun by the help of the twine, and its whiz, sick was distinct in the silence of the room. The search for the mass chord continued on the harp and the resonant rods. A deep, clear note resounded from both at the same time, and at the instant it broke on the ear the heavy copper globe quivered as it lay at the bottom of the water, rolled over, reluctantly as it were abandoning the ties by which gravity held it to the bottom of the jar, floated at first slowly, and then more swiftly and steadily to the top of the jar, against which it impinged with an audible concussion. Gravity easily overcome. Why, there is the force of gravity as plainly overcome and indeed annihilated as it is possible for a human being to imagine, exclaimed the woman. Dr. Leedy was asked this question. Doctor, is it true that this unknown force, or what is here manifested as such, has actually before your eyes overcome the force of gravity with which we are all familiar? And the answer, slowly, deliberately, was, I see no escape from that conclusion. 2114.4 Russell on gravity. Gravitation is the generative force of increasing potential and the regenerative force of decreasing potential. Gravitation is the power within the electric force of action to attract the electric force of action. Gravitation is the contractive power within electricity to divert the universe. 21 Pittsburgh Dispatch April 07 1890, Leedy and Wilcox visit Keely's lab, Figure 17.18, Keely's levitation demonstration, Eyewitness accounts 14.4. Russell on gravity. 241 Sal constant of energy into centripetal vortices of closing spirals of increasing speed, thereby attracting similar states of motion into an accumulation of mass, the pressure of which increases toward its center. Gravitation is an expression of the power of electricity to accumulate by induction and, by so doing, to force magnetism to increase its resistance to that accumulation. Gravitation is the electric, inductive force. 22, Figure 14.3, Gravity Wave Bar and Poles Image, PonScienceInstitute.onrev.com Web link courtesy University of Science and Philosophy. 22 Russell, The Universal One. 242 Chapter 14. Gravity. Chapter 15. Bibliography and references. This bibliography pertains to this book alone. It does not include the hundreds of bibliographical references and links to authoritative materials accumulated throughout the SVPwiki.com website supporting the SVP paradigm. Argalis, Jose A., Earth Ascending, page 21, 1996, 3rd edition. Bearden, Thomas E., Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Army, retired. Born December 17, 1930, Chenier, Louisiana. C. Bearden. Analysis of Scalar, Electromagnetic Technology. Energy from the Vacuum, Concepts and Principles, 2002. Gravitobiology, A New Biophysics. The New Tesla. Electromagnetics and the Secrets of Electrical Free Energy. Bible, Matthew Jerkins, Carl Anton Blackiston's New Gould Medical Dictionary. The Blackiston Company, 1949. 1st edition. Bloomfield Moore, Clara Jessup, Keely and His Discoveries, Delta Spectrum Research. The operation of the vibratory circuit. Vibratory, sympathetic and polar flows. What electricity is, Delta Spectrum Research and many other of her writings. C. Bibliography. Brinton, Professor Daniel Garrison, May 13, 1837 – July 31, 1899, was an American archaeologist and ethnologist at the University of Pennsylvania. Carpenter, Tom, Dialogue on Awakening, The Carpenters Press. 243–244 Chapter 15. Bibliography and references. Case, Edgar, The Edgar Case Readings, The Edgar Case Foundation, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Colville, William, Dashed Against the Rock, 1894, Delta Spectrum Research. Efimov, Vitaly, is a Russian theoretical physicist. He proposed the existence of a novel and exotic state of matter now dubbed the Efimov state as a researcher in AFIF Physico-Technical Institute, USSR Academy of Sciences, Leningrad, USSR. In his 1970 paper Energy Levels Arising from Resonant Two-Body Forces in a Three-Body System. It was announced in 2006 that the existence of this state of matter had been confirmed. Feynman, Richard, Ct. The Strange Theory of Light and Matter, Princeton Science Library. Fuller, Buckminster, Synergetics, Explorations in the Geometry of Thinking, Volumes I-2, New York, Macmillan Publishing Co., 1975. 1979. Harris, T. F. B.Sc., FCS, Handbook of Acoustics, 1903, Delta Spectrum Research. Hughes, Fitzgerald, Harmonies of Tones and Colors, Developed by Evolution, Delta Spectrum Research. Keely, John Ernst Worrell, 1827–1898. Discovered and developed the science of sympathetic vibratory physics. Various articles. See, Bibliography. Larouch, Lyndon Hermile, Jr., born September 8, 1922, is an American self-styled economist, political activist, and the founder of several political organizations known collectively as the Larouch Movement. Various articles. Leidy, Joseph, September 9, 1823 – April 30, 1891, was an American paleontologist. Leidy was professor of anatomy at the University of Pennsylvania, and later was a professor of natural history at Swarthmore College. Line, William R., Summation of Tesla's Dynamic Theory of Gravity, an excerpt from Occult Ether Physics. Lockyer, Sir Joseph Norman, FRS, May 17, 1836 – August 16, 1920, known simply as Norman Lockyer, was an English scientist and astronomer. Maxwell, James Clerk, June 13, 1831 – November 5, 1879, was a Scottish theoretical physicist and mathematician. C. James Clerk. Maxwell, Pond, Dale, Speaking Freely, Delta Spectrum Research. Wiki.com. Universal Laws Revealed, Delta Spectrum Research. Video Basic Principles, Delta Spectrum Research. Pothoff, H. E. On the Source of Vacuum Electromagnetic 0.10245 Rg, Phys. Reverend A., Volume 40, p. 4857–1989, Phys. Reverend A. Volume 44, p. 3382–1991. Ramsey, Dugald, The Scientific Basis and Build of Music, Delta Spectrum Research. Rossing, Thomas D. The Science of Sound. Addison Wesley Publishing Company, 1982. Russell, Walter, Atomic Suicide. University of Science and Philosophy. Fifth Kingdom, The Beginning of Man, University of Science and Philosophy. Neuroradiative Concept, University of Science and Philosophy. Home Study Course, University of Science and Philosophy. Notation on Chart, 1955. University of Science and Philosophy. Russell's Optic Dynamo Generator, University of Science and Philosophy. The Message of the Divine Iliad, University of Science and Philosophy. The Secret of Light, University of Science and Philosophy. The Universal One, University of Science and Philosophy. Sinclair, David, A New Creed, Delta Spectrum Research Vera Vita The Philosophy of Sympathy, Delta Spectrum Research Snell, C. W. The Snell Manuscript, Delta Spectrum Research Stainer, John, Barrett, W. A Dictionary of Musical Terms, Novello, Ure & Co., London, 1903 Tesla, Nikola Tesla Lord of Lightning, The Experiments, Inventions, Lectures, Writings and Patents of Nikola Tesla Thomson, William, 1st Baron Kelvin GCVO, PC, PRS, PRSE, 26 June 1824, December 17, 1907, was a Belfast-born British mathematical physicist and engineer. Tyndall, John, Sound, Longmans, Green, and Co., London, 1893 Webster's 1828 Dictionary White, Carroll, Energy Potential, Toward a New Electromagnetic Field Theory, with essays by Bernhard Riemann trans. From German by J. J. Cleary, Jr., Campaigner Publications, New York, 1977. Wikipedia, arithmetical progression / Bose-Einstein condensation / Dirac Efimov state / geometric progression / linear progression 246 Chapter 15 Bibliography and references / quark gluon plasma / Richard Phillips Feynman / states of matter / Stockholm Syndrome Appendix I Laws of Being from Keely and His Discoveries. Conclusion Keely's physical philosophy Mr. Keely begins with sounds whose vibrations can be known and registered. I presume that the laws of ratio, position, duality, and continuity, all the laws which go to mold the plastic air by plastic bodies into the sweetness of music, will also be found ruling and determining all in the high silence of interior vibrations, which hold together or shake asunder the combinations that we call atoms and ultimate elements. 1. What Keely has discovered in physics, I am in some measure credited with discovering in metaphysics. This is nothing strange, according to this philosophy, which shows that many people may divine the same original truth at the same time by means of the etheric element which connects the deity, the source of all truth, with all his creatures. 2. Abstract of Keely's physical philosophy and its main features up to the point of practical application, by Professor Daniel G. Brinton, of the Pennsylvania University. Subject to 1. The Scientific Basis and Build of Music, Dugald Carmichael Ramsey. Edited by the Reverend John Andrew Marcus Ward and Company. 2. Preface to Vera Vita, or The Philosophy of Sympathy. David Sinclair. Author of A New Creed. Digby, Long & Co., London. 247–248 Appendix A. I. Laws of Being Modifications and Additions when Keely has made public his system. The fundamental conception of the universe is force manifesting itself in rhythmical relations. This definition is exhaustive, including both thought and extension, matter and mind. The law for the one is the law for the other. The distinction between them is simply relative, that is quantitative, not qualitative. The rhythmical relations in which force acts are everywhere, under all conditions, and at all times, the same. They are found experimentally to be universally expressible by the mathematical relations of thirds. These threefold relations may be expressed with regard to their results as assimilative individualizing, dominant or resultant. From these three actions are derived the three fundamental laws of being. Law of assimilation: every individualized object assimilates itself to all other objects. Law of individualization: every such object tends to assimilate all other objects to itself. Law of the dominant: every such object is such by virtue of the higher or dominant force which controls these two tendencies. Applying these fundamental laws to an explanation of the universe, as it is brought to human cognition, all manifestations of force may be treated as modes of vibrations. The essential differences give rise to three modes of vibration: the radiating, called also the dispersing, the propulsive, the positive, and the enharmonic. See entropy: the focalizing, called also the negative attractive, the polarizing, and the harmonic. See syntropy: the dominant, called also the etheric, or the celestial. 249. These, it will be noted, correspond to the three laws of being. It is not to be understood that any one of these three modes of vibration can exist independently. Each by itself is called a current, and all three must be present in every stream or flow of force. The relations of the currents in every flow are expressible in thirds, and it is experimentally demonstrable that the relations of the three are in the order named, as 3313. 6623, 100. The evolution of what is called matter from the different modes of vibration is through the action of the second law, that of focalization, or negative attraction, or negative affinity. 3. Where the vibrations under this mode meet, and are maintained in a state of mutual affinity or equilibrium, there is established what is called a neutral center, or, as otherwise expressed, a center of sympathetic coincidence. The terms neutral attraction, neutral affinity, negative attraction, or polar negative attraction, are implied to express the property of a mode of vibration to direct its components towards such center. See syntropy: as no current of flow of force can be composed of one mode of vibration only, but must always be composed of three modes uniting in varying thirds. We have 1 by 2 by 3 equals 6 as the total possible forms of sympathetic coincidence, or, to speak in ordinary terms, there can be 6, and 6 only, possible forms of individualized being. These are what Keely calls the 6 orders of atomic subdivision, or orders of vibratory motion, and he names them as follows: molecular, intermolecular, atomic, interatomic, etheric, interetheric. In this list the forms of matter are arranged in the mathematical sequence of the rapidity of the oscillations of their constituent members, the proportion 3c, syntropy 250. Appendix A. I. Laws of being proved by experiment to be as follows, for the molecular orders, 1, 3, 9, 27, 81, 243. This arithmetical progression changes in the atomic orders to a geometrical progression as follows: 3, 9, 81, 6561, 43,046,721, etc. This same method of progression is believed to hold in all the orders of vibrations above the molecular, and soon passes into mathematical infinity. Actually, however, all matter of which we are capable of cognition through the medium of our senses is in one of three forms of aggregation: molecular, atomic, etheric, in each of which the controlling mode of vibration is respectively, the enharmonic, the harmonic, the dominant. But it must be understood that each of these modes is a positive and real constituent of every atom and molecule. It will be seen that as every form of material aggregation is to be considered as a neutral center of attraction, where the vibratory force of all three orders are held in sympathetic coincidence, that is, in balanced activity or harmonized motion, and not by any means cancelled or mutually destroyed. There is no diminution of force, but only temporary suspension of its radiating or propulsive activity or expression. For this is the foundation of Keely's doctrine of latent force, and of the INDAF 4C, rhythmic balanced interchange 251 innate power, which can be obtained by breaking up the harmonious balance or equation of forces of every mode, which exists in every neutral center, that is to say in every mass of matter. Insomuch as every mass of matter consists thus, in fact, of vibrations in harmonic equilibrium, related by simple proportions of thirds, it follows that every mass of every description stands in harmonic relations to every other mass. This is, in part, what is meant by the sympathy of all forms of matter and of motion, and it is through the study of the methods of increasing or diminishing this sympathy that we reach practical results in this field of research. At present this is best accomplished by resonance, that is, through the harmonic vibrations created by musical instruments, bringing out the acoustic world as the microscope reveals the hidden visual world. Every visible or tangible mass of matter must be regarded as an aggregation of molecules, the molecules being the true centers of the equated forces of neutralized attraction. These molecules have been experimentally proved by Keely to be formed of all three modes of vibration, the proof being that they respond to all three modes when subjected to the tests of compound concordant impulses. When in that state of neutral aggregation which we know as matter, each molecule is in perpetual oscillation, the range of the oscillation being 1/3 of the molecule, and its rapidity 20,000 oscillations in a second. It is through the disturbance of this oscillatory equilibrium, by means of resonant impulses, that Keely alters the relations of the vibratory impulses which constitute matter. This he does by striking the same chord in 3 octaves, representing the 3rd, 6th, and 9th of the scale. Of these, the 6th reduces the range of molecular vibrations or oscillations, and, by thus bringing nearer to each other the neutral centers, increases solidification. The 9th extends the range of molecular oscillation, and thus tends to give greater tenuity to the mass. It induces trajectile velocity from neutral centers, or neutral radiation. Experiment shows that molecular dissociation 252 Appendix A. I. Laws of being does not take place until the molecule attains an oscillation approaching, it not fully reaching 2/3 of its diameter. This can be effected by means of the action of the enharmonic or radiating current applied to the mass, after its molecules have once been disturbed by an introductory impulse, that is, by the musical note above mentioned. The 3rd represents the dominant, and when brought under control of a harmonic resonant impulse induces a complete rearrangement of the modes of vibration and oscillation, in other words, will transform the mass either into its component initial forces, or into some other form of matter. 5. It is the study of the dominant to which Keely has devoted his recent researches. He aims to control the power he evolves by altering the dominant or etheric mode of vibration in the triplicate flows of force. As all molecules and masses are mere centers of harmonized vibrations, temporarily held in suspension by simple laws identical with those of resonance, it follows that these centers can be broken up or divided by certain orders of vibration impinging upon and disturbing them. It is a familiar fact that a chord in vibration tends to produce a similar vibration in a chord placed near it. This property belongs to all vibrations, whether resonant or not, and they exert it in proportion to the order to which they belong. The distance in space to which this power extends, or can be extended, is what is called the sympathetic outreach of the current of flow. In this manner we have sympathetic negative attraction, and sympathetic positive propulsion, with reference to the outreach of the third or dominant current of the stream, which is allied to the order of etheric vibrations. Each molecule of a given mass of matter represents the same harmonic chord or note in its oscillatory motion. The chord of the mass is, therefore, the chord of every molecule of the mass. But as the condition of absolutely stable equilibrium is theoretical only, and 5c, Law of Transformation of Forces 253 does not exist in nature, the chord of the mass is constantly changing. Yet we must learn to control this chord of the mass by resonant induction, if we would gain command of the molecular forces. Keely believes he has solved this problem, by the invention of a mechanical device which brings the chords of all masses within the conditions of a few simple acoustic tests. The range of molecular oscillation is affected differently in different substances when submitted to the same vibratory impulse, and these ranges can be measured. In the three metals, silver, gold, and platina, we obtain the proportions 3, 6, 9. As this is the primary relation of the modes of vibration, a wire made of these three metals is peculiarly adapted to transmit concordant impulses, and nodes made of these substances placed upon a wire, transmitting resonant vibrations, indicate, by the different orders of vibration induced in them, the rate of oscillations of the atomic constituents. The phenomenon of rotation arises from the harmonic interaction of the dominant and inharmonic elements of the flow, in other words, the first and third, the third and ninth, etc., those whose vibrations bear the proportions to each other 33, 13, 100. A practical example of rotation is a wheel in revolution on its axis. This is force in its commercial or economic aspect. To accomplish this result by molecular vibratory action, we must gain control of the negative attractive or inharmonic current of the triple flow, and the problem is then solved up to any limit of power. 254 Appendix A. I. Laws of Being. Appendix B2. Laws of Being. The brain of an Aristotle was needed to discern and grasp Keely's meaning, to interpret and define it. Dr. Brinton never touches a subject without throwing light upon it, and his penetrating mind perceived the ideas to be defined in all their relations. His keen logical acumen separated and classified them in their order, in a true, sound, and scientific manner. In the words of Sir James Crichton Browne, who heard Professor Brinton read this abstract in London, Professor Brinton's synopsis is an able, lucid and logical paper. Progressive Science Laws of Being by Professor Daniel Brinton, University of Pennsylvania. Abstract of Keely's physical philosophy and its main features up to the point of practical application, by Professor Daniel G. Brinton, of the Pennsylvania University, subject to modifications and additions when Keely has made public his system. 1. The fundamental conception of the universe is force manifesting itself in rhythmical relations. This definition is exhaustive, including both thought and extension. Mat 1 from Keely and his discoveries. Conclusion. Keely's Physical Philosophy 255–256 Appendix B. 2. Laws of Being. Turned mind. The law for the one is the law for the other. The distinction between them is simply relative, that is, quantitative, not qualitative. The rhythmic relations in which force acts are everywhere, under all conditions, and at all times, the same. They are found experimentally to be universally expressible by the mathematical relations of thirds. These threefold relations may be expressed with regard to their results as assimilative, individualizing, dominant, or resultant. From these three actions are derived the three fundamental laws of being. Law of assimilation: every individualized object assimilates itself to all other objects. Law of individualization: every such object tends to assimilate all other objects to itself. Law of the dominant: every such object is such by virtue of the higher or dominant force which controls these, above, two tendencies. Applying these fundamental laws to an explanation of the universe, as it is brought to human cognition, all manifestations of force may be treated as modes of vibrations. The essential differences give rise to three modes of vibration: the radiating, called also the dispersing; the propulsive, the positive; and the enharmonic. The focalizing, called also the negative attractive; the polarizing; and the harmonic. The dominant, called also the etheric, or the celestial. 257. These, it will be noted, correspond to the three laws of being. It is not to be understood that any one of these three modes of vibration can exist independently. Each by itself is called a current, and all three must be present in every stream or flow of force. The relations of the currents in every flow are expressible in thirds, and it is experimentally demonstrable that the relation of the three are in the order named, as 3313, 6623, 100. The evolution of what is called matter from the different modes of vibration is through the action of the second law, that of focalization, or negative attraction, or negative affinity. Where the vibrations under this mode meet, and are maintained in a state of mutual affinity or equilibrium, there is established what is called a neutral center, or, as otherwise expressed, a center of sympathetic coincidence. The terms neutral attraction, neutral affinity, negative attraction, or polar negative attraction, are employed to express the property of a mode of vibration to direct its components towards such center. As no current or flow of force can be composed of one mode of vibration only, but must always be composed of three modes uniting in varying thirds, we have 1 by 2 by 3 equals 6 as the total possible forms of sympathetic coincidence, or, to speak in ordinary terms, there can be 6, and 6 only, possible forms of individualized being. These are what Keely calls the 6 orders of atomic subdivision, or orders of vibratory motion, and he names them as follows: molecular, intermolecular, atomic, interatomic, etheric, interetheric. In this list, forms of matter are arranged in the mathematical sequence of 258. Appendix B. 2. Laws of being: the rapidity of the oscillations of their constituent members, the proportion being proved by experiment to be as follows for the molecular orders: 1, 3, 9, 27, 81, 243. The arithmetical progression changes in the atomic orders to a geometrical progression as follows: 3, 9, 81, 6561, 43,046,721, etc. This same method of progression is believed to hold in all the orders of vibrations above the molecular, and soon passes into mathematical infinity. Actually, however, all matter of which we are capable of cognition through the medium of our senses is in one of three forms of aggregation: molecular atomic ether in each of which the controlling mode of vibration is respectively the enharmonic, the harmonic, the dominant, but it must be understood that each of these modes is a positive and real constituent of every atom and molecule. It will be seen that as every form of material aggregation is to be considered as a neutral center of attraction, where the vibratory force of all three orders are held in sympathetic coincidence, that is, in balanced activity or harmonized motion, and not by any means cancelled or mutually destroyed, there is no diminution of force, but only temporary suspension of its radiating or propulsive activity or expression. This is the foundation of Keely's doctrine of latent force, and of the indefinite power which can be obtained by breaking up the harmonious balance 259 or equation of forces of every mode, which exists in every neutral center, that is to say in every mass of matter. Insomuch as every mass of matter consists thus, in fact, of vibrations in harmonic equilibrium, related by simple proportions of thirds, it follows that every mass of every description stands in harmonic relation to every other mass. This is, in part, what is meant by the sympathy of all forms of matter and of motion, and it is through the study of the methods of increasing or diminishing this sympathy that we reach practical results in this field of research. At present this is best accomplished by resonance, that is, through the harmonic vibrations created by musical instruments, bringing out the acoustic world as the microscope reveals the hidden visual world. Every visible or tangible mass of matter must be regarded as an aggregation of molecules, the molecules being the true centers of the equated forces of neutralized attraction. These molecules have been experimentally proved by Keely to be formed of all three modes of vibration, the proof being that they respond to all three modes when subjected to the tests of compound concordant impulses. When in that state of neutral aggregation which we know as matter, each molecule is in perpetual oscillation, the range of the oscillation being 1/3 of the molecule, and its rapidity 20,000 oscillations in a second. It is through the disturbance of this oscillatory equilibrium, by means of resonant impulses, that Keely alters the relations of the vibratory impulses which constitute matter. This he does by striking the same chord in 3 octaves, representing the musical 3rd, 6th, and 9th of the scale. Of these, the 6th reduces the range of molecular oscillation, and thus tends to give greater tenuity to the mass. It induces trajectile velocity from neutral centers, or neutral radiation. Experiment shows that molecular dissociation does not take place until the molecule attains an oscillation approaching, if not fully reaching 2/3 of its diameter. This can be effected by means of the action of the enharmonic or radiating current applied to the mass, after its molecules have been disturbed by an introductory impulse, that is, by the musical note above mentioned. 260 Appendix B. 2. Laws of being. The third represents the dominant, and when brought under control of a harmonic resonant impulse induces a complete rearrangement of the modes of vibration and oscillation, in other words, will transform the mass either into its component initial forces, or into some other form of matter. It is the study of the dominant to which Keely has devoted his recent researches. He aims to control the power he evolves by altering the dominant or etheric mode of vibration in the triplicate flows of force. As all molecules and masses are mere centers of harmonized vibrations, temporarily held in suspension by simple laws identical with those of resonance, It follows that these centers can be broken up or divided by certain orders of vibration impinging upon and disturbing them. It is a familiar fact that a chord in vibration tends to produce a similar vibration in a chord placed near it. This property belongs to all vibrations, whether resonant or not, and they exert it in proportion to the order to which they belong. The distance in space to which this power extends, or can be extended, is what is called the sympathetic outreach of the current or flow. In this manner we have sympathetic negative attraction, and sympathetic positive propulsion, with reference to the outreach of the third or dominant current of the stream, which is allied to the order of etheric vibrations. Each molecule of a given mass of matter represents the same harmonic chord or note in its oscillatory motion. The chord of the mass is, therefore, the chord of every molecule of mass. But as the condition of absolutely stable equilibrium is theoretical only, and does not exist in nature, the chord of the mass is constantly changing. Yet we must learn to control this chord of the mass by resonant induction, if we would gain command of the molecular forces. Keely believes he has solved this problem, by the invention of a mechanical device which brings the chords of all masses within the conditions of a few simple acoustic tests. 261 The range of molecular oscillation is affected differently in different substances when submitted to the same vibratory impulse, and these ranges can be measured. In the three metals, silver, gold, and platina, we obtain the proportions 3, 6, 9, as this is the primary relation of the modes of vibration. A wire made of these three metals is peculiarly adapted to transmit concordant impulses, and nodes made of these substances placed upon a wire, transmitting resonant vibrations, indicate, by the different orders of vibration induced in them, the rate of oscillations of the atomic constituents. The phenomenon of rotation arises from the harmonic interaction of the dominant and inharmonic elements of the flow, in other words, the first and third, the third and ninth, etc., those whose vibrations bear the proportions to each other 33 13, 100. A practical example of rotation is a wheel in revolution on its axis. This is force in its commercial or economic aspect. To accomplish this result by molecular vibratory action, we must gain control of the negative attractive or inharmonic current of the triple flow, and the problem is then solved up to any limit of power. 262 Appendix B. 2. Laws of Being Appendix C3. Ultimate constitution of matter. The ultimate constitution of matter and the action of the force regulating its phenomena by John W. Keely. First, matter is capable of infinite subdivision. Second, in the aggregation of matter, force or energy is stored up or conserved. Third, in the dissociation of matter, force is liberated. Fourth, all matter is in a state of perpetual activity, whether the substance under consideration be inanimate or animated, visible or invisible. Fifth, there is no dividing of matter and force into two distinct terms, as they both are one. Force is liberated matter. Matter is force in bondage. Sixth, all motion is synchronous. No sound or movement can be made, but all that moves or sounds does so in harmony with something. 7th, all structures, whether crystalline or homogeneous, have for their 263-264 Appendix C. 3. Ultimate constitution of matter. Unit structures. Minute bodies called molecules. It is the motion of these molecules with which we have particularly to deal, as in experimental research and demonstration, When we produce an action upon one molecule, we do so upon all the molecules constituting the mass operated upon. 8. These molecules have an envelope, rotating with inconceivable rapidity, formed of a high tenuous ether, whose place in the order of subdivision ranks third, the three divisions being, first, molecular, second, atomic, third, atomolic. Atomolic is the same as etheric. Ninth, this atomolic substance has a density approximately 986,000 times that of steel, enabling it to permeate steel as light penetrates glass. This rotating envelope of atomolic substance is in a liquid condition. There are 4 conditions of matter, viz. solid, liquid, gaseous, and ultragaseous. These conditions result from greater or lesser range of oscillation of the composing units individually. This is equally true, whether the units are molecules, atoms, atomoles, planets, or suns. But one law governs all matter. 10th, this molecular envelope, rotating with such great velocity, holds in its embrace the next subdivision of matter, the atomic. There cannot ever be more or less than 3 atoms in any molecule. These are placed so as to form a triangle in the interior. They rest in a condition of substance, or matter, we will term intermolecular. In this intermolecular substance we find an enormous energy or force in bondage, held thus by the rotating envelope enclosing it. Were we to rotate a spun brass shell, say 9 inches in diameter, at the very much less rate of speed than that at which the molecular envelope rotates, say 900 revolutions per second, its equator would first bulge out, then form into an oval disk. A solid block of wood subject to such revolution would swiftly fly to pieces. The rotating envelope of a molecule, unlike these, the greater the velocity of rotation, the greater is its compression toward the center of the molecule. The rotation of this envelope is of such a nature as to produce an internal pressure upon every portion from every point of the molecule as a sphere. Were we to consider a rotating envelope as ordinarily understood, it would be one in which the envelope rotated around an equator having poles of no rotation, that is, the poles would not possess the compressing force of the equator. The result would therefore be a compressed equator, and the intermolecular substance would pass out without resistance at the poles. 265 11th, if it be possible, let us conceive of an envelope with an equator, but destitute of poles, a number of these rotating over the sphere, this atomolic envelope possessing an almost infinite attractive force toward the center of the molecule, pressing in the intermolecular substance, where it is held until this revolving envelope becomes negatized by a certain order of vibration, when the enclosing matter rushes out to its natural condition of concordant tenuity, as in the case of gunpowder, dynamite, and nitroglycerine. This force, we must see, has been held in the embrace of the rotating envelopes of the unit structures, or where does it come from? This force at the time of an explosion was liberated by shock or fire, both being orders of imparted motion or vibration. How much greater the result would be were we to associate a scientific instrument now completed, and shortly to be given to the world, with such an agent as nitroglycerine. 1 pound of nitroglycerine would have its destructive force augmented beyond all possible control. These instruments are carefully concealed by wise masters from all persons save the few who are already prepared to study their potency with the exclusive end in view of aiding the real scientific progress of humanity, and, furthermore, it may be truly stated that a ferocious sensualist, however powerful his intellect, would be utterly unable to either comprehend or operate one of these marvelous constructions. 12th, next in order of consideration is the second subdivision of matter, the atomic. The atom has the same rotating envelope as the molecule, governed by the same laws of rotation and compression. The rotating envelope holds in its embrace the inner atomic substance and 3 atomoles resting in it, the atomoles within the atom being constructed after the same pattern as the atom on the molecule, obedient to the same laws, the atomilic being simply the third subdivision of matter. The threefold order is absolutely universal. 13th. The atomolic substance is what is termed the ether, which fills all space and is the transmitting medium for all celestial and terrestrial forces. This is the liquid ether of occult science. 14th. The atomoles are made up of atomolini, singular atomolinous. The subdivision of matter from this point is beyond man's power, as at this point it escapes all control of apparatus, passing through glass and hardened 266 Appendix C. 3. Ultimate constitution of matter. Steel is a luminous flame without heat, which is hardly seen before it vanishes, a perpetual flame coldly luminous. 15th, not in book, may have been a misnumbering. Editor. 16th, this again, from previous analysis, is made up according to the triple order, and may again be subject to subdivision, even into infinity. Dashed against the Rockdale Pond. Author of many books. Creator of svpwiki.com and maker of Dinospheres. Keely's Laws of Being. This book describes the unseen, scalar components of vibration, oscillation and toroids, as also their relationships and dynamical functions. This book is a follow-up, Volume 2, of The Physics of Love, published in 1994. The forces described in this book are the 3, 6 and 9 unseen, scalar forces Keely used to achieve some of the remarkable feats of science and engineering accredited to him, yet not understood by the rest of us.